I went ahead and got my coffee before we. All right, guys, here we go. Mick with it inside. Sell time. Going to be on for Mama. All natural, little heifer. Oh, no. We'll get her. Off their Mama. All natural, guys. A little heifer outside there. Who you going to be? Celebrate there. On you get a bit 345. Hit 345 and bid 345. He get a bit 345 and 345. He get a bit 345. Time. He get a bit 320. He get a bit 320. Hit 320. He get a bit 320. 20. He get a bit 325. And I get a man 325. Hit 30. He get a bit 40. 45. 50 and now 55. 60 and 65. He get a bit 365. Get a bit 65. 70 and 375 now 80 down. Get a bit 385 and 380. 85. He get a bit 385. 85 here now 90. He could have been 395. He could have been now $4 down $4 on 5. Hit 405. He could have been 555. He could have been 405 here. $4 and 5 and $4 Mackey. I ain't get a 142. Mackey on 42. He's your man here, and I like him. He could have bid, he could have asked, set of a tear down bid 310 and 310. Now 12. I get a man. I ain't gonna bid 310, 12 and 310. I ain't gonna bid 12. He could have bid 310, 12 and 312, 15. And now 15. He could have bid 17. Hit 20. He could have bid 322. He could have bid 325. Now 7 and 327, 30. He could have bid 32. I ain't gonna bid 35, 37 and 337, 40. I ain't gonna bid 342. I ain't gonna bid 342. Hit 45. He could have bid now 7. I ain't gonna bid 347, 50. Hit 2 down bid 5 and now 7, 57, 60 and 362 down 2 to bid 2 now 5, 365, 65 and 362 and 5 and 5 here. I get a bid 25, 25, 25, 362. And how do we charge him there? Schrock, you bet. Mackie 42. You gonna be settlement there. Hey, steer. How you gonna be settlement there down. How you gonna be down. Sent by the head. 1100. 1100. He 1100. He $1,100. 1100. I 11 here down. $1,000 on him. 10 now quarter. 10 a quarter. I got a man high. 1050 75. 1100. 11 a quarter. 11 a high. 1150. 1150. 1150 to be 50 to buy. 11 a quarter. 11 a high. 11 a high. 75. 1175. Hit 1200. How 12 and a quarter. He gonna be 12 and a high. Hit now 1275. He gonna be 1300. 13 quarter. 13 high. 1350. Hit 1350. I ain't gonna be 13 high. 5. He gonna be 1350. 13 and a quarter. I gonna be Mackie. I ain't gonna be number 25. He gonna be Mackie on 25. Little boy, how you gonna bid 485? Hit 485, 85 here. How you gonna bid 485? Hit 485, 85 here. You gonna steer down 485? Hit 485, 85 here. Down bid 485. You do it here 450. Hit 455 and bid 5 here. Down you gonna be 455. Hit $4 on him at that door. Down bid 5. I got a man. Hit 405 10 now 15. He gonna bid 20. He gonna bid 25 now 30. He gonna bid 35 40. Hit 40. Hey now for 40. Hit 440. Hit 40 40 40. Down bid for 40, down bid for 40. I ain't gonna be for 35. They're gonna be Trent. I ain't gonna be number 23. All round of shots, guys, off their mamas. Yes, sir. You gonna be Silver there. I need to be 440. Hit 440. And now 40. I look like little wean things now for 40. Hit 440. You get to bid 40, 40, 40. I get to be $4 on them 5 and bid 5. Hit $4.05 and 5 here. I get to be $4 and 5 and now 5. Hit 405. You get them 355. You get to bid 355 and 360. I get a man 360 and now 5 and now 570 and 375. You get to bid 380. I get to bid 385 90. You get to bid 395. Hit $4 down 5 and bid 10 for 10 10. 15, he gonna bid 20, if 420, hit 20 to bid 20, 20, 20, he gonna be 15, 20, if 415, he gonna bid 20, 20, 20, he gonna be 415, they're gonna be Jerry, number 1. He steer, he gonna be, settlement there down, he gonna be 375, and 375 here, he gonna be 325, and 325, he gonna be 325, might be tracking just a little off, guys, 255, in 255, he gonna be 255 here, he gonna be 255, and 255, he gonna be $1.50, 150, 155, 155, 60, 155, he gonna be 60 here, I got a man, 55, 60, 155, 60, 155 hexed. 600. Yes, $600. Yes, 600. Now quarter. And I got a man high. 650, 75, 700, 7 a quarter, 7 high, 75, 800, 8 high, 900, 9 high. Yeah, 1,000, 10, 50, 11, 1100, 11, 11, 11, 1100. I ain't get him on 1050. Now 11. I'll get him at 1050. Now 11. You get him in 1050. That ain't gonna be Mackie. I ain't get him on 2.5. Mackie 2 and a 5. He gonna be little heifers. He gonna be selling by the head with there now. He gonna be down one here down. He gonna do. He said 550, 600 now high, now 7 now high. Yet 800 now high. 859, 900 down 50. He gonna be 1,000, 1,000, 50, 1100, 1100. I ain't gonna be 1050 now 11. You gonna be 1050, 1100. You're 1050. 11, 11, 11. You gonna be 1050 now 11, 1050. Now gonna be Mackie. Get him on 22. Going to be 60 plus days, guys. Round of vaccines in them. You get $4. You get $4 on her. You get $4. You're gonna be pulling forward. You're gonna be $4 on her. You get $4. You get forward. You're gonna be 360. And now 360. At 360. And now you're gonna be 340. You're gonna be 340 to bid 40 to buy. You're gonna be 340 and 340. And now 40, 40, 40. Now you're gonna be 320. You're gonna be 322. And I got a man 322 and 25. You're gonna be 27. Now 30. You're gonna be 32. Now you're gonna be 35 and 37. You're gonna be 37, 40. You're gonna be 42. Now you're gonna be 345. 345 and 347. Now 47.50. Now 222. 355 7. 57. Now 57 of it 7 about. Now you're gonna be 355. You're gonna be 357. You're gonna be 355. Ruben and 355. And get him on Ruben. Guys, Billy Jones cattle going to be 2 weeks on the weaning. They're bulls. He going to be 410. 410. High going to be 10, 10, 10, 10. High going to be 410. 410. High going to be 10, 10. I got a man down 10, 12. 412. Down bid 12 here. Down 15. Down 15. He going to be 17, 20. And 422. He going to be 25. He going to be 27. He going to be 30. Down bid 432. In 35. He going to be 37. Now 437. And 437. Now 40. Down 440. Down bid 245. And 47 of it. Down 50. Now 52 and 2 and 5. 55, 7 up here, and 60. You're now 62, 65. You're 5 here, down 67, 70. In 70, 70, 72. You're going to be 75. You're going to be 477, 477, and 475. You're going to be 7 up here, 475, 477, 475. They're going to be Jerry on 4. Round shots at them, guys. They're going to be 2 weeks on them. You're going to be down, but they're down. 425. 425. And 5 here. Down. You're going to be 425. 425. And now $4 Now I got a man down here. 402. You're 2. Now 5. You're going to be 7. Get him 10. Get him 15. Get him 20. Get him 5. You're now 30. 435. You're going to be 35. 40. Down bid 440. 440. You're 40, 40, 40. And now 5. And 445. And bid 5 here. You're going to be 445. And 440. 445. Now 50. Down bid 55, now 60, 465, 70, and 470. Yes, 70, 70, 70, 80, going to be 465. Ruben. Not like her. He going to be 335 and 335. He going to be 7. He going to be 37, 40. He going to be 340 and 340. At 40, 40, 40. He going to be 345. And I going to be in here. He going to be 345 and 345. Now 50. He going to be 50, 60, 365 and 365. And now 70. He going to be 370 and 370. And Trent going to be 70. He going to be 75 and now 80. He going to be 380. It's 75, 80. He going to be 375, 80. You're going to be 375, 85 and 385. 85 here, now 90. You're going to be 395. You're going to be 395 and 395. You're going to be 390. Ruben. You're going to be 390. Get him on Ruben. On be a little Hefford. You're going to be. He going to be down. But they're down. Guaranteed to be open 2 weeks on the weaning now. On. You're going to be down bid 325 and 325 and 5 here. You're going to be 325 and 5 here. Down. Jonathan, now you get along. 325 and 325. You're going to be 310. High. You're going to be 310 and 310. 12. Now you're going to be now 15. You're going to be 15 and 315. And you're going to go down 15 and 17. You get him on 20. You get him 320 and 320. Yes, 17. Get him in 20. Get him in 20. Get him in 20. Get him in 20. 2 weeks, Wayne. You bet. You get him 322 and 322. You get him 322 and 322. You get him 2 to 2. You get him 2 to 2. You get him 320. And that gonna be. I ain't get him on Troy. I ain't get number 6X and go ahead and Prager. 2 week bulls here. He get a bid. He get a buy now. Bid $5 on them. You 505. You hit 505 here. Now you get a bid 505. You get a bid 505. Hit 505 and bid 5 here. Now you get a bid 505. You get a bid 505. Hit 505 and bid 455. 60. Now 5. Now 70. Now 5. Now 80. 85. You get a bid 90. Now 495. You get a bid 5. Hit 505 and now 10. Now 15. Now 20. 525. Hit 30. You get a bid 530. Hit 530. Hit 525. You get a bid 30. You get a bid 30. Get him in 30, 525 here, 30s here, 525, 30, 525. I ain't going to be CA0. I ain't going to on CA0. I'll celebrate by the head right there now. He going to be, what's that? You bet you guys. Old bottle kids be on the grain now. He going to be celebrate there. He going to be 600 and $600. Yes, 600. I ain't going to be 500. Got just a little knot right there, guys. Never heard her. I want 350 on her. 350, 75. Sell it by the head now. You get 350. I ain't gonna bid 75. You get a bid 350. You get a bid 75 and 375. You get a bid 350. You get a bid 75 here. You get a bid 350, 75 down. $100, 100 and quarter. That's by the head. 100 and quarter. High. I got a man 50 now 75 now 200. Ain't gonna be now quarter. At 2 and a quarter. You get a bid 250. You get a bid 250. 275 now 300. You get a bid 300. I ain't gonna be 275 3. 333. He get him in 333. He get him in 275. He get him in 3 275. I'm gonna be hexed. Little boys, a beat, he gonna beat, he gonna hell of a tear. No one to down, he gonna 400, and now 55, hit 455, and bid 5 here, he gonna be 455, hit 5 here, I gonna be 455, 55 here, I gonna be now 60, and 460, I gonna be here, down bid 465, 465, he gonna be 70, I bid 475, and 475, he gonna be 75 here, I gonna be 475, 80, I gonna be 480, and 485, now 90, he gonna be 490, 90, 95, he gonna be 495, and 495, and bid 5 here, I gonna be 490, 95 here, I gonna be 490, 95, he gonna be 490, I gonna be CA and a 0, I get him on CA, and number 0. Off the Mamas, guys, home raised here. Going to be fresh down. He going to be Salvatore. On bit of it. I want here down. $2 a pound. Get $2. Get $2. Get a bit $2. Get a bit $2. Get a bit $2. Get a bit $2. Get $2. Get $2. I get a bit $1.50. 150. 50. 50. I get a man 60. 165. Scott going to be 65. 165. 70. 170 out on line. 175. Get 80. 180. 185. Now 90. 190. 190. 190. 190. 195. 195. Scott going to be 90. Now $2 on them. You get a bit 205. You get a bit now 210. I get a bit 210, 210, 210, 10, 10, 10, 15. You say you get 20. You get a bit 220, 225. You're now 30. I get a bit 230, 30, 30, 225. Get a bit 30 out on the net. 225, 30. 225. You get a bit 30, 30, 30. I get a bit 225, 35. 235. Scott get a bit 35. You get a bit 235, 40. You get a bit 245. You get a bit 245. 245, 50. I get a bit 250. You get a bit 245, 50. You get a bit 245. Get a bit 50. Get a bit 50, get him in 50, 245, Scott. There's steers. Yeah. You're going to be weigh him to you. You're going to be 260. 260. I ain't now 60s here. I ain't going to be 260. I ain't going to be 260. 260. I ain't going to be 220. You 220, 20, 20. 220. 20 to be 20 to buy. You going to be 220. He going to be $2. And I got a man down 2. 202. I ain't going to be 22. I ain't going to be 22. Scott Jones Tram here. I ain't going to be 22. You 2. I ain't going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. 202. I ain't going to be 222. I ain't going to be 22. I ain't going to be 22. I ain't going to be 222. I get a bit 2. I get a bit $2 online. I get a bit Rob. I get up on number 100. They're gonna be. He's tuned in today, boys. I ain't gonna be. You better get ready. I ain't gonna be. They're gonna be. Round of shots in here now. You're gonna be right here. I ain't gonna be guys right off their mamas. Round of shots. A nice set of heifers here now. You're going to be 330, and now 2, you're going to be 332, and 332, you're going to be 222, you're going to be 332, you're going to be now 2, you're now 5, you're going to be 35 here, 7, you're going to be down 40, you're going to be down 2, you're going to be down 5, you're going to be down 7, you hit 50, and now 2, down bid 2, and 352, you're going to be 222, you're going to be 355, down bid 5, 7, 57 to bid 7 to bomb, and 357, 60, and now 60, now 2, you're going to be 25, down bid 65, yes 7, jiggity send, 70, you're going to be 370, 70, 72, 372, down 5, you're going to be 377, you're going to be 377, 80, you're going to be 382, and 385, 85 here, you're going to be 385, 82, 85, and 385, you get 82 here, 5 here, you're going to be 382, down 5 here, you're going to be 382, not going to be Troy, I ain't going to be on 15, you get him on Troy, on 15, you're going to be Troy 15, brothers, guys, round of shots off their mamas, guys. They're going to be steers to you. He going to be down bid 403 and 403. And down 335. He going to bid 405. And I got a man here down bid 403 and 57. And 407. I got a bid 10 now 12. Now you going to be 15 and 15. 15. He going to be 17. He going to be 17 and 417 and 15. He going to be now 20. He going to be 420 and 420. Down 2. He going to be 25. He going to be 25 and 425. He going to be 25 here. Now 7. He going to be down 730. He going to be 30, 30, 30, and 430. You get 27. Going to be 32. He going to be 35. He going to be 35 and 435 and 35 here. He going to be 35 here. And going to be 432. High going to be 435, 55, 435, 432, and that going to be. Get him on Jerry on 4. You get a round of shots, guys, off their mamas. They're gonna be steers to you now. They're gonna be 380 and 380 and 80, 80, 80. They're gonna be 380. They're steers, ain't they? They're gonna be 380 and 380 and now 80. guys. Just one of them not cleaned up all the way, I believe. You get a bid 380. At 380. You get a bid 380. You get a bid 365. And 365. And bid 5 here. You get a bid 365. Down 365. And 365. 5. You get a bid now 7. And 367. 67. 65 high. You get a bid 7. And 365. You get a bid 7 up here. And now 7. 78. You get a bid 72. 75. Yeah, 375. You get a bid 375. 375. You strike. Get a bid 75. And 375. 77. You get a bid 377. And 377. You get a bid 380. You get a bid 380. You get a bid 380. And 380. And 77. 80. You get a bid 377. That going to be CA. And number D, you get a bid 55. You get a CA 55. Be the Smiley family guys. They're going to be off their mamos. They're going to be all natural. And you're going to be 407. Hit 407. Hit 405 here. You're going to be 7 up here. 407. Hit 407. 7 of it. 7 around me. You're going to be 407. High. You're going to be 7. Going to be 7. Going to be 7. Hit 407. You're going to be 7 here. Down. You're going to be $4 on them. Hit $4. Hit 402. Now I got a man down here. 2, 5, and now 7. Hit 407. Get him 10. Get him 12. Down 15. You're going to be 17, 20. You're going to be 22, 25. Hit 27. He's going to be now 30. He's going to be now 2. He's going to be 35. He's going to be 432 and 5. Hit 432. I'm gonna bid pine, 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 gonna bid pine. 432. I'm gonna be Loudon on 14. Loudon 14. Guaranteed to be open to you now. Big Sisters. I'm going to be down to 367. And 367. Now 70. And I got a man 367, 70. And 370. Now 2. You're going to be 75. You're going to be 77. 377, 80. And 382. Down bid 5. 85, 87. Get a bid 90. Get a bid 2. And 392. I get a bid 92. I get a bid 392 and 2. And 392. I get a bid 2. Get a bid 2. Get a bid 2. 390. That's going to be Troy. And make up a number. I get a bid 392. Did you do it here? 392. Troy, I get him a number. I get him a number, you said? 15. Do you get him a Troy on 15? Are you going to be guaranteed to be open to you? Are you going to be, bid 305? Bid 305 and bid 5 here. You going to be, 305 here. You going to be 305 and 305 and bid 5 here. You going to be 291. You going to be 291. Hit 91. You going to be 291 bid 1 bout. You going to be 291. 112. You going to be 92. 292. You going to be 93. Guaranteed open, you bet. 93. Hit 94. You're going to be 95. You're going to be 95. 96 here. You're going to be 97. You're going to be 98. You're going to be 99. Now 3. Hit $3 1. Hit now 2. You're going to be 3, 4. Down bid 5. And 306. And now 307. You're going to be 307. Hit 7 of it. 7 of them. You're going to be 307. You won't try them here. Down. You're going to be 307. And 306. And now 7. Now 6 here. You're going to be 7. 306. Now going to be CA. I ain't got the number. You say 28. You're going to be. Go ahead and preg them. B brothers shot off them guys. They're going to be bulls out. He going to be son of a turd. He going to be 460. 460. Hey, now, yes, sir. He going to be. Okay. You're good. He going to be down bid 460 in 460 and now 60. He going to be 460. He going to be 460 and 2 down bid 222. He going to be 462 and I got a man down here 565 770. Yes 72. He going to be 75. He going to be 77. He going to be 80. I going to be 482. 82 down 85. 85 85 85 485 85 87 of it 75 487 90. He going to be 492. He going to be 92 95. He going to be 95 97. 497 $5 on him. He going to be 502. Hang going to be 502. If 502, hang going to be 222. 505 and bid 505. If 502, down bid 505 here, down to the bid 5, to the bid 5, to the bid 5, 502. I going to be Jerry on forward. I going to be Jerry number 4. They're going to be bulls here. They're going to be Salvatore down right off their mamas. 370 and 370. It's 70, 70, 70. You're going to be 370, 370. I'm going to be 370 and 350 and 350. Now 2, 2, 2. I'm going to be 2 out in the ring. 52 in 52. I'm going to be 2, 5 and bid 5 here down 55. 55, 7, 7 up here 60. You're going to be 360, 362. Hit 2 down bid 62 and 5, 7, 67. I'm 67. I can't going to be 770. He's going to be 372. He's going to be 72 and 372. I'm going to be 2, going to be 2, going to be 2. I'm going to be 372 and 2 and 2, 370. I going to be Troy and number 6. You get them on Troy number 6. Also little heifers. So you going to be, that'll be all them cattle there to the Smiley family. Thank you, folks. Appreciate you. Nice cattle right there now. Be the toll cattle guys. Round of shots in them. On you going to be 412. You get 412. And now 12, 12, 12. You going to be 412. Hit 412. I ain't going to be 12, 12, 12, 12. You going to be 382. I'm 382. I ain't going to be 222. I ain't going to be 382. I round the shots off their mamas, guys. 382. Hit 2. I ain't going to be 222. 5. You going to be 385. 87 to bid 90. You going to be 392. And 395. 397. 4 down 2. Bid 5. 405. 710. Hit 12. I ain't going to be 15. You going to be 17. Hit 15. He going to be 17. Going to be 17. 415. You're going to be 17, 17, 17, and 415. I'm going to be Loudon. Get on number 14. Loudon on 14. You're going to be round the shots in them. Off their mamas. They're going to be steers down. You're going to be down 425. At 425. You're going to be 425. Larry, what do you think here? You're going to be 425. And 425. You're going to be 25 here. Down. You're going to be 425. And $4 on them. At $4. You get 2, 5. You're going to be 7 up here. Down 10 here. 12 here. Down 15. You're going to be 17. You get 20. You're going to be 22. You're going to be 422. You get 5. You get 25, 7, get been 30 down 2, 35, you get been 37, and 37, you get to be 37, 40, hand for 42, and 45, you get to be 47, get been 50, hand now 2, down bid 5, 57, now 57, 55, you get to be 7 up here, 455, and get to be 7, get to be 7, get to be 7, get to be 7, now 57, 55, I get to be Jerry on 4, 455. You're going to be down to steers, round of shots in them. You're going to be 350. You're 350. You're 350. You're going to be 50. You're going to be 50. And 350. You're going to be 50, 50, 50. You're going to be 325. You're going to be 325. And 325, 7. I got a van 325. You're going to be 7 up here. 325, 7, 30. And 32. You're going to be 35. You're going to be 37. Now 40. Down 42, 45, 47, 50. And 352. 5 here. Down 5 here. 355, 7. 357. You're 55. You're going to be 7 up here. I'm going to be 355. You're going to be 357. 355. I'm going to be Mackie. I'm going to be number 45. Mackie on 45. Big brother here. I'm going to be 335 and 335. You're going to be 35 here. I'm going to be 335 and 335. You're going to be 335 here. I'm going to be 315. You're 15. You're going to be 17. I'm going to be here down bid 315, 17, 20 and 322. You're going to be 25. You're going to be 327. Now 30 down bid 330 and 330. I'm 327. I'm going to be 30. You're 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 going to be 30. 327. I'm going to be Trent on 22. Trent on 22. A little heifer here. And I want $3 on her. Now 5. You're going to be 305 and 305 and bid 5 here. Now you're going to be 305 now 305 and 305. I'm going to be 5. I'm going to be down 285. You're going to be 285 87. 285 87. I'm going to be 285 7. 287 90. You're going to be 92. You're going to be 95 now 3 now 5 now 10 and 310 now 15. I'm going to 15 and 315. You get 310 high, get it in 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 310. That going to be Ruben. I get the number down. Ruben on straight. Ruben straight. On you going to be little boy. Are you going to be 300 and now 135 and now 335 and 335 and bid 5 here. Now you going to be 315 now 17 is 17. I got a van down here 15. You going to be 17 and 317 15. The ring going to be 17 here. Now going to be 315 17 and 317. Trench on time here 20. You going to be 320 at 320. You going to be 320 20 20. He going to be 17 20 317. I going to be Trent. Get him on 2 and a 2. Trent 22. To the Toll family, thank you, folks. We appreciate you. Nice cattle right there down. Off their mamas, guys. Got a round of vaccines in a minute down. Be the Gore Ranch, guys. Always sends good ones to town now. You're going to be 325. You're 325 7. I'm going to be 30. Then you're going to be 32. You're going to be 35. You're going to be 37. Now 40. Now 42. And 45. And 45. 50. Down bid 5. Down 55. 60. 360. And now 2. Then you're going to be 62. And 5. 65. 7. And you're going to be 7. 7. 80. You're going to be 72. You're going to be 72. And 375. 377. 80. You're going to be 382. You're going to be 382. And 382. 85. You're going to be 385. 87. 87. 90. You're going to be 392. You're going to be 395 and 395 and 95 here. Down you're going to be 392 down 95 97 and 397. You're going to be 395. You're going to be 397. You're going to be 395. You're going to be 397. 395. That's Brandon on 5. You get him on Brandon on 5. I'll steer round the shots off his mama. 470. He hit 470. I ain't going to be 70, 70, 70, 80. Going to be 470. 470. I am now 70, 70, 80. Going to be 72. Down bid 2. And 472. Down going to be 2. Going to be 2. Now 5. 75, 77, 80. He going to be 482. And 485. 87 to bid 90. 492. 495. And 497. 497. 495. You going to be 97. You going to be 495, 97. 495. Jerry on 4. All round the shot center, guys. Hefford, he going to be right off the count. He going to be guaranteed to be open to you now. No guarantee on her. He going to be no guaranteed. He going to be 310 and 310. High going to be 10. Going to be 10. Going to be 10. 11. 311 of 11 of them. And 310. 11 appeared. I going to be 310. 311. I going to be 310. 11. 310. I going to be Troy. I going to be number 6X. Go ahead and Prager. To the Gore Ranch. Thank you, folks. If you're sitting here with us or watching online, we thank you guys. Appreciate you. Nice cattle. I'll be the West cattle. I'll be off their mamas, guys. They got a round of shots in them. On 367 and 367, 70. High going to van 370 and 370. Now 2D going to be 75. E going to be 77, 80. High going to be 382. High going to be 385 and 385, 87. Going to be 90. Going to be 392. He going to be 395. He going to be 397. Now 4 down $4 on her 2 and 405. You hit 5 here. D going to be 7 up here. 407 and 405. You going to be 7 up here. 405. Going to be 7. Going to be 7. Going to be 7. Going to be 7. 405. They're going to be Troy. I get him on 13. You get him on Troy. Get him on number 13. You going to be Heifer here. On you going to be 337 and 337. 7 of it, 7 of them. You going to be 337 and 337. 7 appeared. I going to be 330, 331 and 330, 31. He going to be 330, 320. Hey, going to be 320 and 320. You 20 to bid 20 to them. You going to be 320 down to 310 out that door. 310. 310. High going to be 10. Going to be 10. House want to be 10. I going to be 310, 11 and 311. I got a van 310, 11 and 310. 11 of 11 of them. You going to be 12. 12 here. You going to be 13. You going to be 13. 14. 14. And now 14. 14. Hanging down 15. And you're going to 16. You're going to be 316. You're 15. I'm going to be 16. You're going to be 315. You're going to be Troy. You're going to be on 6X and go ahead and Prager. Nope. You're going to be Steers. Round of shots off their mamas. You're going to be down. Celebrator down. Going to be 415. You're 15. I'm going to be 15. 15. 15. You're going to be now 17. You're 17. You're going to be 17. 20. You're going to be 22. You're going to be 22. 5. You're going to be 25. You're going to be 27. You're going to be 30. You're going to be 2. And 32. You're going to be 32. Now you're going to be 432. And 432. Money's on the right here now. 432. You're 2. I'm going to be 2225. You're going to be 35. You're going to be 37. And 37. You're going to be 35. You're going to be 37, 435 here. You're going to be 7 up here, 435 Brandon. And number 4, going to be Brandon on 4. To the West family, thank you, folks. Appreciate you. Nice cattle right here down. Be the Roper family. On off their mamas. They're going to be all natural to you. Bulls and good. Now you're going to be 372. I'm 372. You're going to be 222. You're going to be 372. I'm 372. You're going to be 222. You're going to be 355. And 355. You're going to be 7 up here. 55 7. I'm 355. You're going to be 7 up here. 355 7. And 355. You're going to be 7 up at 60. You're going to be 362. You're going to be 365. It's 7s. You're going to be 7 7 8. You're going to be 72. You're going to be 75. And 372 and 5. You're going to be 72 here. 5 here. You're going to be 372 and 2 and 2 and 5 here. Down you're going to be 372 and 5. 372, and that's Huffman. Be the Bellows cattle. Roscoe Bellows cattle for you. Yes, sir. They're good. I know that. Be 21 head of them, guys. Roscoe Bellows cattle sitting right here ringside with us now. Guys, they're going to be home raised, 2 rounds of shots, guys. Handle up right here now. You're going to be reputation program right here now. 75 plus days of the weaning. I like the kind right here now. You're going to be Celebratory. You're going to be 425. You're now 7. I got a van 30. Now 2. You're going to be 35, 37. You're going to be 40. You're going to be 2. And 42, 5. You're going to be 47. You're going to be 47. You're 50. And now 2. You're going to be now 5 down. 55, 7. 57 now 60. 62 down bid 2. 5. 65. 67. You're going to be 70. You're going to be 72. You're going to be 75. You're going to be 77. And 4 475, he gonna be 477, 475, 77, and 475, he gonna be 7 up here, 475, 7, and 475, he gonna be 7 up here, 475, 7, 475, I gonna be D&D on 2, I ain't gonna be on D&D, and number 2. They're going to be big brothers here, guys. 75 days on them now. They're going to be Celebratory. They're going to be 365. Now I got a van down 7. And 367. Now 67, 70. And 370. And now 370. It's 70, 70, 70. 67, 70, 80. Going to be 72, 75, 77. It's 80. And going to be 380. Down bid 380. And 382. Down 82, 85. You're going to be 385. 82, 85. You're going to be 382. 85 here. Down. You're going to be 382 and 2 and 5 here. Down. You're going to be 382, 85. 382. And I'm going to be D&D on 2. I ain't get him on D&D. And number 2. Roscoe, appreciate you, sir. Nice cattle. Thank all the buyers, he says. Appreciate everybody. I'll be the wall cattle, guys, sitting right here ringside with us now. Home raised, 2 rounds of shots in them. 60-plus days on the weaning. You bet, guys. Grass and cake only. Little things do it all right here down. All the heifers going to be guaranteed open. Do you going to be nice program right here down? Who you going to be down? You said going to be 402 and 402. Going to be 222 5. Who you going to be 405 and 405 here. 7 up here and 10 here. 12 down 15. Who you going to be 17? It's 17. Who you going to be 17 20? Who you going to be 422? Who you going to be 25? It's 25. Who you going to be 425 now 7 427 30. It's 30 30 32. Who you going to be 35? Who you going to be 35 37 now 40 and 42. Who you going to be 42? Who you going to be 45 and 45 47 up here now 50. Down bid now 2 and 52. Hang gonna be 2, gonna be 2, gonna be 2, and now 5. Hit 55 here. Down gonna be 2 0 5 here. Down 452 and 5 and 452. Hang gonna be 5, gonna be 5, gonna be 5, gonna be 5, gonna be 5 452. And I'm gonna be Jerry on 2. 60-plus days, guys, and Shapey down be the wall cattle. Now, who you going to be 355 and 355 and bid 5 here. How you going to be 355 here. How you going to be 355 and 355. Who you going to be 335. Walk them at that door. 337 and 337. I got a van down here. How you going to be 35. Who you going to be 37 and 337 40. And now 2. How you going to be 45 and 345. Who you going to be 345. Kyle going to be 45 now 7. Hit 50 down 2. How you going to be 2 and 55 and now 7 now 60, 362 and 5, ziggity 7, 70, 72, and 375, you're going to be 77, 80, high, you're going to be 382, down, you're going to be 385, 87, 90, and 392, 95, 97, to bid 4, down, 4 bucks on them, and 397, 4, high, going to be 397, get him in 4, 397, they're going to be Todd, get him on 51, hit Todd, and get him on number 5 and a 1, Todd, 51, you're going to be down, big old stout heifer here now, still a good wall cattle, 60 days, guys, she's guaranteed open to you, you're going to be celebrate there, you're going to be 320, and 320, hit 320, 20, 20, how you going to be 320, and 320, hit 20, 20, 20, how you going to be 310, and 310, 10, 10, 10, how you going to be 310, 10, 10, and 310, how you going to be 3 bucks on her, now 1, how you going to van 2, and now 2, 3, down 4, and 305, and now 6 here, then you going to be 7, now 8, 308, 9, hit 9, now 10, 310, 11, 11 of it, 11 about 12, and you're going to be 13, you're going to be 13, 14, now 15, now 16, you're going to be 17, 18, 19, 19, 19, and 319, 20, hit 321, you're going to be 22, you're going to be 23, you're going to be 24, and 324, and 3 0, 4 0, you're going to be 323, and 3 and 4, you're going to be 323, I'm going to be Loudon, get him on number 27 and Preg him, you Loudon 27 Preg. Oh, she's a heifer, she's got 60 days on her. 470, yeah, 470, you're going to be 70, 70, 70, you're going to be 470, Mackie, you looking here, you're going to be 470, in 470, I ain't going to be 70, 70, you're going to be down 2, you're going to be 72, and 472, I ain't going to van down here, down, going to be 472, hit 2, I ain't going to be 222, and now 5, you're going to be 77, 80, then going to be 482, then going to be 485, 87, and 487, going to be 90, going to be 90, going to be 90, going to be 90, hit 487, 90, hit 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, 487, that going to be Jerry, I ain't going to have a number, I ain't going to have a number 6. You Jerry on 6, and I am a nice guy, ain't I? He gonna be, he gonna about, he gonna be a little heifer. 460, it's 60, and now 60, he gonna be 460, and 460, and now 60 days, guys, be the wall cattle now, 462, hit 2, I ain't gonna be 2, down bid, 462, hit 2, I ain't gonna be 222, I ain't gonna be 450, in 452, 5, down 55, he gonna be 7, get him in 60, get him in 2, get him in 5, get him in 7, get him in 70, 72, 475, and 475. You're gonna be 77, 80. You're gonna be 485 and 90. You're gonna be 490. You're 490, 85, 87, 90, 90, 90, 90, 92. You're gonna be 95. You're gonna be 95. Hit 95. You're gonna be 92, 95. You're gonna be 95, 97. You're gonna be 97. Hit 495. You're gonna be 7 up here. You're gonna be 495. That's gonna be Jerry. Number 6. Only going to be 60 today. Wayne Steer, still a good wall cattle now. D going to be 525. You hit 525. You hit 7. I got a man 527. Hit 527. You hit 27. Get have been 30. Get have been 2. Get have been 5. Get have been 7. Get have been 40. Get have been 2. Get have been 5. Now 7. Hit 50. Down 2, 2, 2, 5 and 7 up here. 57 and 557. You hit 557. 7, 7. 7 of it. 7 of I. And 557. 55 here. D going to be 7 up here. 555. And that going to be D and D. And on the number 1s, D and D. I'll be the big brothers here, guys. Still Wayne 60 days. Still got the shots. They're still a good wall cattle. On D gonna be set up a turn down. Gonna be down 418. Hit 418. 19. I got a van 19. D gonna be down 20. D gonna be 22. D gonna be 25. D gonna be 27. D gonna be down 30. Hit 32. D gonna be 35. D gonna be 37. Now 40. D gonna be down 2. D gonna be 45. Hit 47. 47. 50. And now 2. And 55. Down 57. Gonna be 60. 460. Hit 57. 60. Down 2, down 2, 5, and 65, 67, 70, and 472, 475, 77, now 80, 480, 480, 480, and 477, 80, and 477, get an 80s here, 477, 80, 477, that's going to be D&D on 2, I get them on D&D in number 2. Mr. Wall, thank you, sir, appreciate you, nice cattle, thanks to all the buyers involved there, appreciate everybody. I'll be the out cattle for you. Home raised, round shots, guys. Heifers are going to be open to you now. I'll be about 60 ahead of these things sorted up for you now. I like them. You're going to be celebrator down. 417. It's 17. Yeah, 417. You're going to be 17. Going to be 17, 20. And 420. And now 2. You're going to be 422. Down bid 422. And 422. Down 5. You're going to be now 7. Now 30. You're going to be 32. You're going to be 35. You're going to be 37. Now 40. Down 2. Down 5. Now 7. 50. Down 2. Down 5. 55. 455. And 452. Down 5. Yeah, 452 and 2 and 5. And 452. I get to be 5 here, down 2 here, 5 here. I get to be 452 and 2 and 2 and 5, 452. I get to be Ruben on number 2. On Ruben on 2, Ruben on 2. On open if you need them to be now. Do you get to be heifers? And I like them now. Do you get to be celebrator down? Do you get to be 375 and 375, 77? I got a van down here, 377 and 375. You get to be 7 up here, 375. You get to be 77 and 377, 80. I get to be 380. I get to be 380. Money's high, 377, 80 and 380. I get to be 377, 80s here. I get to be 380 and 377, 80. I got money way up top, guys. 377, 380 and 380. And now 77, 80. I get to be 377. Loudon. I get to be number. You get up on 15, Loudon on 15. They're guaranteed open. Who you gonna be? Do you gonna be? You say round of shots off their mamas. Who you gonna be? Do you gonna be? Celebrator down. Who you gonna be? Down. 327 and 327. It's 7 of it. 7 of them. You gonna be 327 and 327. Who you gonna be? 7 up here. Down. You gonna be 327. Boys ought to be there. 327 and 327. I ain't gonna be 27 of it. 7 of them. You gonna be 320 and walk them out that door. 321. I got a man 2, 3, 4. You gonna be 25. You gonna be 26 here. Then you gonna be 26. It's 7. You gonna be 28. You gonna be 28. It's 9. You 329, 99, 329, 30. You gonna be 330 and 31. You gonna be 32. You gonna be 32. You gonna be 33. You gonna be 34. You gonna be 35. You gonna be 36. You 37. You gonna be 38. You gonna be 39 and now 39 and 339, 9999. You gonna be 339. You gonna be 3 on 40. You gonna be 340 and 340. You ain't gonna be 341. You gonna be 2. You gonna be 42 and 43. I ain't gonna be 44 and you gonna be 45. You gonna be 46. You ain't gonna be 47 and 347. And now 47. 7 of it's 8. You're gonna be 348. 8 and 348. Down 9 9 9 9. You're gonna be 349. 8 and 9 9 9 9. You're gonna be 348. And that's gonna be Troy. I ain't gonna be numbered. I ain't gonna be Troy on number 16. It's Troy. I ain't gonna be number 16. Guys, they're bulls. I got a round of shots. So they're off their mamas. You gonna be $5. You get $5 on them. You $5. Hey, you gonna be $5. You gonna be $5 on them here down 502. I got a man 502. You gonna be 222. Gonna be 502. Hit 2 down 5. Now 5. You gonna be 7. I gonna be 10. Now 12. Now 15. Now 17. You down 20. He gonna be 22. He gonna be 22 and 522. Hang gonna be 2 to be 2. Hang gonna be 522 and 2. 522. 522. 520. I'm gonna be Jerry. And number 4. I'm gonna be Jerry on 4. I'll be the big brothers here. They're bulls now. Do you get a bid? Do you get a bass? Elevator down bid 405. Hit 405. I got a man here down bid 405.7. Hit 407. 7 of it. 7 of it. 10. And now 12. And gonna be 15. He 15. J-Dub gonna be 15. 15. 15. And 412. 15. 17. He gonna be 17. 20. Hit 20. He gonna be down 2. He gonna be down 25. He gonna be 27. Now 30. Hit 30. 32. He gonna be 35. He gonna be 37. He gonna be 37. And 435. He gonna be 437. He gonna be 37 of it. 7 of it. He gonna be 435. 7, 435. I gonna be Jerry. Head number 4. I gonna be Jerry on 4. Be the big brothers, guys. Their bulls are off their mamas now. Do you get a bid? Do you get a bass? Elevator. I want here down. Do you get a 355? Hit 355. And now 5 here. 7. And 57 of it. 7 of it. 3 of it. 7. I got a man. 357. 60. And now 2 down 5. 365. And 362 and 3. 4 down bid. 4 5 down. 65. 65. Hit 6. And now 6 7. 67. Hit 8. Now 9 9 9. And now 70. He gonna be 71. And 371. He gonna be 371 bid. 1 by. And gonna be 370. Hit 2, and you're going to be 73. And now 3, 4, and you're going to be 74. And 373 and 4, down 4, 4, and you're going to be 73. And you're going to be 74, and you're going to be 373 and 3 and 3 and 4. 373, and they're going to be CA 5 and a 5. CA 55. To the Yauk family, guys. Appreciate you folks. Fancy cattle right there. We appreciate that. Nice, nice cattle. Be the Flanagan cattle. Guys are home raised, 2 rounds of vaccines in them. You're going to be 30 plus days on the weaning, guys. Heifers are going to be guaranteed to be open to you now. And 337, and 337, hey, you're going to be 337, 7 of it, 7 of it, you're going to be 337, and 337, hey, you're going to be 7 of it, 7 of it, you're going to be 337, hey, you're going to be 325, and 325, and bid 5 here, and you're going to be 325, 5, 5, you're going to be 310, and 325, 7, 30, down 332, you're going to be 32, 35, and 37, you're going to be 40, you're going to be 2, you're going to be 5, you're going to be 7, and 347, hey, you're going to be 345, you're going to be 7 of it, 7 of it, you're going to be 345, you're going to be 347, 345, and that's going to be Ruben on number 2. And Ruben on 2. Going to be 30-day weaned. Is he a steer? How you going to be? You're going to be 2 round shots, guys. He's steer now. You're going to be 345 and 345 hand bid 5 here down now 345 and 345 hand bid 5 here down. You're going to be 2555. You're going to be 342 and 5 and 342 and 5. You're going to be 342 and 5 7. You're going to be 347 and 345 750 down 2225 355 and 355. You get 5 here down. You're going to be 355 here down. You're going to go to 355 and going to be 355 here now 7 and 357 60 and now 60 and going to be 357 Schrock. Be little boys, you're going to be 30 days on them, guys are vaccinated. You're going to be 475, hit 475, you're going to be 475 here down 475. 475, you're going to be 475, 5, 5, 450, down 2, hit 2, down 5, and now 5 here, down, you're going to be 455, and I got a van here, bid 5, 5, 5, 5, 7, hit 57, 60, now 62, down bid 5, 87, hit 70, you're going to be 70, 70, 70, 67, 70, 467, you're going to be 70, 70, 70, you're going to be 467, I'm going to be Jerry on 4, I'm going to be Jerry on 4, you little heifer here. Same cattle, guys. You're going to be 30 plus days on her vaccinated now. You're going to be be a new deal here for you. To the Flanagans, guys. Appreciate you, folks. Nice cattle right here now. You said off their mamas, guys. Some of them be 90 days. Be your own judge here now. You're going to be $4. You get $4 on her. You get $4 here. Then you're going to be 4, 4, and 2. Then you're going to be 402 and 405. Here you're going to be 7 up here and 10 here. 410, 410. Now 12 down. Bid 15. You're going to be 17. Get have been 20. Get have been 2. Get have been 5. Get have been 7. Get have been 30. In 30. And 27. Get have been 30. 30. 30. High and 427. Get have been 30. Get have been 30. Get have been 30. Get have been 30. 427. Ruben on 2. On the heifer here. Down. Get a beat. Bit of a celebratory. No, you're going to be 325 and 325 and bid 5 here down to 25 here down. You're going to be 325 at 25. You're going to be 6 here down 325, 600 at 325 and you're going to be 6 up here. You're going to be 325 down 6 here down. You're going to be 325 6 325. I'm going to be Troy and you said number D. You're going to be numbered 15. You're going to be Troy. You're going to be 15. You're gonna be half brothers off them guys. Their bulls are good now. You're gonna be on 380 and 380. Now 380's here. Now you're gonna be 380 and 380 and you're gonna 380 and now 380, 80, 80, 370 and 372. Now you're gonna be here. Now you're gonna be 372. You two. Now you're gonna be 25. You're gonna be 75. You're gonna be 75 and 377 77 80. Now you're gonna be 380 on 80. Jerry. You're gonna be 80 down. Be 382. Now you're gonna be 382 85. You're gonna be 385, 87, and now 387, 90, you're going to be 390, and 390, 87, going to be 98, 88, and 88, and 387, CA55. He's Bull. Who you going to be? You're going to bounce to the meter down 300 and you're going to be G-Say 280. 280. I ain't going to be 280. I ain't going to be 280. Samuel Wake up third. I ain't going to be 280. 280. I ain't going to be 280. I ain't going to be 270. 271. He going to be 270, 71 bid. One bow down two. He going to be 72. And 72. I ain't going to be 73. I ain't going to be 74. I ain't going to be 75 down now. $76.07. It's 78. I ain't going to be 278. I ain't going to be 277.8. I ain't going to be 277.8. He going to be 277. I ain't going to be Camp. And number straight, Camp straight away. You Camp on straight. To the Ross family, thank you, folks. Appreciate you. Nice cattle. They be Dean Cole's cattle here for you. Guys, they're going to be 30 days on them. They're going to be all natural to you. You say the heifer outside, so the heifer outside there. He gonna be weaned 30 plus days down. He gonna be the meter down. Gonna be 400 and on my tier down. Gonna be 405. Hit 405. Now gonna be 7. You gonna be 7 of it, 7 of them. You gonna 5 here 7. Hit 405. You gonna be 7 up here, 5 here. Now you gonna be 7. Gonna be 7. Gonna be 7. Now 10. You 12, 15. You gonna be 17. Gonna be 20. You gonna be 2 and 5. You 27. Gonna be 30. Gonna be 2. Gonna be 5. You gonna be 35 and 435. You're gonna be 32, 35. You're gonna be 432 and 2 and 2 and 5. 432. Gonna be Ruben. Hand number. You're gonna be Ruben on. You're gonna be straight. I'll sell the bulls off them guys outside there now. You're gonna be sell them a tear. You're going to be $4 on them. You're going to be 402. You're going to be 402. Hit 2. Time, boys, will be getting lighter down. 402. And now 5. You're going to be 405. Hit 405. You hit 2 here. 5 here. You're going to be 402. Going to be 557. Hit 10. You're going to be down 12. And now 12, 12, 15. You're going to be 15, 17. Hit 20. You're going to be 20, 20, 20. You're going to be 17, 20. And 417. You're going to be 20. 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 417, 20. 417. I'm going to be Jerry. Hand number 4. I'm going to be Jerry on 4. I'll sell a heifer. You're going to be 330 and 330. And now 30, 30, 30. Then you're going to be 332 and 332. You do it here down. You're going to do 332. You do it high. You're going to be 332 and 35. I got a van down here. You're going to be 332 and 5. You're going to be 35, 7. You're now 40. And now 2. And you're going to be 42 and 45. You're going to be 345, 7. And now 50. And you're going to be 352, 2, 5. And bid 355. Is 7 up here and 68. You get down to 365, 365, 7. And now 70. You're going to be 372. Then you're going to be 375. You're going to be 375 and 375. 2 here, 5 here. Then you're going to be 372 and 2 and 2 and 2 and 5 and 372. I'm going to be Loudon. And number 15, Loudon on 15. Guaranteed open, guys. 60 plus days. They're vaccinated. Be the 4T Genetics cattle. On to you going to be 340. Open now. To you going to be now 1. And 341. 1, 1, 1. And now 2. You're going to be 43. You're going to be 45. You're going to be 47. You're going to be 50. You're going to be 2. You're going to be 5. It's 7, 60, 62. Now you're going to be 65, 67. It's 70, 72, 75, 77. Get 80. Now you're going to be 382. Now you're going to be 385, 87, 387, 90. Get 392. Now you're going to be 92. Now you're going to be 392. Get 2. I ain't going to be 392. Now you're going to be 392. Now you're going to be 390. They're going to be Loudon. I ain't going to on 15. Loudon on 15. On you going to be Celebrator now. You going to be 425. If 425, you going to be 25 here. Little thin man now. You going to be 425. If 425, big knee on him, guys. Take 250 on him. On 255, you're going to be 255. Big knee. You're going to be 255. On 255, you're going to be $2 a pound. You're going to be 510. You're 1520. You're going to be 25. You're going to be 30. You're going to be 5. You're going to be 40. On 240, I ain't going to be 240. You're going to be 35, 40. On 235, 40. I ain't going to be 235 here. 40's here. I ain't going to be 235, 40, 40, 40, 40. You're going to be 235. Geronimo. He's a little heifer. Hey, gonna be on you say 200. Hey, gonna be $200. Yeah, 200. I ain't gonna be 2. I ain't gonna be $200. Yeah, 2. I ain't gonna be 2 bid, 2 bound. I ain't gonna be 200. Yeah, 2. I ain't gonna be $100 by the head. 120, 125, 125, 125, 125. Hey, gonna 125 here. I ain't gonna be $50 by the head. 50. Yeah, 50, 50, 50 down 50. Yeah, 50. Hey, now 75. Hey, gonna be 75. Yeah, 75. Now 100. $100 here. 100. Hey, gonna be 100, man. Gonna be 100 and quarter. 125. 125 here. 125 here. Gonna be 125. 125. 125. 125. $100 to you way up high. What's that name there? Rascone. I got you there. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Guys are off their mamas. They're gonna be all natural. They're gonna be guaranteed open to you. On you gonna be celebrator down, guaranteed open to you. On you gonna be off their mamas. How you gonna be $3? How you gonna be $3 one? $3 one. How you gonna be 301 bid, 1 bound? You gonna be 281. On 281, 1 2. On 81 2. You gonna be 281. You gonna be 2. You gonna be 2. You gonna be 2. On 281 2. How you gonna be 222? You gonna be 265. 265. On 265. You get 5 here. You gonna be 250. How you gonna be 251? On 251. 1. You gonna be 240. 240. I ain't gonna be 240, 40, 40. You're gonna be 220, and I ain't gonna van down. 221, 2. You're 22. I ain't gonna be 22, 3. You're gonna be 24. You're gonna be 25. You're gonna be 27. You're gonna be 30. On 227, 32. You're gonna be 35. You're gonna be 37. You're gonna be 37. On 235. You're gonna be 7 up here. I ain't gonna be 235 and 237. You're gonna be 235. Ruben. I ain't gonna number 2. Ruben on 2. I'll sell a heifer. You're going to be 255 played. I ain't going to be 255. Got 255. You're going to be 55 here. I ain't going to be 255. 55. She's open now. You're going to be 255 7. You're 57. And 7. 255. You're going to be 7 of it. 7 and 55 7. 7. You're going to be 255. That's going to be Troy. I am number 6X and Prager. You gonna be down with is that Mr. Ham sitting over there? How you gonna be? He gonna be 305 and 305 and now 5 here. You gonna be 305 and you gonna be 305 and 305. You get 5 here. You gonna be 305 and gonna be 295 and 295. You gonna be 95 here. You gonna be 295. You gonna be 95 and 295. You gonna be 285. You gonna be 285 here. You gonna be 285 and 285. 85 here and 85. You gonna be 270. Hanging down to 225 and 275. 77 and 277 and 275 is 77. You're gonna be 275, 77. Get 80. You're gonna be 280. You're gonna be 280 down 2. You're gonna be 285. You're gonna be 287. 287. 287. 85. 87 of it 7 about me. You're gonna be 285. You're gonna be 287. You're gonna be 285. I'm gonna be CA. You're gonna be on 66. You're gonna be on CA and 66. You're gonna be heifers are open. You're gonna be hanging on. You're gonna be down. You're gonna 70 plus days on the weaning, guys. You're gonna be the Imke cattle. You're gonna be down bid. 4 livestock. You bet. MC4 livestock. 70 plus days on the weaning. Now 330. 330, yes sir. All right, but guys, we're going to guarantee them open to them. Are you going to be celebrated? Are you going to be at hand? You're going to go 345. You're 345. Are you going to be 345 here? You're going to be 345 and 345 and 5 here. You're going to be 330 and now 330 and 330. I ain't going to be 30, 30, 30. I ain't going to be 330 and be 15 and 315 and going to be 15, 15 and you're going to get a 315 and 315 and you're going to get a $3 no one and going to be 301 bid and we're going to. Sir, are these your heifers here? He said. Perfect. We do have some MC4 cattle coming here in a little bit, and they are nice. We're going to sell them. No, we're good. Be the Gates cattle. Be the light end of the Gates cattle down. Who are you going to be, you said? I'll sell it down. Are you going to be down? Weighs 465 pounds right here now. Long time on the weaning, guys. He gonna be $4. You get $4 on him. He gonna be $4. And forward. He gonna be on 375 and 375. He gonna be 375. He gonna be 375 and 375. Long time wean, guys. He gonna be 375 and 375. He gonna be 375. He gonna be 350, 560, 570, 370. Larry gonna be 70, 65, 70 and 370. All right, now 75 and now 80. Gonna be 385 and now 90. Gonna be 395. $4.5 and now 10. Gonna be 405. 10. You 5 10 10 10 10. You get to be 405, and that going to be Trent. Get up on 2 and a 3. You get Trent 23. Oh, thin man here, guys. He get about $1.50. You get $1.55 and 155 here down 155. 155. You get 5 here down 155. 155, you gonna be dollar bill 5, you gonna be $5. 105, you get 5 here down bid. 105 here down, gonna be 105, 105, 105, you gonna be 50 cents a pound now 2, gonna be 52 and 2, 52, 52, gonna be 2 to be 2, gonna be 2 to be 2, 5 and 55, 55, you won't try him here, 55, 55 and 55, 60, down bid 5, down bid 65 and 65, now 70, you gonna be 75, you gonna be 75, it's 75, you gonna be 70, 75, you gonna be 70, 75, you gonna be $70 heck. Bowman here, you gonna be about 200. He get on 1 here, 38. Hey, you gonna be on 235. On 235, you gonna be 35 here. You gonna be 235. You gonna be 235. On 235, you gonna be 35 here. You gonna be 210. You gonna be 210. 210. On 210, 10, 10, 180, 181, 81, 181 bid, 1 by 181, 81, 1 $1.55, 155, 155, 65, 165, 65, 165, 165, 165, 165, you gonna be 165, 160, 165 here, 160, 165, 160, and that gonna be Sammy Straight. Sam Straight. I was starting to wonder if old Sam was awake up there this morning. Gonna be Steer Yerlin now. He gonna be 310 and 310. I gonna be 10, gonna be 10, gonna be 10 and 310. I gonna be 10, 10, 10, 310 and 310. I gonna be 291. 291. He gonna be 291. He gonna be Trent. You're kind of Yerlin now. You gonna be 281. He gonna be 281 2, 82. I gonna be 2 to be 2. I gonna be 281. Gonna be 2. I gonna man down 2. 281. I gonna be 222. You gonna be 281. I gonna be CA. I gonna be number 66. I thought that was one of those Hungarian Greys there when I first seen him. I got a dead eye and a blue eye. Are you gonna be? He gonna buy Yerlin now. Heard they're good to rope. Are you gonna be? He gonna buy 200 and you said 30. On 230. Are you gonna be 230, 30, 30? On 230. Are you gonna be 230, 30, 30? Are you gonna be $2 on one? Are you gonna be not 2? Are you gonna be 202? On 201, 2. Are you gonna be 2-1? Are you gonna be 2? Gonna be 2? Gonna be 3, 5? Are you gonna be 7? And now 10, 12. You 15. Are you gonna be 17? Now 20. Now 2. Are you gonna be 25? You're 27. I'm gonna be 30, 30, 30. I'm gonna be 230. You're 27, 30. I'm 227. Gonna 32. You're gonna be 32. I'm gonna be 230, 30, 30, 32, 5. You're 35. You're gonna be 35. 235. I'm 235. You're gonna be 232. And they're gonna be CA. I got them on 66. Hello, Deonda. Guys that belong to Seth right here, guys. It'll be hard weaned steers here now. On you're going to be 410. If 410, I ain't going to be 10, going to be 10, going to be 10. If 410, I ain't going to be 10, 10, 10. I ain't going to be 382. I ain't going to be 382. I'm 382. I Wayne Steers now. Do you going to be 382? Hit 2. I ain't going to be 2 to be 2. I ain't going to be 382. 2, 2. I ain't going to be 382. I'm 382. 585 here. I ain't going to be 82, 85, 87. Now 90. You going to be 390. 392. Hey, you going to be 392. 225. You going to be 95. 395. 205 here. Hey, you going to be 392. Down 57. 397. Now 4. Down $4 on it. Hit $4. Hit 4 and 4 and 4. Hey, you going to be 397. Going to be 4-2. Down bid 2. And 402. 5 and bid 5 here. 7 up here. 407. Going to be 10. 410. High now 10. 407. 10. 12. 412. Down going to be 412. 12. 12. 12. 12. And going to be 410. Going to be 12. Going to be 12. 410. Schrock. Make him a Schrock number 2. You bet. Make him a Schrock number 2 and pin him off, please. Going to be just tracking off it here now. 170. You're going to be $1.70. 170, 170, 170. 170. You get 170, 170. You're going to be 120. 120, 22. 122. You're going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. 122. 122. I ain't going to be 25. 125, 7. 127. Where'd you go? 127, 30. You're going to be 32. You're going to be 35. You're 35, 7. 40. 140. 142. 145. 145, 55. 145. You do it here. 145, 7. You're 50. 55. 55, 60. 160. 160, 155, 60, 160, 155. I ain't going to be hexed. Steer, he's waned. He going to be 255. 255, here, you're going to be 255, and 5 here, now you're going to be 255, 255 here, now you're going to be 230, 230, 30, 30, you're going to be 30 to be 30 to buy, you're going to be 230, 30, 30, 30, now you're going to be 230, $2 on him, I got a man down here, 2, now you're going to be 225, you're 205, you're going to be 10, you're going to be 15, you're going to be 20, 225, here, you're going to be now 30, and now 35, 235, here, you're going to be 35 here, now you're going to be 235 here, 40, 240, here, you're going to be 245, 50, here, you're going to be 255, it's 60, 265, 270, 275, 280, and you're going to be 285. You get 90, then you're going to be 285, 90, 85, 90, 85, 90, 85, 90, you're going to be 285, 90, 285. Ruben, you get on straight, Ruben straight. On, they're going to be Wayne 60 plus days now. And now you're going to be 505. Now I got a man down here 10, 15, 25. You're going to be 30. If I'm 25, I'm going to be 30, 30, 30. If I'm 25, I'm going to be 35. In 35, 40. You're going to be 45, 50. Now 50, 55, 55, 60. It's 60, 5, 60, 5, 55, 60. In 555, you get a 160s here. Now 60, 60, 60, 555. D&D on number 1. You're going to be short-eared here. You're going to be curled ear on the other. Now, you're going to be settlement there. You're going to be $3. You're going to be $3 and 2. You're going to be 60 plus days Halloween. And now you're going to be 302 and 302. You're going to be 222. You're going to be 302. You're going to be 282. 282. You're going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. 282. 282. You're going to be 255. You're going to be 255. 60. 260. 265. You're going to be 270. You're going to be 270. It's 75. 275. 280. You're going to be 280. You're going to be 285. You're going to be 285. Hit 90. You're going to be 290. 295, now $3.5, and 305, get him in 10, you 15, now 20, 325, now 30, now 330, and 330, and now 30, 325, you get him in 35, you get him in 35, you get him in 35, and 335, 40, then you get him in 340, now 45, you get him in 345, and 345, and be 45 here, then you get him in 340, Schrock. Get him on straight, Schrock straight, you bet. On you're going to be 220. You hit 220. You hit 220, 20, 20. Just old foot right there now. You're going to be 220. You hit 220. You're going to be 20 to 20 to bomb. You're going to be 20. You're going to be 222. You hit 22. You're going to be 2 to 2. Then you're going to be 222. You're going to be 222. You hit 2. You're going to be 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 2. 220. I'm going to be JW. I am number 7. You JW 7. Big knee, $1.50, 150. I ain't gonna be 50, 150 down, 150, 150. I ain't gonna be Mr. Hex. Give 120 for him. 25. I got a man. 125, 125. You gonna be 25. Gonna be 25. Gonna be 25. 120, 120, 125, 125, 120. That's gonna be hexed. Oh, 60 days on him, guys. He gonna be he gonna be $1,200. He get $1,200. Get 12. He gonna be total 12. He gonna be 1,200. He gonna be 1,200. Get $1,200. You get 12. He gonna be 12. He gonna be 1,200. He gonna be 1,100. 1,100. 11. Now quarter. 11 a quarter high. 11.50.75. 11.75. 11.75. Get 11.12. And quarter. 12 and a quarter high. 12.50.75. Get 1,300. Down 13 quarter high. 13.50. Get 13.50.75. 13.75. 1,400. 14 quarter. Get 14 quarter. Get 14 quarter. He gonna be 14.25. Get 14.25. He gonna be 1,400. That gonna be Mackie. I ain't gonna have a number. You say 2 to 5. Mackie 35. You Mackie on 35. Going to be the gross cattle for you. Guys, going to be home raised, a round of shots in them. 60 plus days. So the winning guys are going to be all open to you. And you're going to be 365. You get 365 here. Hang now 7. Now it's going to be 5-7. High 365. 770. You're going to be 72. You're going to be 75. You're going to be 77. It's 78. You're going to be 79. Now 79. Get 80. You're going to be 381. 381. 81. 1 on 1. You're going to be 381. Do it here at 82. 82. 2, 2, 3. 83. 84. 84. 85. 86 here. 86 high. 86. 87. 88. 88. 9. 90. You're going to be 390. You're 91. You're going to be down over here 2. You're going to be 92. You're 2. You're going to be 93, 94. You're going to be 95. You're going to be 95. Hit 95. 6 here. You're going to be 96. 7. You're going to be 98. You're going to be 98. Hit 99. 99. 99. 99. Hit 98. 99. How forward. Have $4 on them. Hit $4. You hit 4. Both on here. Down 401. You're going to be 401 2. Down going to be 402 3. Down 3 4. Hit 404 5. And 5 here. Down you're going to be 6 up here. 406 7. In 407. Out 8. You're going to be 409 9 high. Hit 10. 9 14 11 11 12. You're going to be down 13. You're going to be 14. 14 15. You're going to be 16. You're going to be 16. You're 15. I'm going to be 16. Now 15. You're going to be 16. 415. I'm going to be Todd. Get up on 51. On open heifers, he gonna be celebrator down, he gonna be on 330 and 330, high gonna be 30, high gonna be 30 and 330, and now 330, 30, he gonna be 320 and 320, get 21, he gonna be 21 bid, 1 bound, he gonna be 321, get 1, I gonna be 310, walk him, he gonna be 310 and 310, I gonna be 10, 11, I got a man 311, get 12, I gonna be 12 here, he gonna be 13, 14, now 14, 15, and now 16, he gonna be 17. You get 18, 318, you get 19, now 20, you're going to be 320, and 19, 20, 319, now 20, you're going to be 320, 20, 20, you're going to be 19, 20, 19, 20, 19, 21, you're 21, you're going to be 21 bid, 1 buy, now 325, you 1, 1, 1, 1, you're going to be 320, get 1, get 1, get 1, get 1, get 1, 320, I going to be CA, you get 1, 2, and a 7, and Preg, yes, CA 27, Pregum, yes, sir, and you're going to be Half Brothers, you're going to be 60 days, shots, steers, I get here. 432 and 432 down 30 to 35. You're gonna be 35. In 35, you're gonna be 35 here. Hang gonna be D&D hopping there for 35. In 32, hang gonna be 420 play 420. In 420, it's 60 plus days on them now. 420. In 22, hey gonna be 422. Hang gonna be 25, 27 of it. Now 30, now 32. In 32, 35. You're gonna be 37 now 40 and now 2 42 45 47 now 50 now 50. In 450, now 50. You're gonna be 47 50 and for 47. Now 50 to bid, 50 to bound for 47, 58, hand bid for 47. I'm going to be Todd, hand number 44. You're going to be Todd, hand number 44. Banded guys not cleaned up yet now. He gonna be on 60 plus days on him. I now bid 362. Hit 2. I now 2. I ain't gonna ban 360. Down 2. Hit 5. Down 365. 67. 367. Hit 78. He gonna be 372. I gonna be 375. He gonna be 375. And 375. 2 here. 5 here. I gonna be 375. And 372. Down 5. Hit 75 here. And gonna be 372. And I gonna be CA. I ain't gonna 155. He gonna CA 55. You gonna be little brother. He gonna be $5 on him. Wean now, $5. She 502. Hit 502. Now I got a event here down. Going to be 502. Hit 502. Down bid 5, 5, 10. Now 15. Now 20. Now 25. Hit 30. Going to be 35. Now 40. Down 5, 40. Hit 35, 40. Going to be 35, 40. Going to be 35, 45. Hit 45, 45 here. Going to be 545, 50, 550. Hit 45, 50. Going to be 545. D&D on 1. You get a D&D on number 1. On to the Gross family, guys. Appreciate you, folks. Nice cattle right there. We thank you. By the Nicholson cattle guys, they're going to be 30 days. They're going to be open to you if you need them to be. How you going to be? Cemetery. On you're going to be 420. Hit 420. Hit 20 to be 20 to one. You're going to be 420. You're going to be 420. Hit 420. I ain't going to be 20, 20, 20, 30 plus days on them now. You're going to be $4 on them too. Hit 402. I ain't going to man 402. Hit $4 and 2. And 222. I ain't going to be 402. And 402. I ain't going to be 222. I ain't going to be 402. Hit 2. I ain't going to be 25 in 5 here. You're going to be 7 up here and 10 here. 12 down 15. You're going to be 17. You're going to be 20. Hit 2. You're going to be 25. You're going to be 27. And 427. 425 here. You're going to be 7 up here. 427. 7. You're going to be 425. I'm going to be loud. Then get up on 14. Loud. Then on 14. My little brother, he gonna be he gonna be 475. Hit 475 and bid 5 here, gonna be 75, 80 and 480. He's a bull down 475, 80, 475, 30 plus days on him, guys. 480 and 480. Hey, gonna be 75, 80 down 85, 485 and 485, 85 here, gonna be 485 bid 5 bond. Hey, gonna be 485, 85, 85 here down 85, 5, 5, 5. Hey, gonna be 485, 480. Then gonna be CA 0. I get him on CA on 0. Little heifers, he gonna be he gonna be 450 in 450. I got a man here down 450 in 455 5 he gonna be 455 in 455 do it here down gonna be 55 455 and 455 and gonna be 5 455 hit 5 you hit 5 here you do it here down gonna be 455 and gonna be 435 hit 35 you gonna be 435 here down gonna be 35 hit 37 I got a man 437 35 37 Mackie gonna be 37 40 hit 42 45, 47, now 50, 52, 55, 57, 57. I'm 55. You're going to be 7 up here and bid 455. You're going to be 7. Now 60, and now 60, now 60, 460, 60. You're going to be 457. I'm going to be Ruben. You get him on Ruben. To the Nicholson cattle guys, appreciate you folks. Nice cattle right here now. I'm be Charles Sanders cattle for you. Guys, they're going to be home raised. They got a round of shots. They got no implants in them. You're going to be 45 days plus on them, guys. They're going to be steers now. Some of them may banded right here, guys, just not cleaned up all the way, but they will be a steer when you get them home now. You're going to be 480. Hit 480. Now 80. Then you're going to be 480. Hit 480. You're going to be 480, 80, 80. 470. Hit 470. Now 70. You're going to be 450 and walk them. 455. Hit 5. You hit 455 here. You're going to be 455. Hit 455. You hit 5 here. You're going to be 55 here. You're going to be 35. Hit 35. You're going to be 435. Now 40, and now 40, hit 440, hit 440, 440, hit 440, Wayne and steers now, 440, hit 35, 40, hey, going to be 45, and 445, 50, hit 55, 55, now 60, 460, and 57, now 57, hit 57, 7 to bid, 7 to bind, 457, 7, 7, 7, 7, hey, going to be 455, I ain't going to be D&D on 3, I ain't going to be on D&D on number 3, you're going to be Big Brothers here, you're going to be 45 days on them, guys, you're going to be, cemetery, they ain't going to be, you said? You're going to be on 375 and 375. You're going to be 375. You're going to be 375. Wayne now 375 and 375. You're going to be on 375 and 377 and 377 and now 377. You're going to be 75, 77. Do it here. I'm 360. I'm now 62. Then be 362. I got a man 362 here. You're going to be 362. 2, 2, 2, 2. You're going to be 365. 365. You're going to be 5 here. And now 7. You're going to be 770. Down 370 and 372. You're going to be 72. Going to be 370. I ain't going to be CA. Hang it up on 66. Check your head count here. To the Sander family, appreciate you folks. Nice cattle right here down. Be Nick Thomas's cattle. Guys, they're home raised. They got 2 rounds of the vaccines in them. Off their mamas. Guys, some of them be banded, not cleaned up all the way, but they will be steers now. On you gonna be 335. At 335, he gonna be 35 here. He gonna be 337. At 337, he gonna be 35. He gonna be 37. At 335, he gonna be 7 up here. He gonna be 35. He gonna be 37. At 335, 740. At 340, and now 40. He gonna be 340. He gonna be 40, 42. He gonna be 45. And 345. He gonna be 345. He gonna be 345. Hit 5. You hit 45 here. Now 7. And 347, 50, 352, 355, 357, 360. 362, 365, 367, and 367, 77, 365, 7, and 365. They're going to be Huffman. I ain't get on Huffman. Big Brother's here. I'm going to be Bandit Boys. Are you going to be Salvatore? Are you going to be 310? At 310. I'm going to be 10. I'm going to be 310. At 310. I'm going to be 10. How you going to be $3 on them? At $3. 1. Are you going to be 301 bid? 1 buy. I got a band here. 1. At 2. Are you going to be 303? Are you going to be 303? Are you going to be 305? Are you going to be 307? 307, hit 10, I'm going to be down 12, I'm going to be 312, hit 312, 15, you're going to be 17, now 20, you're going to be 320, and 320, hit 320, 20, 20, you're going to be 320, you're going to be 17, 20, and 317, I'm going to be 20, you're going to be 20, you're going to be 22, you're going to be 320, 10, 320, 17, 20, you're going to be 317, they're going to be CA, get them on 66. To the Nick Thomas family, thank you, folks. Appreciate you. Nice cattle right there now. I'll be the Gatral cattle, Denny and Gatral cattle there for you. Guys, they're home raised, 2-round shots. They got 60-plus days on them. Guys, the big heifers are going to be open to you now. You're going to be 480. You hit 480. You hit 480, 80, 80. High, you're going to be 480. At 480. High, you're going to be 60-plus days on the weaning now. 480 and 480. High, you're going to be 460. And now 460. Hit now 2. High, going to be 2. 462 and 2. And 462. High, going to be 440 and out that door. 2. And 45 now 7. Going to be 50. Going to be 2. Going to be 5. Hit 455. You hit 55 here. Going to be 455. Hit 2's way up top. Going to be 55. And 455. 5 Jerry. Going to be 55 here, I'm going to be 455, and 2's here, 5 here, I'm going to be 455, 452, I'm going to be Ruben on straight. You're going to be 60 day heifers, you're going to be on Salvatore down, you're going to be 455, hit 455, hand bid, 5 here, I'm going to be 455 here, I'm going to be 455, and 440, and now 440, 440, hit 2, I'm going to be 2, 442, hit 2, I'm going to be 2, going to be 2, going to be 2, going to be 2, 5, I'm going to be 45, 7, and now 50, and now 2, down bid 5, 57, now 60, 62, down bid 5, 67, 70, and 472, 75, 77, 80, now going to be 480, 82, now going to be 85, 485, 87, 90, and 492, hang going to be 492 and 2, hang going to be 492 and 2 and 2 and 2, 490, I going to be Jerry, I number 6, you get up on Jerry on 6. On heifers, 60 days, 100, he going to be $4, hit $4 and 2, I ain't going to be 2 to be 2, down bid 402, hit 2, I ain't going to be 2, going to be 2, going to be now 5, he going to be 405, and 405, and 5 here, down 2 here, 5, and 402 and 5, and 5 here, down 2 here, 5, 7, 407, and 7 about 10, 410, now 12, down bid 15, he going to be 15, 17, hit 20, he going to be 22, he going to be 25, he going to be 25, and 425, and 25 here, down 2 here, 5 here, down going to be 422, I going to be Todd, get him on 51, he going to be Todd 51. On little boys here, you're going to be 60-plus days on them here down. You're going to be down on $6 a pound. You're going to be $6 on them. It's $6. It's 6 here. You're going to be $6. You're going to be $6. It's $6. You get 575, 575, 575. 60-plus days on the weaning now. 575, 575, 575, 555, 555. Hit 555 and 555 here. You're going to be $5, 10, 510, 20. Hit 520. I got a van down here. 510. Get him in 20, 520, 20. 20, 20, 510, get him in 20, get him in 20, get him in 20, 510, Jerry, number 1. 60 days steer. How you gonna be? Are you gonna be $5? Are you gonna be $5? You get 502. I ain't gonna be 222. Are you gonna be 502? I ain't gonna van down here down bid 502. You get 2. I ain't gonna be 222. 5. I ain't gonna be 505. 7. Now 10. You get 12. I ain't gonna be 15. Are you gonna be 17? You get 20. Are you gonna be 22? Are you gonna be 25? Are you gonna be 27? Are you gonna be down 30? Are you gonna be 32? And 35. Are you gonna be 37? Are you gonna be down 40? I ain't gonna be down 2. Are you gonna be 42? And 42. I ain't gonna be 540. 42. I ain't gonna be 542. If 540. 42. I ain't gonna be 540. That's gonna be D&D on 1. He steered. He gonna be 60 plus days on the weaning. 525. Hit 525. He gonna be 525 here. He gonna be 525. You know 30. He gonna be 30, 30, 30. 525. You gonna be 30. You gonna be 30. You down 5 and 35, 40, 545. Now 50, 555, 60, 560. Hit 555. Hands he's here. 555. You gonna be 60, 60, 60, 60. 555. I gonna be D&D. And number 1. To the Denny family and the Gatrell family, thank you guys. We appreciate you. Nice cattle right there now. Now we got some MC4 livestock cattle in the ring for you. They're going to be 1 raising, 2 rounds of shots in them. They got no implants in them. Well, you're going to be 70 plus days on the weaning now. 425. Hit 425. He gonna be 425 here. He gonna be 425. He gonna be 425. Hit 425. He gonna be 425 here. He gonna be 425. He gonna be 385 and 385 90. He gonna be 395 4 and 5. Gonna be 10 15 20. Hit 25 30. He gonna be 35 and 435 40 for 40 for 40 and 435. Gonna be 40. Gonna be 40. Gonna be 40 and 430 45 and 45 55 55. It's 60 465 70 475 80 485 90. 490, if 485 90, 85 90, 85 90, if 485, gonna be 90s here, D gonna be 485, gonna be 90, gonna be 90, gonna be 90, gonna be 90, 485, I gonna be D&D on 1, I gonna be D&D on number 1. You're going to be 70 days. You're going to be 2 rounds of shots in him here down. You're going to be at him, but on $4. You're 2. I ain't going to be 402 down 5 here. I ain't going to be 405. It's 205. Same cattle now. 402, 405. It's 7. You're going to be 7 of it, 75. 405 here. You're going to be 7. 47. Going to be 10. Now 12. Now 15. You're going to be 17. Going to be 20. You're 2. Then you're going to be 422 and 2. You're going to be 422. You're 2. I ain't going to be 222. I ain't going to be 422. I ain't going to be 422 and 2 and 2. I ain't going to be 420. I ain't going to be tied. Get up on 44. You get up on tied. You get up on number 44. Their steers handle up same way, guys. 70 plus days on them. 367 and 367. 70. You going to be 370. 372. You going to be 372. You're 2. You going to be 72. You going to be 372 and 2. 372 down 5. You going to be 77. 370 80. You going to be 382. 85. 87. I going to be 90. You're going to be 92. 95. 97. Now 4. You're 2. 5. 405 here. You going to be 405. 7. You're 10. I going to be 12. Now 15. You're going to be 17, 22, 5, 27, 30, down 2, 35, 37, 40, hit 25, and now 750, down 2, 2, 5, 55, 55, 445, hit 455, and now 555, and 455 here, hang going to be 452, I going to be D&D on 3, hang going to be D&D on 3. Their steers, they're going to be 70 days weaned here now. Same good cattle now. They're going to be 345. At 345 now 7 and 347 now 347 and 347, 347, 50 now 55. They're going to be 355, 60, 360, 5, 365, 70, 5, 380. Then they're going to be 385. They're going to be 390. They're going to be 395. At $4, 5 and now 10, now 10, 15, now 20. At 425, they're going to be 30. They're going to be 430. At 430, and now 30, 30, 30. They're going to be 425. They're going to be 30, now 35. You're going to be 35, hit 45, 45, 55, 65, 65, 465, ain't going to be 465, ain't going to be 460, and that's going to be D&D on number 3, ain't going to be D&D on number 3. You're going to be 70 plus days. You're down. You're going to be on 335 and 37. You're going to be 35. You're going to be 37. You're going to be 37 and 337 and 35. You're going to be 7 up here. Down be 335 7 and 335. Boys ought to be there. 335, 337 and 337. Now 40. Then you're going to be 340. You do it here. 340 and 342. Then you're going to be 45. You're going to be 47. You're going to be 50. You're going to be 2. You're going to be 5, 7 and 57 and 55. You're going to be 7 up here. You're going to be 355, you're going to be 357, you're going to be 355. I'm going to be D&D on 3. I'm going to D&D on number 3. Appreciate you. We finally got them in here for you. Thank you. Nice cattle right there, guys. Thanks all the buyers. He says, appreciate everybody. Be the Kelso cattle. They're going to be off their mamas. They're going to be all natural here to you. They're going to be guaranteed to be open to you now. They're going to be 370 and 370. You're going to be 370, 70, 78. You're going to be 370 and 372 and 222. Then you're going to be 372 and 2. You're going to be 372 and 372 and 222, 372. You're 2. You're going to be 2 to be 2. Then 372. You're going to be 372 and 2. Now 5 and 377, 80. You're going to be 380 down 80. Going to be 382, 82, going to be 382, Troy on back in there, 382, 380. I'm going to be number 15. You're going to be loud than 15. On big stout heifers, they're going to be guaranteed open to you. 302 and 302. You're going to be 222. You're going to be 302. 290 at 290. You get 90, 90, 90. You're going to be 290. You're going to be 290, 90, 90. You're going to be 285 at 285. You get 285 here. You're going to be 285. 275, 275, 275, 275, 275. Guaranteed open now. Take 250 on them. 250. I ain't going to be 250. You're going to be 250. Like your steers better. You're going to be 250. On 240, I ain't gonna be 241. I gotta be on 25. You're gonna be 750. On 252, and 222. I ain't gonna be on 5 now. 7 and 257, 60 and 60. Hey, you're gonna be 60, 260 and 57, 62, 60 pounds, 67, 70. You're gonna be 72. You're gonna be 72. On 272. Hey, you're gonna be 2 to be 2. 270. I ain't gonna be CA. I'm gonna be number 2 to 8. Go ahead and preg them. They're going to be steers. They're going to be good here now. They're going to be off their mamas, all natural. They're going to be steers, Tina. 350. You get 350. Hey, you're going to be 350. I'm 250. I'm 50 to be 50 to bomb. You're going to be 350. Hey, you're going to be 350. I'm 250. I'm now 40. I ain't going to be 340. 1, 1, 1. You're going to be 341. Hit 1. I got a man here. I'm going to be 341. 2, 3, 4. You're going to be 5. You're going to be 6 up here. 7 up here. 48, 9, 9, 9, 49. 8, 9. You're going to be 49 here. You can't. Going to be 49. You're going to be 349. Hit 9. I ain't going to be 348. 9, 9, 9, 9. You're going to be 348. 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. You're going to be 348. And I'm going to be Schrock. Big Brothers, he gonna be you're gonna be 331 and 331. At 331, 1, 1, you're gonna be 320, you're gonna be 320, at 320, you 20 to bid 20 to bomb, you're gonna be 310, at 310, and 310, 10, 10, 11, and 311, at 311, 11 of it, 11 about 12, and you're gonna be 12, 13, you're gonna be 14, 15, you're gonna be 15, 15, 16, is 17, you're gonna be 18, 18, 18, 19, 19, you're gonna be 19, you're 20, you're gonna be 20, you're gonna be 20, at 320, you get 1920, 1920, 1920, 1920, 319. I'm going to be CA66. To the Kelso family, thank you, Wes. We appreciate you. Nice cattle right there now. He's a bull and he's weaned. $3. You get 3. You're gonna be 3. You're gonna be 3. You're gonna be 3. You're gonna be 3. At $3. Hey, you're gonna be 281. On 281. 81 bid, 1 bound. You're gonna be 70. On 271. On 271. You're gonna be 271 bid, 1 bound. You're gonna be 271. On 271. You're gonna be 60. On 260. 261. Hit 1. 1. 1. 1. You're gonna be 261 here. You're gonna be 261. Hit 1. I'm gonna bid 1. Gonna bid 1. Gonna bid 1. Gonna bid 1. 261 and 1 and 1 and 1 and 1. You're gonna be 260. I'm gonna be CA. You're gonna 166. Little heifer, he gonna be $4 on her. He $4. Gonna be. Be Karen White's cattle. All the vaccines, guys, gonna be long time weaned. They're gonna be open to them. I'm going to be $4. Hit forward and going to be not two. Hit 402. I'm going to be 222. I'm going to be $4 and two. I'm going to be 402. Hit two. I'm going to be two. Boys ought to be there, guys. She's long time wean now. You're going to be 402. Hit two. I'm going to be 222. I'm going to 382. I'm going to van down here. I'm going to be 382. You do it here. 5 and 385. 87. Going to be 90. You're going to be 2. You're going to be 95. You're going to be 97. Now 4. Now 2. Hit 5. And now 7. Now 407. 10. Hit 12. And 412. 15. You're going to be 17. You're going to be 20. You're going to be 2. You're going to be 422. And 422. And 2 to be 2. You're going to be 422 and 2. 420. I'm going to be Todd 51. You're going to be Todd. And you're going to be number 51. Open heifers, he going to be long time win here down. He going to be him bit of it on 355 and 355 7 7 up here, bit of a 7 and 355 760 now 62 65 ziggity 7 yes 70 372 375 377 380 382 85 85 here down 87 387 90 at 392 he going to be 392 down to the 2 to the 2 to the 2 and 392 hang to the 2 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 390 I going to be number 15 I going to be loud then on 15. Be the Herefords. They came right along, guys. You're going to be $4 too. Oh, you're going to be a new deal for you. Be the Crawl cattle, Gary Crawl. 60 plus days on the weaning. Guys are all natural to you. I'm going to be 405. Hit 405. And now 5 here. I'm going to be 405. Hit 5. Hit 405 here. I'm going to be 405 here. I'm going to be 375. And 370. Thank you, sir. We appreciate you. 375. And 375. You're going to be 375. 77. I'm going to be here down. You're going to be 377. And 377. You're going to be 375. 80. I'm going to be 382. 85. 87. Now 90. 392. 95. 97. Now 4. Hit 2. Down bid 5 here. I'm going to be 405. Hit 405. 2 series 5 here. I'm going to be 402. Going to be 5. Going to be 5. Could have been 5 402 Ruben 335 hit 335 you're gonna be 35 here wean 60 days now 335 hit 35 and you're gonna be 35 here you're gonna be 335 and now 320 at 320 hit 20 to be 20 down 2 you're gonna be 322 hit 2 2 2 2 2 down you're gonna be 322 hit 2 down you're gonna be 2 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 down you're gonna be 320 then gonna be Todd get up on 51. Brothers, they came along, guys. There's 60 days on them, guys. They're going to be on Bulls. They'll be on. They're going to be 475, 475. They're going to be 475, 75, 80. They're going to be 480 and 480. I ain't going to be 480. I ain't going to van down here. They're going to be 480 and 480. And 80's here. They're going to be 75, 80. They're going to be 75, 80. They're going to be 475. Mackey. I ain't going to have a number 2 and a 5. Mackey, 2-5. On Bulls in 60 days on them. 362. He gonna be 362 and 362. I ain't gonna be 2 to be 2. I ain't gonna be 345 and 347 and 5 here. He gonna be 7 up here. He gonna be 345 now 7 and 345. He gonna be 7 up here. He gonna be 345. He gonna be 347 50 and now 2 down bid 2 5 here down 7 up here 57 and 357. You gonna be 7 355. He gonna be 7 up here. He gonna be 355 7 357 355. I gonna be JW on 6. He gonna be 475. He 475. He gonna be 475. Wayne now. He gonna be 475. 475. He gonna be 75 here. He gonna be 455. Hit 55. He gonna be 455 and 55. He gonna be 425. Hit 425. He gonna be 425 here. And $4 on him. Hit $4. Hit forward. Gonna be 4. Gonna be 4. Gonna be 4. Gonna be 355 and 355. What do you got? He might be thumping a little bit, guys. I'll take a dollar bill on him. Get dollar. Are you going to be dollar bill? Are you going to be dollar? Are you going to be dollar? And 50 cents a pound. 50. And now 50. Are you going to be 50? Are you going to be 30? And now 30, 30, 32. Are you going to be 32? And 32. Are you going to be down? You're going to be 32. Are you going to be 32? Are you going to be 32? 35, 40, 5, 50, 55, 60. 65, 65, 70. Are you going to be 75, 80, 85, 90? You get 95. You're going to be down $1, 5, 105, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 105. Geronimo. All 60 day bulls. Are you going to be 290? Get 290. Get 290. Are you going to be 290, 90, 90, 90? Are you going to be 290? Get 290. Get 90, 90, 90. Are you going to be 275? 275, 77, 277, 277. Get 75. Are you going to be 77? 275, 77, 80. You're going to be 280. On 285. You're going to be 287. 287, 90. You're going to be 290. 87, 90. Getting 87. You're going to be 90. You're going to be 90. You're going to be 90. You're going to be 287. I'm going to be JW6. Gary, you sitting here with us? If you're watching online, sir, we appreciate you. Nice cattle right there, down. I'll be Kenny and Michelle Hunter's cattle for you. Guys are off there, my moves. You're going to be round of shots. You know implants in them. 367. You get 367. You're going to be 367. You're going to be 367. On 367. And now 7 appeared. You're going to be 367. You're going to be 7. On 367. You're going to be 367. You're going to be 355. You're going to be 355. And 355. You're going to be 342. And 342. Down 5. You're going to be 345. 7. Now 50. Down 2. Then you're going to be 352. You're 2. Down you're going to be 2 to 2. Down you're going to be 352 and 2 and 2. And 352. Down you're going to be 2 to 2. 2 to 2. 2 to 2. 2 to 2. Down you're going to be 350. I'm going to be Ruben on 2. Ruben on 2. They're going to be big sisters. Guys are off their mamas. They're open. They're vaccinated. He's going to be all natural. They're be vaccinated, vaccinated, vaccinated. No shots in them. No guarantee, guys. There's going to be no guarantee on the heifers. He's going to be 325. No guarantee now. 325. Yeah, 325. He's going to be 325 here. He's going to be 325. He's going to be 325. 325. Rounding them now. He's going to be $3 too. Yeah, 2. And now 5. He's going to be 305. Now I got a man 3025. Yes, sir. Now 7. Now 10. Now 12. Now 15. He's going to be 17. He's going to be 20. And 320. Yeah, 2. He's going to be 25. He's going to be 28. 25 here. And 27. And now 30. He's going to be 32. He's going to be 32. And 332, 2, 2, 2, 2. I'm going to be 332 and 2 and 2. You're going to be 330. I'm going to be Loudon on 15. Loudon on 15. All shots at them. They're steers. How you going to be? 309. Hit 9. I ain't going to be 309 here. How you going to be 309? Hit 9. 9, 9, 9, 9. You going to be 309. You going to be 309. You going to be $3 on them. Hit $3. Hit 1. I got a man down here. Hey, you going to be 301 bid. 1 bound. You going to be 301. Hit 2. Down bid 2. You going to be 303. You going to be 304. You going to be 304. Hit 305. 5, 5. You going to be 6 here. You going to be 600. And 307. You going to be 308. You going to be 308. Hit 9. 9, 9, 10. You going to be 310. 11, 11, 12, you're going to be 13, you're going to be 14, 15, you're going to be 16, you're going to be 17, now 317, you're 16, I ain't going to be 17, you're going to be 316, 17, you're going to be 316, not going to be CA, number 8. To the Hunter family, thank you, folks, appreciate you. Be the Darnell cattle guys, they're going to be off their mamas, they're going to be all natural to you. They're going to be guaranteed open now. They're going to be 330 and 330 and now 30. And you're going to be 330, 30, 30 and 330 and 30 to bid 30 to bound. You're going to be 321 and 321. And you're going to be 321 bid 1 bound now 2. And you're going to be 21 2. You do it here 321 and 321 1 1. You're going to be $3 on them outside now 302 and 3025. You're going to be 307. You're going to be now 10. You're going to be 310 and 310. And you're going to be 307. You're going to be 10. You're going to be 10 now 12. You're 12 15. You're going to be 17. You're going to be 20. You're going to be 2 down 25 and 25. You get 322 and 2 and 5 here. You're going to be 322 and 5, 322, and that's Paul. Bulls, they came right along now. Do you get a beat? Do you get a best element there? You get a beat on 325. Hit 327. You get a be 27 and 325 7. And 325. I got a man down here 7. You get a be 325 7. And 325 7 30. Do you get a be 32? Do you get a be 35? You get a be 37. And now 40. You get it down 2. Do you get a be 45 and 47 and 47. Now 347 50. Now 52 down bid 2. And now 5. 355 7. Biddy 70 77. 355, you're going to be 7 appeared. I'm going to be 355, 7, 355. I'm going to be JW. And number 6. They're going to be heifers. They're going to be a new deal for you. You bet. Teresa's cattle here with the Skies always does a good job right here. Good health program, them guys. They're home raised. They got 2 rounds of vaccines in them. You bet you guys. We're going to sell some 60-day wean cattle here. Going to sell some 30-plus days just here in just a minute. Home raised, guys. Run the short wheat. They're guaranteed open. Yes, sir. 10% off at the vet store if you buy them. 2 down. All right, here we go. I'm going to be about 25 of these things sorted up for you guys. Nice cattle, a nice program. Now 340 and 340 and 60 days and guaranteed open. 1. I'm going to be 341 and 341. I'm going to van down here down 2. Hey, going to be 42, 43. Hey, going to be 44 and 45. Hey, going to be 47. Now 50 and now 2. 355 here down 7. 7 to bid, 7 to buy. It's 60. Hey, going to be 360 and now 2. 65. 65. It's 7. 3 78. He going to be 370 down. You do it here. 370. Hit 2. I'm going to be 75. You're going to be 75 and 375. 2, 3, 4. And you're going to be 75. You're going to be 76 here. And you're going to be 76 high. It's 77. Hey, you're going to be 78. You're going to be 79. And you're going to be 79. You're now 80. Hey, you're going to be 381. You're going to be 381. 2, 82, 83, 83 and 84 and 85 and 85, 86 here and 87, 88. How 9, 9, 9. And you're going to be 389. Hit 9. 88, 9, 9, 9. And you're going to be 388. 89, 9, 9, 9. And you're going to be 388. And that's going to be Loudon on 15. Loudon on 15. On, you're going to be 60 days. She's open to you and a good kind here. It ain't going to be $3 on her. You get $3. Get 301. I ain't going to be 301. I got a van down here. It ain't going to be 301. It won. I ain't going to be $3 and 1. Be no cheaper here now. He going to be 301. It won. 1, 1, 1, 1. You going to be 301. It won. You now 301 bid. 1 bound. Ain't going to be 301. You going to be 301. $3. And that going to be CA. And you say number 28 and Preg. You going to CA 28 and Pregger. She's a heifer. She's 60 days on the weaning. You're going to be 425. If 425, you're going to be 25 here. You're going to be 425. If 425, you get 5 here. You're going to be about 425. If 427, 27. I got a man here. You're going to be 425, 7. If 425, you're going to be 7 up here. 425, you're going to be 7, 7, 7. 427. If 425, you're going to be 7 of it, 7 of them. You're going to be 425. I'm going to be Todd 51. You're going to be Todd on 51. He be the brothers. They come right along, guys. They're going to be 60 plus days now. 10% off at the vet store if you buy them. You're going to be you're going to be 405. Now 10. Get 10 now. 15. Could have been 20. Could have been 5. Could have been 30. Could have been 5. Could have been 40. Could have been 5. Could have been 50. Could have been 5. Get 65 and 65. 465. 465 here. Going to be 465 and 465. You get 5 here. Going to 5 here. Going to be 465 here. Down bid 465. 5, 460. I'm going to be D&D on 2. Going to be D&D on 2. All 60-day steers now. You're going to be you're going to be 340. And now 340 and 340. And 40 to bid 40 to buy. You're going to be 340 down bid 41 and 341. I got a van down here. You're going to be 341. It won 1, 1, 1. You're going to be 341 bid 1 bound. You're going to be 341 and 341 1, 1, 1. Hey, you're going to be 341 bid 1 by 1, 1, 1. Hey, you're going to be 340. I'm going to be D&D. And number 2. You're going to be D&D on 2. This be the 30 days on these cattle, guys. Handle up same way, though. All the vaccines in them, guys. Just 30 days on the weaning. I got to appreciate the kind right here now. He going to be on 460. He hit 460. And now 60. He going to be 460. 10% off at the vet store if you buy them now. 460. Hit 460. And now 40. Down 2. And 42. He going to be 42 here. He going to be 42. Hit 2. He going to be 2. 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 And for 42. He going to be 420. Hit 2. 2. 5. And going to be 425. And 425. And now 7. And 427. And 425. And going to be 7 up here. Money's high. 425. 7. 32. Hit 35. 37. Now 4. 40, down 40, and 440. Hit for 40, for 40. I'm going to be 37, 40, and for 37. I'm going to be 40, going to be 40, going to be 40, going to be 40, going to be 42, and 42. I'm going to be for 42 and 2. I'm going to be for 42. 440. That's Luke. I ain't get him on number 3. I ain't get him on 30X. Luke 3X. Luke on number 3X. You're going to be time on 2 round shots, guys. They're going to be guaranteed open before ahead of the good heifers right here down. 30 days on them. You're going to be time on 350 and 350. And now 350. And now 2. And 352. I'm going to be 2 to be 2. Down 352. Hit 2. I'm going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. 332. And 32. I'm going to be 35. You're going to be 35. You're going to be 35. And 35. And 332. 5 here. I'm going to be 32. 35. And 332. And 5. And 5 here. And 2 to be 5. 2 to be 5. 7. And 37, 40, and now 2, and going to be 45 and 47, hit 50, and now 50, and now 50, and going to be 347, 52, hit 55, down 55 here, and going to be 7 up here, and 60, and now 60, now 2, 30 days, 65, 65, 67, 67, 70, going to be 372, 375, and 377, 80, down going to be 382, 85, 87, hit 390, 392, 395, and 395, hit 392, and 2, and 5, you're going to be 392, 5 here, and going to be 392, I'm going to be loud. Loudon on 15, Loudon on 15. 30-day wing steers here. 2 rounds in them. Handle up right way down. Here, you're going to be $5 a pound. Here, you're going to be $5. Hit 2. High now 502 down 5 here. I got a man 505 10 now 15. Hit 15. High 15. And you're going to 515. Hit 15. And you're going to 5 15 20 down 525 and 25. Hit 30. You're going to be 35. You're going to be down 40. 545. 545 and 545 hand bid 545 here. High going to be 545 and 545. 540. I got to be D&D on 1. You're going to be D&D number 1. You're going to be 407. Hit 407. You're going to be 7 up here. You're going to be 407. 5 here. You're going to be 7. Hit 407. You hit 5 here. You're going to be 7 up 7 above. You're going to be 390. Hit 392. Down 95. You're going to be 97. Now 4. Now 2. Then you're going to be 405. And now 7. 407. And 407. Do it here. 407. See, you're going to be 7. 407. 407. Hit 4057. You hit 407. 77. You're going to be 457. Hit 405. You're going to be 7 up here. Then you're going to be 405. You're going to be 7. Going to be 7. You're going to be 7. 405. Brandon. And number 5. Teresa, nice cattle right there, man. Appreciate you. Thanks all the buyers, she says. All right, guys, going to work for Mr. Larry right here with us, guys. They're long-time wing. Got all the vaccines in them here, guys. Just a nice program. Buys them light, and you see them here today. Round, you're going to be 335 and 335. Hey, you're going to be 335 here. Yerlins now. Hey, you're going to be 335 and 335. And now 5 here. Hey, you're going to be 335. Start on your sheet now. 335 and 335. Hey, you're going to be 35 here. Down 330 and 330. Hey, you're going to be 330, 30, 30. Hey, you're going to be 330 and 330. And now 30. Now 1. Hey, you're going to be 31. Hit 2. You're going to be 33. You're going to be 33. You're going to be 33. On here down. 332. 333. Hit forward. Hey, you're going to be 35. You're going to be 36 here. You're going to be 37. You're going to be 38. Hit 9 and 30 down here. 40. And you're going to be 340 and 340. And now 1. You're going to be 41. 2, 2, 2. And 3. And you're going to be 43. And you're going to be now 44. And you're going to be 45. You're going to be 46 higher. And 47. You're going to be 48. And you're going to be 49 and 49. 50. And 50. And now 50. And you're going to be 351. 111. You're going to be 350. 1, 2. Hit 2. And you're going to be 51. 2. Down be 350. 1, 2. 1, 2. Down now 3. And you're going to be 3, 3, 4. Down 54. Hit 54. Down 3 0. 4 0. And you're going to be 353 and 4. Hit 4. Down 4 0. And you're going to be 353 and 4. 4 and 4. And you're going to be 353 and 3 and 4. 353. I'm going to be T. I'm going to be on 73. And you're going to be on T. On 73. I'm going to show you a two-way weigh in here, guys. I'm going to be 50 head of the good Wingard cattle coming to you. You're going to be long tree yearlings here, guys. 807 pounds of them belong to Mr. Larry, sitting right here with us, guys. Does an excellent job with these cattle. You're going to be 318. You're 318. I ain't going to be 318. I ain't going to be 318. 18. I ain't going to be 318 bid. 18 bound. Hanging 18. 19. I ain't going to man. You're 319. Now 20. You're going to be 21. You're going to be 22. You're going to be 23. You're going to be 23. You're 24. You're going to be 24. You're going to be 24. You're going to be 25. You're 25. You're going to be 25 here. Down 25. 600. You're 26. You're going to be 26 here. You're going to be 25. 2600. You're 7. You're going to be 28. You're going to be 29. You're going to be not 30. You're 30. I now 31. You're going to be 31 bid, one bound. You're going to be 32. At 32, you're going to be 33. You're going to be 34. You're going to be 35. You're going to be 36. You're 36. You're going to be 37. You're going to be 38. You're going to be 38. 9. You're 9. You're 30 and 40. You're going to be 41. You're going to be 41. And 341. 2. You're going to be 42. You're going to be 43. You're going to be 44. You're going to be 44. In 45. You're going to be 45. You're going to be 45. In 45. You hit 45 here. You're going to be 345. You're going to be 345. And 345. Here we go. I'm going to be 345. You're going to be 344. You're going to be 345, 344, and I'm going to be T. I number 77, you're going to be on T. I number 77. I'll be the Hereford men, camera along guys. They're going to be handled up same way now. He going to be on. He going to be 315. You're 15. How going to 15? He going to be 315 and 315 and handle up same way now. He going to be 315. You're 15. I ain't going to be 15. And 312 and 312. I ain't going to be 12. I ain't going to be 312. I ain't going to be 312 and 312. And now 12 here. I ain't going to be 312. I'm going to go $3 out that door. 2 and 302. I ain't going to van down 2. I ain't going to be 302 and 302. I'm going to be 2 now 25. You're going to be 305 and 305 and now 7. You're going to be 307. You're going to 10 and 310 11 311 11 about 311 and 311 12. And you're going to be down 13. You're going to be 13. You're going to be 13 at 13. You're going to be 13 half and 13 and 14 and 14 half now 15 now 15 16. You're going to be 17 18 19 now 20. Then you're going to be 321. You're going to be 22. Then you're going to be 322 1 2 1 2 1 2. Then you're going to be 321. I'm going to be 2. Could have been 2. 321. I got to be same way. Send them along. T on 77. T on 77. I'll be the balance of them. He going to be 10, but on 310. It's 310. I ain't going to be 10, going to be 10, going to be 10. At 310. I ain't going to be 10, but on 310. It's 310. I ain't going to be 10, going to be 10, going to be 10. 302. And 302. I ain't going to be 2, but on 302. And 302. I ain't going to be 285. You're going to be 285. You're going to be 285. On 285. You're going to be 285. Boys, I'll feed right along. 275. On 275. You're going to be 275. On 275. You're going to be 75 here. You're going to be 10, 255, 255, 255. You're going to be 255, 255. Yearlings outside, guys. 255. On 251. You're going to be 251 here. You're going to be 251. It won. 225, 225. And now 30. You're going to be down 30, 25, 30. You're going to be 25, 30. You're going to be 25, 35. It's 35. And now 40. You're going to be 45. You're going to be 50. Down 5, 55, 60. On 260. I now 60, 255, 60, 255, 65, 265, 65, 65, 65. You're going to be 260 Schrock. Make him a 6. Schrock on 6. Larry, appreciate you. He said, thanks, everybody. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you. Be the Truman and Schrock Family Trust here for you. 63 of them, I believe. 62 of them, you bet. About a 70-mile haul this morning, guys. A really, really nice set of heifers out here, guys. Been turned out a long, long time here now. Heifers are going to be guaranteed open. You bet, guys. Yearlings are all guaranteed open here now. Just a really nice kind, but you're handled up the right way, guys. Long tree yearlings. Round, you gonna be 301. It won. I ain't gonna be 301 bid. One bound. Hey, gonna be 301. It won. I ain't gonna be 301 bid. Hey, gonna be 301. And now one at 301. 1 2. You gonna be 302. I gonna be 302 at 302. I ain't gonna be 2 I ain't gonna be 301 2. I ain't gonna man down here down bid 301 2. 1 2. I ain't gonna be 2 I ain't gonna be 301. I ain't gonna be 2 and 302. I ain't gonna be 302. You want to try 'em here 3. I ain't gonna be 303 and 303. And now 3 3 4. I ain't gonna be 305. You gonna be 305. And 305, you hit 4 here, 5 here, and you're gonna be 304, you're gonna be 5, and 305, you hit 4 here, 5 here, and you're gonna be 304, 305, hit 305, and 5 here, and you're gonna be 304, and you're gonna be 5, 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 304, not gonna be Loudon, you're gonna be on 29 Preg. I appreciate you guys. Nice cat right there. He said, thanks to all the buyers involved there. Thank you, everybody. I'm going to show you something pretty fancy right here now. Guys, just shy of 300 cattle right here now on this consignment. I'm be the Smith Oasis Ranch. We're going to show you some really nice cattle, guys, and you're going to be able to buy them in some pretty big cracks right here now. Weaned on the 1st of October, guys. You're going to be on cake and grass now. 2 rounds of Cattle Master IBR, 7-way. Side decked, guys, have had it all done right here now. You down, silver down, do be we're back, try to buy them, boys. 502, hit 502, I ain't gonna be 502, hit 502, I ain't gonna be 502, 222, 502, down bid 502, hit 5, hit 505, not gonna man down, 505, 507, hit 10, now 510, 12, now 15, hit 15, you gonna be 17, you gonna be 17, hit 517, you gonna be 20, you gonna be 20, hit 520, hit 20 to be 20 to buy 520, hit 520, now 2, you gonna be 22, you gonna be 22, 5, you gonna be 25, you gonna be 27, hit 30, you gonna be 32, you gonna be 32, and 532, you gonna be 2 to be 2, you gonna be 532, 5, and 35, you gonna be 37, and now 40, 542, and 42, you gonna be 45, you gonna be 45, 47, hit now 50, and now 50, and 550, hit 550, hit 50, hard to find, 550, and 547, 52, you gonna be 2 to be 2, and 552, you gonna be 2 to be 2, 2 to be 2, 2 to be 2, hit 5, hit 550, 5 here down bid 7, and 57, now 555, 557, hit 57, 7 to bid 7 to buy, 555 here, gonna be 7 up here, 555, 557, 557, 555. Well, I gonna be D&D on number 2. I ain't gonna on D&D and number 2. Guys, gonna show you 97 of them right here now. They're all gonna be black. They're all gonna be good right here. 60 plus days wean, guys. They got the vaccines in them now. First cut I'm weighing 610 pounds. You bet you guys. They sorted them for color, guys. There are going to be some reds and shars come right behind them. You can plug right back on them if you need to now. They're there, guys. A good square load I'm right here. A big load, 58,000 pounds I'm right here now. Just how fancy you want one, guys. About as nice as you're going to find one. 60 plus days all the weaning guys have been vaccinated the right way here now. Ring full of the goods right here now. Home raised now. He gonna be on all the shots, guys, and they're good. He gonna be on 65 plus days of the weaning. He gonna be on 405. Hit 405, and now 5 here. Gonna be 405, boys. Out of there 10. Hit 410. I gonna been down here 410. Hit 405. I gonna been 10, 15, now 15, 415. Hit 20. He gonna be 20. Hit 25 and 425. He gonna be 25 here. He gonna be 425. Hit 7, 427. Hit 27. He gonna be 427. 7 to bit 7 about 25, 7 and 427, 30. D gonna be 32. D gonna be 32. Hang gonna be 32. Hit 2. Hang gonna be 32. Loud gonna be 32. Hang gonna be 32 and 432. Hang gonna be 25. E gonna be 35. Hit 35. E gonna be 37. Hang gonna be 437. Hit 35. 36. Hit 37. E gonna be 37. E gonna be 38. Hang gonna be 38. Hit 8. Hang gonna be 438. Hang gonna be 38. Hang gonna be 39. 40 and 40 and 440. Hang now for 40. Hang gonna be 440 and 440 and 40 to 40 to bomb. E gonna be 440 and 440. Hang now 1. E gonna be 41. Hang gonna be 2. Hang gonna be 2 and 42. Hang gonna be 22. Hang gonna be 42. Go ahead and buy them 43 and 44. Hang gonna be 44. Hang gonna be 44. Hang gonna be 45 and 45. Hang gonna be 45 here. Hang gonna be 45 and for 45. D&D, where are you gonna find them for 45? Hit 45 and 45 here. Hang gonna be 45 and for 45. Fours in the ring. Gonna be 45 and 45. Hang gonna be 45 here. Go ahead and buy them 46 and 46 and now 6 here. Hang gonna be 46 Yes, 7 and 47. You're gonna be 7 to 7 about me. You're gonna be 47 and 47. You're gonna be 47. You're gonna be 47. Good. You're gonna find one. 47. It's 6 7. You're gonna be 46, 47 and 47 and 47. Hang gonna be for 46 here. Here we go. For 47. Hey, at 48. Hang gonna be 48. Hang gonna be 48. And for 48. 9 9 9 9 9. And for 49. Hang gonna be 9 here. Hang gonna be for 49. 8 9 9 9 9. Here we go. Hang gonna be 48. Hey, gonna be 49. You're gonna be 48, 49 for 48. And that's gonna be Kyle on 50. You're gonna be Kyle on 50. 60 days, guys, sorted for color right here now. Plug them right back on there if you want to now. You're going to be at 405. Hit 405. You're going to be 7 up here. I'm going to band down here. 405. I'm going to be 7. Hit 407. I'm going to be 7. Going to be 7, 10, 12. I'm going to be 12, 12, and 412. 412. I'm going to be 410. I'm going to be 12, 15, and 15. It's 17. You're going to be 17. You're going to be 17. It's 17 and 15. You're going to be 17, 20. You're going to be 22. You're going to be 22. And 422. You're going to be 22. You're going to be 422. Yeah, 2. I ain't gonna be 2, 2, 2. I ain't gonna be 422. I ain't gonna be on 22. I ain't gonna be 422. Yeah, 2. I ain't gonna be 2, 2, 2. I ain't gonna be 422. I ain't gonna be 420. I ain't gonna be D&D on 2. And I ain't gonna be on D&D. Yeah, number 2. Guys, gotta show you 114 to the big end of them right here now. Weighing 698 pounds on this first draft of them. You're going to show you 114 guys, one razor, and here's 710 pounds of them, guys. Are 65 plus days on the weaning. On you're going to be 2 round shots, guys. Here we go. On you're going to be, you're going to be 340. I'm 340. I now 1. You're going to be 341. I got a man down here 2. You're going to be 43. You're going to be 44. You're going to be 45 and 46, and now 7. You're going to be 48. You're going to be 49. 9 high. Hit 50. You're going to be 51. You're going to be 52. You're going to be 53. You're going to be 54. 5. 55, and now 6 here, 56 high. It's 7. You're going to be 57. 6 here, 7. 56, 7. You're going to be 7 of it, 7 of it, 56, 7. And now 8. And you're going to be 59. 9 high. Hit 9. You're going to be 960. You're going to be 361. 61. And 361. Hit 1. You're going to be 361. 2. You're going to be not 3. Hit 3. And now 3. And you're going to be 3. You're going to be 3. You're going to be 3. 4. Down 64. 5. 65. You're going to be 65. Down 6 here. Down 66. 7. And you're going to be 7. 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 Hit 8. I'm going to be 68. Now 9. Hit 69. 70. You're going to be 370. Now 1. You're going to be 371. And 371. You're going to be 371. You're going to be 72. You're going to be 72. Hit 2. You're going to be 73. You're going to be 73. You're going to be 73. At 2 3 4. You're going to be 74. You're going to be 74. You're going to be 74. Hit 4. I'm going to be 374. You're going to be 374. Hit 4 and 4 and 4 and 4. You're going to be 374. Here we go. I'm going to be 374. Hit 4. 5. Hit 75. You're going to be 75. You're going to be 75. And 375. 4 here. 5 here. You're going to be 375. And 375. You're going to be 375 here. Down 75. 4 and 5. You're going to be 75. And 375. 5 and a half. You're going to be 75 and a half. And 375 and a half. You're going to be 75 and a half. Down 76 higher. You're going to be 76 high. Hit 6 and a half. You're going to be 6 high. You're going to be 6 high. You're going to be 76 high. Hit 76 and a half. You're 6 here and a half here. You're going to be 376 and a half. Hit 76 high. You're going to be 6 high. 6 half. Here we go. 376 and a half. You're going to be 376. And that's going to be D&D. And number 3. Now you're going to be on D&D. And number 3. To the Smith Oasis Cattle Company, guys. We appreciate you. Really, really nice cattle right there, guys. We appreciate you. Outstanding job with them right there now. Be the Merlin family going to work for. Guys are going to be home raised. They got 2 rounds of vaccines in them. No implants. Guys are off the grass and cake right here now. 60 plus days, and they are going to be guaranteed open to you now. You're going to be 10. You're going to be 340. He hit 342. And 342. I'm going to be 222. I got a man down here. And I'm going to be 342. And 342. 5. You're going to be 47. Now 50. You're going to be 350. And 350. And now 50. I'm going to be 350. Now 352. Hit 2. I'm going to be 355. You're going to be 357. You're going to be 360. And 360. And now 60. And now 2. And you're going to be 62. 65. 67. Now 67. 67. 367. You're going to be 367. 65. 67, 70, you're going to be 372, and 372, and you're going to be 375, you're going to be 377, and 377, 8, and 378, 9, 9, 9, 9, 80, and you're going to be 381, you're going to be 382, 82, and 83, and 84, and 85, and 86 here, and 87, 87, 86, 87, 86, 87, you're going to be 386 here, and you're going to be 7 up here, you're going to be 386, 87, 87, you're going to be 386, and that's going to be Louthen. You got him on 15, Louthen on 15. You're going to be 9 head of the good boys. You're going to be their steers. They're weighing out. You're going to be Celebrataire. You're going to be you're going to be 415. You 15 and 15, 20. Yes, sir. Down 420. How long weaning was he? 60 plus days. 2 round shots, 60 plus days. I got 15 the money. You're going to be 20. Hit 420. You hit 20, 20, 22. You're going to be 422. You're going to be 22. Hit 5. You're going to be 7. You're going to be 30. You're going to be 32, 35. Hit 35, 7, 42. You're going to be 5. You're going to be 7. You're going to be 50. Hit 2. Down bid 2. Down bid 2. 455. Bid 7. You're going to be 760. Down 460. In 462. You're going to be 65. And 65, 65, 65. 465 and 205 here. You're going to be 465. 462 and 5. You get 205 here, and you're going to be at 462, 57, and 67, 70, you're going to be 72, hello Tom, 75, it's 77, you're going to be 77, 477, 475, you're going to be 7 up here, and you're going to be 475, you're going to be 477, you're going to be 475, I'm going to be T, I ain't got him on number 48, I ain't got him on T on 48. Tom, you almost didn't get him. Same deal. Merlin cattle, guys. 60 plus days of the weaning here now. You're going to be 370. Hit 370. And now 72. You're going to be 72. Now you're going to be 75. You're going to be 77. 377. And 377. You're going to be 377. You're going to be 377. And 375 here. Now 77. 377. And 375. 780. Now you're going to be 380. And 82. Now you're going to be 382. 82. Now you're going to be 382. Yes, sir. Down steers and weaned. 85. And 85. 87. 87. 90. You're going to be 92. Hit 95. You're going to be 95. You're going to be 395. Hit 392. Hang going to be 395. You're going to be 392 and 57 and 397. Hit 4. Hand now 2. Hang going to be now 5. You're going to be 407 and 407. You're going to be 7 up here. You're going to be 405. You're going to be 407. You're going to be 4057. 405. They're going to be D&D on 2. You got on D&D on number 2. Was it Merlin? To the Merlin family, you folks sitting here with us. Thank you, guys. We appreciate you. Nice cattle right there now. I'll be Dallas Yoder's cattle, guys, sitting right here ringside now. Guys, they're home raised. They got 2 rounds of vaccines, guys. Long true yearlings right here, guys. They're guaranteed open to you. And you're going to be 292. On 292. You're going to be 292. You're going to be 292. Yearling's open now. You're going to be 292. On 292. You're going to be 292. On 292. Yeah, 222. You're going to be 292 and 287A. On 288. 99990. You're going to be 91. You're going to be 91 2. You're going to be 92. Yeah, 93. You're going to be both out here. 94. You're going to be 95. You're going to be 95. 96. Yeah, 96. And now 6 here. You're going to be 7. You're going to be 97. Both out here. 97. Hit 97. You're going to be 96, 97. You're going to be 96, 97. On 296. You're going to be 78. You're going to be 298, 99. And 299. Hit 3. You're going to be 301. You're going to be 301. And 301. You hit 1 here. You're going to be $3 and 1. You're going to be 301. 1 bid, 1 bound. You're going to be 301 bid, 1 bound. You're going to be 301. 2. And 302. You're going to be 302. High 2. You're going to be 222. You're going to be 302. Hit 2. I'm going to be 302. You're going to be 301 and a half. And I'm going to be Loudon. I'm going to be 29X and Preg. You're going to be Loudon. 29X and go ahead and preg them. To the Yoders, thank you guys. Nice cattle. Thanks to all the buyers involved there as well now. Long wean guys, all the shots in them here now. You're going to be yearlings, and they're going to be good. Now, here we go. You're going to be on 355 and 355. You hit 5 here. You're going to be 355. Where'd he go? You're going to be 355 and 355 and 5 here. You're going to be 355 and 355 and bid 5 up here. You're going to be 355. You're going to be 340. You're going to be 341 2, 43, 45. You're going to be 7 up here and 47. Hit 50. You're going to be not 2. You're going to be not 5. You're going to be 355, 355 and bid 5 here and now 7 and 357, 60. And now 2, going to be 62, going to be 62, 5, and 65, and 365, 205 here, going to be 362, going to be 365, 365, and 205 here, going to be 62, 5 here, going to be taking about 362. I going to be Bates, you're going to be number 6, you're going to be Bates, you're going to be number 6. Oh, they're going to be long tree yearlings now. You're going to be on 320. Hit 320. You hit 20 to be 20 to bomb. You're going to be 22. You're going to be 321 2. You're going to be 23. You're going to be 24. Hit 25. You're going to be 2600. You're going to be 27. You're going to be 28. You're going to be 29. Hit 930. You're going to be 31. You're going to be 32. You're going to be 33. You're going to be 34. Hit 34. You're going to be 35. You're going to be 35. You're going to be 35. And 335. You're going to be 35 here. You're going to be 34. Year 5. And 34. You're going to be 35. You're going to be 34, 35 here. You're going to be 34, 35. 334. Now you're going to be T. I'm going to be on 77. Appreciate everybody. Thank you. I'm going to work for Don Wonger here for you. Don and Caden. I'll be the Wonger and Haynes partnership here for you. I'm going to show you a 61 head here on this first draft. 60 to another. You bet you guys. Turn that all summer long, guys. Long True Yearlings, guys. We all know the program, guys. You're going to be at home with a reputation type program out here now. On you guys, here go. Are you going to be at be 61 head of the good steers here now? Are you going to be Long Tree Yearlings, guys? I've had it all done now. Ready to go to work for you. I got some condition to them now. Here we go. Are you going to be at on guys, weighing right on 8 down. He going to be Long Yearlings here, guys. He going to be down. He going to be 330 and 330. He going to be 31. I got to be here down. Going to be 31 and 331. He going to be 32. He going to be 33. He going to be 34. He going to be 35. He going to be 36. High. Hit 37. He going to be 38. High. Going to be 39 now. 40. He going to be 341 and 42. He going to be 42. High. Going to be 343. He going to be 43 and 44. He going to be 45. He going to be 46 higher than 46 high. Hit 46 high 6. And 46 here and high. 46 high 7. He gonna be 7 and 7 and a half. He gonna be 7 high. 47 high and out 8. Gonna be 48 now 8 high. 48 high. Hit 9 9 49 here and gonna be 49 high. Hit 9 high and now 50. Gonna be 350 50. Gonna be 350 high and 350 high. 5 gonna be 350 50. Now quarter high and 350 high. Hit 50 50 and 50 50. Time gonna be 50 and gonna be 350 50 and 350 to quarter 50 50. Now 75. He gonna be 75 and 350 75. He gonna be 350. He gonna be 75. He gonna be 350 75 and 350. And now 75. He gonna be 350 50 75. And gonna be 350 50 75. 350 50. I gonna be Troy number 80. I gonna be Troy number 80. Guys are weighing 881 pounds here now. You bet, guys, just the big end right here now. 1, you're going to be 321. Yeah, 321. Hey, you're going to be 321. 1, 1. Hey, you're going to be 320. Yeah, 1, 2. Hey, you're going to be 22. High going to man down 3. You're going to be 24. You're going to be 25. You're going to be 26. You're going to be 27. Yeah, 28. Hey, you're going to be 29. You're going to be 29. 30. You're going to be 30, 30, 31. You're going to be 31. 331. 1, 1. You're going to be 331. Yeah, 1. I'm going to be 31. 2. You're going to be 32. You're going to be 33. You're going to be 33. And 33. You're going to be 33. Both that here. You're going to be 33. Yeah, 34. Hey, you're going to be 34. You're going to be high forward. You're going to be 34. And 34 and a half. Hey, you're going to be 4 and a half. Hey, you're going to be 34 and a half. And 34 and a half. Half. You're going to be 34. 50. And 34 and a half. 35. You're going to be 35. You're going to be 5 and a half. You're going to be 35 and a half. And 35. 50. And you're going to be 35. 5 and a half. You're going to be 35. 5 and a half. You're going to be 35 and a half. And 3600. You're going to be 36 here. You're going to be 3600. And 336 and a half. And 6 here and a half here. You're going to be 36 and a half. Yeah, 6 here and a half. And now 7. You're going to be 37. You're going to be 37 half. At 37.50, hey, you're going to be 37.7 half. At 37.50, hey, you're going to be 38. Hey, you're going to be 38. Hey, you're going to be 38. 8 half. Hey, you're going to be 38 high. 9 high. At 39. 9 high. Hey, you're going to be 39 high. Now 40. Hey, you're going to be 340. 50. Hey, you're going to be 340 high. And 340. 50. I'm going to be 340. 50. Hey, you're going to be 340 high. And 340. 50. Hey, now 40. 50. Now 1. Hey, you're going to be 341. And 341. Hey, you're going to be 75. 1. 1. 1 high. And 341. Hey, you're going to be 341 bid. 1 bond. Hey, you're going to be 341. It's 75. 1. You're going to be 341 quarter. 1 a quarter. 1 a quarter high. 1 high. 1 high. You're going to be 1 high. Down 75. 175. 2. Then you're going to be 222. Then you're going to be 42. And 42. I'm going to be 2 to be 2. I'm going to be 75 down 2. I'm going to be 342. Hit 2. I'm going to be 2. 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 341.75. I'm going to be T. I'm number 78. I'm going to be on T. I'm number 78. I'll be the color camera long, guys. How you going to be saying? Good cattle. You're going to be 330. You're 330. How you going to be 331? You're going to be 331. And 331. Hey, you're going to be 331 bid, 1 bound. Hey, you're going to be 331. And 331. 1. You're going to be 331. You're going to be 325. And 325. You're going to be 325 here. Hey, you're going to be 325. At 25. You're going to be 325 here. Down 600. And you're going to be 2600. And 26. You're going to be 325 here. And you're going to be 6 up here. And you're going to be 325. 600. And 26. And now 6 here. You're going to be 325. You're going to be 326 here. 325 6. 325. That's going to be T. I ain't going to have a number. You said I ain't going to have on T on 77. Don, whole longer family, Haynes family. Thank you, folks. Appreciate you. Nice cattle as always. Excellent job with them there. Don, you're finally starting to get it figured out, ain't you? I'm in the Thomas kettle. Guys, about a 50-mile haul this morning. Long true yearlings, guys. Weighing about 750 so far. You're going to be 69 head, guys. You're going to be a good square load of them, guys. 760 pounds of them, guys. Yearlings hauled in this morning 50 miles. They're going to be guaranteed open to you. I'm going to be on 321. Yeah, 321. Hey, you gonna be taking about 321. 1 1 1 1. You gonna be 321. It one. Hey, you gonna be 321. Yerlands now. You gonna be 321. It one. I gonna be 321. You gonna be 310. Walk 'em here. You gonna be 310. At 310. You gonna be 310. 11. 11 about 310. 11. At 310. I gonna man down 11 12. You gonna be 13. You gonna be 14. You gonna be 15. 15. I gonna be 15. You gonna be 15. Yeah, 15. I gonna be 15. 15. 15. 14. 15. Yeah, 14. I gonna be 15. 15. 16. You gonna be 16. It's 17. You gonna be 18. 3 18. 18. I gonna be 3 18. You gonna be 7 18. 19. You gonna be 19. It's 3 19. You gonna be 19. 19. 19. You gonna be 3 19. It's 19. 18. 19. It's 3 18. I gonna be 19. 19. 19. You gonna be 3 18. You gonna be 19. Bid 19 bomb. You gonna be 3 18. You gonna be 19. 19. 19. 19. 20. At 320. You gonna be high 20. You gonna be 320. At 320. At 20. 20. 20. You gonna be 320 to bid 20 to bomb. You gonna be 320. At 19 high. I'm 20. I gonna be 320. You gonna be 320. You gonna be 320. 319.50. I gonna be Loudon. I gonna be number 27X and check. You bet. 27X and check. Bob, the whole Thomas family, thank you, folks. Appreciate you. Nice big old stout heifers you sent us today. We thank you. Be Russell Adams cattle guys. You're going to be 90-day yearlings here now. They're steers, yearlings, and they're good. Here you going to be 345. At 345. Here you going to be 345. You're going to be 345. At 345. Here you going to be 45 here. You're going to be 340. Here you going to be 340. At 340. And 40 to bid 40 to bomb. You're going to be 340. You're going to be 340. And 340. You're going to be 14 head. Check your head count and your weight now. You're going to be now going to be 335. At 335. You're going to be 35 here. You're going to be 335. Yearlings now. You're going to be 335. At 335. You're going to be 35 here, boys. Ought to be there. The yearlings are good. 35, 600. I got a man. 3600 and 37. You're gonna be 30. Hey, you're gonna be 39 now. 40. You're gonna be 41 and 41. Hey, you're gonna be 41. You're gonna be 341. I'm gonna spin it one time. You're gonna be 341. Hit one. Hey, you're gonna be 341 bid one bound. Hey, you're gonna be 41 and 341. You won't try 'em. You're gonna be 41 and 341. 40's low. Got a bid one. Now 341. Hit one. 1 1. You're gonna be on 2. You're gonna be 42. You're gonna be 342. 1 2. I ain't gonna be 341. I gonna be 2. Both out here. I ain't gonna be 341. Now 2. You're 2 2 2 2. I ain't gonna be 341 2. I ain't gonna be 341. I ain't gonna be T. I ain't gonna have a number. I ain't gonna have 173. I ain't gonna have T. I number 73. To that I'm family. Thank you guys. Appreciate you, Russell. Nice cattle right here now. I'll be Mike White's cattle for you. Gonna show you 46 head of the good steers here now. TJ, what's the prediction on the OU Alabama game? It's either going to go that way or it's going to be about 15-12 Oklahoma. Guys are going to be home raised. They got 2 rounds of vaccines, no implants. The good cattle guys, 150 plus days on the weaning. You bet you guys. He brought 46, and you're going to see them all right here in the ring now. Guys are steers, 150 plus days on the good yearlings here now. I like them. You're going to be 338 and 38. I'm going to be 338 here. I'm going to go 338. I'm going to go 338. Hit 8. I'm going to go 38. The boys ought to be there. 338 condition now. 338. 9. Hit 9. Now 40. I ain't going to be 340. I'm going to be 39. 40. I'm 341. You're going to be 42. You're going to be 43. You're going to be 43. 44. And 44. And you're going to be 44. And I'm going to be 45. 5 and 45. And 345. You're going to be 345 here. You're going to be 345. Hit 45 and 4 here. here down, 5 here hang, gonna be 344, 345, and 345 and bid 5 here hang, gonna be 345, pretty good man, 344, 345, and 345 and 5 here hang, gonna be 345 and gonna be 45 now 6 high in 46 and now 6 here hang, gonna be 45, 6 high and 45, hey, gonna be 6 up here high 6 and now 46 and high, it's 6 here and high, hey, gonna be 6 here and half here and high, gonna be 46 and high, 46 high 7, hey, gonna be 47, 7 to bid, 7 to buy, 47 high, it's 7 high, you're gonna be 47 to bid, had to buy, 47 half hey, and 48 high, 8 and 8, 8 high, at 48 high, 8 and half, 8 and half, 8 high, at 48 high, 5, 9 high, hey, gonna be 49, 9 high, at 49 high, now 50, I'm gonna get 50, 50, I'm gonna be 50 high, at 50, 50, I now 50, 50, I'm gonna be 350, 50, I'm gonna be 350 and half 1, and 351, 1 half, and 1 and 2, I'm gonna be 2, 2, 2, I'm gonna be 2, 1 and 2, I'm gonna be 350, 1 half here, 2 here, I'm gonna be 1 and 2, 2, 2, I'm gonna be 350, 150, I'm gonna be Troy, I'm gonna be number, you say 103, 108, 80, 80, 80. And be all the white cattle. Appreciate you folks. Nice yearlings right there now. I'll be the Gates Cattle Company. You're going to be long yearlings here now. 2 rounds of the vaccines in them, guys. No implants in them. Are you going to be 346? Are you going to be 346? And now 6 here. Are you going to be 345? 6 high. At 345. Here now 6 here. Are you going to be 45 here. Down 6 7 47. And 47. Are you going to be 7 to bid 7 to buy? I got a man down here 47. And 47. Are you going to be 347? 6 here. Are you going to be 7 to bid 7 to buy? 8. Are you going to be 348? Yet 8. I ain't going to be 48. I'm going to be 48. 9 9 9 9 58. Are you going to be 350? And 351. 1 1 2. Are you going to be down 3. Down bid 3 4. Down bid 5. You're 5600. Are you going to be 57? You're going to be 58, you're going to be 58, it's 7 up here and 8, down half 8, 8, 8, it's 58, and 8, 8, 8, and 58, yet 8, you're going to be 7 up here and 8 here, down to go 7 up 8, and 357, 50, down 8, I'm going to go 350, 8, 8, 8, I'm going to be 358, I'm going to be 357, 50, I'm going to be CA, you got him on 6, you got him on CA, I in number 6. You're going to show you 26 more of the big brothers. On yearlings, he going to be handled up right way down. He going to be 336 and 336, and now 6 here. Hang going to be 36 and 336, and now 6 here. Hang going to be 30. Go high. Hit 1. Hang going to be 31 bid, 1 bout. Hang going to be 331 and 330, 331. 1 bid. Hang going to be 331 and 330, 331. 1, 1, 1, 1. Hang going to be 325 and 600. I'm going to be 7, 8, down 9, 9, high at 329. Hang going to be 29 here. Hang going to be down 30 and 30. I now 331. You're going to be 31 bid, 1 bout. Going to be 32 and 32. I ain't gonna be 33. I ain't gonna be 33. I ain't gonna be 33. Hey, 3, 3, 3 and 3. I ain't gonna be 33 and a half. I ain't gonna be 3 and a half forward. You're gonna be 34 and a half and 4 and a half. It's 34 and a half. You're gonna be 34 here and half here 5. You're gonna be 35 and 35 and a half. You're gonna be 35, 50 and 35, 5 and a half and 35 and a half. You're gonna be 35, 50 to be 50 to bound. You're gonna be 35 and a half and 335 and a half. You get 5 here and half here. How you gonna be? He gonna about 335, 50, 335. I gonna be T. I am my number. You gonna be 77. You gonna be on T. And number 77, T77. To the Gates family, Daniel, we appreciate you. You sitting here with us? If you're watching online, guys, we appreciate you. Nice cattle veterinarian. CA, would you say that Stetson marked that horse out the other night or not? You fell asleep? I'd say he did too. I was sick for him, really. Didn't? No, last night was just as bad if it was. I'll be a brand new deal for you. right, guys, they all got a shot in them right here, guys. They're going to be Don Williams cattle. Be 180 of them sorted up for you guys, and they're good now. Got a round of shots, guys, off their mamas. Heifers rounding them, guys. They're right off their mamas. They're going to be vaccinated now. You're going to be 425. Hit 425. You're going to be 25 here. You're going to be 425. Hit 425. You're going to be 5 here. You're going to be 425. You're going to be 425. Hit 425. You're going to be 25 here. You're going to be 405. You're going to be 407. Hit 405. You're going to be 7 up here. Down 5 here. You do it here. 7. Hit 405. You're going to be 7 up at 7 around. You're going to be 5. 7. Hit 405. I got a man down. 7. 10. 410. You're going to be down 12. You're going to be 15. You're going to be 15. Hit 15, hang 15, 15, now 15, no sir, 15, now 17, now 20, hit 22, 25, 27, 27, hit 27, and 27, you're going to be down 30, you're going to be 30, 30, 31, you're going to be 32, you're going to be 33, hit 34, you're going to be 35, you're going to be 36 here, you're going to be 36 higher, hit 35, you're going to be 36 here, you're going to be 435, 436 here, you're going to be 435, I'm going to be Loudon, get up on 14, Loudon, you're going to be number 14. I'll be just a notch bigger here now. On, you're going to be you're going to be 391. Hit 2. I'm going to be 91 2. You're going to be 391. You're going to be 92. You're going to be 392. And 392 3. You're going to be 93 93 93 3 3 3 3. Hit 93. You're going to be 393. And you're going to be 92 3. And you're going to be 93. And 392 393. Hit 3. You're going to be 333. You're going to be 392. You're going to be 3. You're going to be 3. You're going to be 3. You're going to be 3 4. You're going to be 94. Hit 94. You're going to be 95. You're going to be 96 higher. You're going to be 97. You're going to be 98. Hit 98, 99. You're going to be number 4. And you're going to be 401. You're going to be 401. Hit 1. I'm going to be $4 and 1. You're going to be $4 and 1. You're going to be $4. I'm going to be Loudon. And number 14, Loudon. You're going to be number 14. You're going to be 22 of the good ones now. Guys, they will not be guaranteed open now. Who are you going to be 320? Who you get 320? Who you going to be 320, 20, 20? Who you going to be 320? At 320. You get 20 to bid, 20 to bomb. You going to be 321. You going to be 321. I got a van. Who you going to be 321? Who you going to be 321? You going to be 321. Hit 2. Who you going to be 23? You going to be 23. You going to be 23. Hit 3, 4. You going to be 24, 5. You going to be 25. Hit 25, 6 here. You going to be 27. You going to be 27. Hit 27, 8. You going to be 28. You going to be 7 up here and 8, 9, and 29. Hit 9. You get 29 here, down there. Good. 30. You're going to be 31. You're going to be 31. Hit 31. And 331. 2. You're going to be 33. And you're going to be 33. And 33. And you're going to be 34. And you're going to be 35. You're going to be 35. And 35. You're going to be 35 here. Down 6 here. You're going to be 37. And 38. You're going to be 39. You're going to be 39. 40. You're going to be 41. You're going to be 342. And 42. And 43. You're going to be 43. And you're going to be 44. And you're going to be 45. You're going to be 46. Hit 47. You're going to be 48. And you're going to be 49. Now 50. Now 50. 360 and 350. And now 51. You're going to be 351. It won. I'm going to be 351 mid. One by now. High one. And one high. One high. One and two. And going to be 2.5. You're going to be now 3. And you're going to be 3.5. And now 4. It's 4.5. Now 4.5. 4.5. 5. And 55. 55. 5 and high. It's 6. And now 56 here and high. 6 high. Down 6 here and half here. 7. You're going to be 7 high. You're going to be 7 high. It's 7 high. 57 and 5. You're going to be 58 high. 8 high. 8 and 9. 9 high. 9 high. You're going to be 59 high. 60 and 360 high. 61. 1 1 1 1 high. And 2. Going to be high. And now 3 3 3 and high. It's 3 and forward. Going to be 4 forward. Going to be 4 high. 4 high. 4 high. It's 64 high. 5. You're going to be 5 and high. 5 high. 6 and now 7. You're going to be 8 and 9. You're going to be 70. It's 71. You're going to be 72. And you're going to be 73. And you're going to be 74. And you're going to be 75. 76 high. It's 77. You're going to be 78. And you're going to be 79. 9 80. 80 and 80. 381. 81. 81. You're going to be 381. 81. 111. And 82. And 82. 3. And 83. 83. And 83. 3 3. And you're going to be 382 and 3. And 382 and 3. Down 3 3. And you're going to be 382 and 3. And you're going to be 382. I'm going to be Loudon on 15. Loudon 15. Half brothers right off them, guys. Round of shots, guys. You're going to be steers now. 465. Hit 465. Off their mamas, round of shots, guys, or steers. They're going to be off their mamas. You're going to be, they'll be whatever you want them to be. I'm going to be 460 and 460. High now 60. You're going to be down 2. I'm going to van down here, be now 2. 462. I'm going to be 2 to be 2. I'm going to van down here 5. You're going to be 7. It's 7. You're going to be 70. You're going to be 72. You're going to be 72. It's 75. You're going to be 77. You're going to be 77. It's 75. You're going to be 77. 80. You're going to be 482. You're going to be 482. Hit 2, 85, 85, 87, 87, 790, you're going to be 490. Hit 2, you're going to be 92, 2, 2. At 492, I'm going to be 2, going to be 2, going to be 2, I'm going to be 492. Hit 2, I'm going to be 2 to be 2, 490. I'm going to be Jerry on forward, I'm going to be Jerry on the 4. Jerry on 4. They got around shots, guys. They're steers, and they're good. You're going to be, you're going to be 425. If 425, you're going to be 425 here, and I'm going to be 425. If 425, 5, boys, going to be there. You're going to be 425. If 425 and 25 here, and I'm going to be down 7. And 427, I'm going to be 30, and you're going to be 32, you're going to be 32. And 35, you're going to be 37, you're going to be 37. And 437, you're going to be 35, you're going to be 37. And 37, 8, and 35, 6, 7, 8. And 38, you're going to be 38. You're going to be 9, 9, 9, 9. You're going to be 39, 40. And 340. I ain't going to be 340. And you're going to be 341. You're going to be 942. And you're going to be 42. And 42. I ain't going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. And 3. You're going to be 44. And you're going to be 44. And you're going to be 44. And 44. I ain't going to be 44. And you're going to be 44. And 344. I am 444. 444. That's what I said. 5 and 45. $46. And you're going to be 47. And you're going to be 48. And you're going to be 49. At 49, 58. You're going to be 58. You're going to be 50. At 49, 58, hang gonna be for 49, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, hang gonna be for 49. I'm gonna be Jerry, gonna on 4, Jerry on 4. Me and Jerry's gonna partner on them. I'm gonna be he gonna be they're gonna be big brothers here, and I like the boys. I like the kind here. Now you're going to be 355 and 355. You get 355, 355, and 355. You're going to be 7 up here, 357, and 355. You're going to be 7 up at 7 about 357, and 355. You're going to be 760, and 360, and 360, and now 60. You're going to be 60, now 2. You're going to be 65. You're going to be 67, and 67, 70. You're going to be 70, 72. You're going to be 72. You get 2, and now 5. You're going to be 75. You're going to be 375, and 375. You're going to be 75, 2, 3, 4, you're going to be 74, and 74, and you're going to be 75, you're going to be 76 here, and you're going to be 76 high, it's 76, and now 77, you're going to be 77, and 377, you're going to be 76, 77, and 377, you're going to be 6 here, and you're going to be 7 up here, and you're going to be 376 here, and you're going to be 7, and 377, you're going to be 376, I'm going to be Brandon, I ain't going to on 6, you're going to on Brandon on 6. They're going to beat him around the shots, guys, off their mamas here. They're going to beat him on short ears on them. And you say 303 and 303. They're going to be 303 and they're going to be 303. And the boys will feed right along now. 303 and 303. And now 3 and they're going to be 291. 291. Hit 91. They're going to be 291 bid. One bound. They're going to be 291. On 291. They're going to be 281. They're going to be 281. They're going to be 281. Hit 1. I'm going to be 281 bid. One bound. They're going to be 281. 81. 1, 1, 2. Now going to man down here 2. two, net of 1 2, net of 1 2, net of 1 2, 3, 85, 85, you're going to be 85, 87, 87, going to be 90, you're going to be 90, hit 92, you're going to be 95, you're going to be 95, 95, 95, hit 295, 97, you're going to be now $3 bucks on them, hit $3, hit 3, you're going to be 3, you're going to be 3, hit 3, 297, 302, you're going to be 302, you're going to be 302, hit 2, I'm going to be, he going to be 302, $3 bucks, I'm going to be Mackie, I'm going to be number 52, I'm going to be Mackie, 5-2. Be 2 or 3 more loads of them, guys, next week. These same good cattle now. He 1100, he 11 quarter, he 11 quarter, he 11 quarter, he 11 quarter half, he 1150, 1150, 1150, 1100 half here, hang it 1150 50 to bound, 1150, 11 half, 1150, he's staring now, 1150, 1150 75, negative 1200, 12 and a quarter, 12 and a half, 1250 75, now going to be 1300, 13 quarter, 13 half, 1350, yeah, 1350, I ain't going to be quarters here and half here, I ain't going to be 13 and a quarter, I ain't going to be Mackie, I ain't going to be numbered, he going to be 35, he going to be on Mackie, you number 35. You're going to be at him at 325. At 325, you're going to be 7 up here. You're going to be 30. You're going to be 32. You're going to be 35. You're going to be 37. And 37, 40. You're going to be 342. You're going to be 345. You're going to be 347. And 347 now, 50. You're going to be 352. You're going to be 355. You're going to be 357. And 357, 60. You're going to be 360. Camp going to be 60. 360. 57, 60. I ain't going to be 357, 60. You're going to be 357, 60. You're going to be 357. I'm going to be CA 5 and a 5. You get him on CA and number 55. And he be still here. Hang it a bit. You're going to be 345. 345, you're going to be 345, you're going to be 345, and 345, you're going to be 331, you're going to be 31, and 331, 2, you're going to be 32, and I'm going to be here, and I'm going to be 31, 2, and 331, I'm going to be 2, you're going to be 2, you're going to be 2, 3, and you're going to be 35, and you're going to be 37, you're going to be 40, and I'm going to be 2, and 45, you're going to be 47, you're going to be 50, and I'm going to be 50, and 347, 50, you're going to be 347, you're going to be 50, 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 you're going to be 347, I'm going to be JW, get him on number 6. You get him on JW 6. Don, thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Nice cattle right there. If you're sitting here with us or watching online, good job with them cattle right there, Don. I mean, the Cooper cattle guys, home raised, 2-round shots. Going to be 90 plus days on the yearlings here, Don. 65 to 75 days on them. 65 to 75 days on the weaning. Guys are all steers. They're all vaccinated. They're all good now. And you going to be down. You going to be beat. Going to be 16 head up. I believe so. That's what they said. Yeah. They're going to be 65 to 75 days, Wayne. They're vaccinated and they're home raised. You're going to be $4. Get forward. Hang going to be $4 here. Hang going to be $4. Get forward. Hang going to be forward. Hang going to be $4 on them. Get $4. Hang going to be 381, 81, 81, 2, 81, 2, 83, 83, 33. They're going to be 383, 83, 333, 84, 84, 84, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85. You're both not here. 85, 85, 600, 86, and 87. They're going to be 88. They're going to be 88. Get 90. Get 90. They're going to be 391. They're going to be 92. They're going to be 93. They're going to be 94. They're going to be 95. He could have been 96. Hit 97. He could have been 98. He could have been 99. He could have been 4. Negative $4 on him. 1. Hit 401. Negative 401. 2. Negative 402. 3. Negative 404. Negative 405. Hit now 6. And now 6 here. Negative 7. And 407. 8. Negative 408. 9. Hit 9. 9. 9. 9. 408. 9. 9. High. Hit 9. You're going to be 408. Going to be 9. 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 408. Going to be 9. 408. Not going to be Brandon. I ain't going to on 6. You get on Brandon on 5. You hit Brandon 5. Brandon on 5. Brandon on 5. You guys handle up same way. It ain't going to be 440. Hit 440. I ain't now 40. It ain't going to be 440 here. It ain't going to be 440. Hit 440. I ain't going to be 40. You're going to be 40. You're going to be 42. I ain't going to man down here 42. And 442. I ain't going to be 2 to be 2. Down 442. Hit 5. You're going to be 45, 7, 50. And I'm going to be 52. Down 55, 57. 57. I 57, 60. 460. And 460. I ain't now 57. Going to be 60. You're going to be 60. Going to be 60. You're going to be 60. 457. I going to be T. I get on 48. He get up on T. I number 48. Their stairs handle up same way. I ain't gonna be here down. You're gonna sell them up there. You're gonna be 300, and I want here. I ain't gonna be 40. I ain't gonna be 341. And 341. I ain't gonna be 341. Yes, sir. You're gonna be 70 plus days on them too. And 42. I ain't gonna be 42. And I ain't gonna be 41 too. And now 3. I ain't gonna be 44. And you're gonna be 45. You're gonna be 46 here. You're gonna be 47. And 47. You're gonna be 7, 8. I ain't gonna be 49 here. Time bid 49. And now half 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. High. You're gonna be now 50. You're gonna be 350, 50. And 350. High 1. 1 high, 1 half here, now 1 high, and 351 and 2, and going to be 2, 2, 2, 3, and going to be 54, and going to be 55, 56, 57, negative 57, 6 here, and going to be 7, and 356, 7, yes, 7 of it, 8, and going to be 50 high, and going to be 59, 9 high, yes, 68, and going to be 61, you're going to be 61, and 361, you get 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, you're going to be 360, and I'm going to be Bates, you get him on 6. You're going to be handled up same way, guys. You're going to be same story, guys. 70 plus days on them. You're going to be 370 and 370. And now 1. You're going to be 371. Could have been right on them, guys. You're going to be 371 and 371. You're going to be 371 bid, 1 bound. You're going to be 371. Hit 1. You're going to be 355. You're going to be down 6 and 5600. 55. You're going to be 6 up here. And I'm going to man down 5600, 55, 607. 57. You're going to be 58. And you're going to be 59. You're going to be now 60. You're going to be 61. You're going to be 62. Hit 2. Hanging out 3. And you're going to be 63 and 3, and I'm going to be 63. Yes, 62, 3, 4, and you're going to be 64, and you're going to be 65, and you're going to be 66 here, 66 hundred. Yes, 6, and now 7, you're going to be 7, you're going to be 7. Yet 8, I'm going to be 68, 9, 9, 9, you're going to be 69. Yet 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, you're going to be 69, and 368 here, 9, 9, 9, and now 70, you're going to be 370, now 71, and 371, 2, you're going to be 71, 2, and you're going to be 371, I could have been 2, could have been 2, could have been 2, 371. That's Schrock. I ain't going to have a number straight. To the Cooper family, thank you, folks. We appreciate you. Nice cattle right there, dump. Be some Merlin cattle. They're going to be 60 plus days, and they got shots in them here, dump. 375. Hit 375. You're going to be 375. You're going to be 375 and 375. You're going to be 375 bid from bound. You're going to be 375 and 375. You're going to be 377. You're going to be 377 and 375 to 80. You're going to be 380. You're going to be 382. You're going to be 385 and 385. You're going to be 387. You're going to be 390. You're going to be 392. You're going to be 395. You're going to be 397. You're 398. And you're going to be 399. You're going to be now 4. Now $4 on them. 1. You're going to be 402. You're going to be 403 and 404. and going to be 405, going to be 406 here, going to be 407, and 408, and going to be 9, 9, 9, 10, 410, 11, 411, going to be 12, going to be 13, going to be 13, 13, and 14, 14, 14, 13, 14, going to be 15, 15, 15, 16, going to be 17, 4, 17, 18, 18, 19, going to be 19, 19, 20, going to be 20, 20, 20, going to be 19, going to be 20, 19, 20, 19, going to be 20, 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 419, they're going to be Loudon, I'm going to be number, you're going to be number 15, you Loudon, going to be number 15. 60 plus days, guys, going to be guaranteed open to you. You're going to be 342. I'm 342. I'm going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. I'm going to be 342. Yeah, 2. I'm going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. I'm going to be 341. Now 2. I'm going to be 341. 2. Did you do it? I'm 341. I'm going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. 32. 3. Yeah, 34. And you're going to be 34. And you're going to be 34. And 34. And 3 0. 4 0. And you're going to be 34. You want to be 34. And you're going to be 25. 6 5. And now 7. You're going to be 27. 7 8. And you're going to be 28. Yeah, 8. I'm going to be 328. And you're going to be 328. Yeah, 8. I'm going to be 327, 8, 7, 8, 7, 8, 7, 8, 7, 8. I'm going to be 328. Yeah, 7 up here and 8. I'm going to be 328, 327. And you do it here. I'm going to be 327 and 327. I'm going to be 326. I'm going to be Troy. Get him on 6X. And you want Pragum. Mr. Merlin, nice cattle right there, guys. We appreciate you. Be Marty Phillips cattle. Home raised, guys. 2 round shots, no implants in them. 100 plus days, guys. Heifers are going to be guaranteed open to you now. 365, and 365, 7, and 365, you're going to be 7 up here, 365, 7, 100 plus days, on 367, 70, and 372, you're going to be 375, and 375, both that here, you're going to be 375, you get 75 here, you're going to be 77, and 377, 80, you're going to be 382, you're going to be 385, you're going to be 387, and 387, 90, you're going to be 392, you're going to be 395, you're going to be 397, hit $4 on them, and now 2, you're going to be now 5, and bid 4057, hit 10, you're going to be 10, 10, 10, 410, hit 10, I'm going to be 10, 10, 7, 8, and 408, 8, down, 9, 9, 9, 9, and 410, hit 410, 11, 411, going to be 11, 12, you're going to be 12, 412, I'm going to be 12, 12, 12, I'm going to be 411, going to be 12, 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 411, I'm going to be Todd, get him on 51, hit Todd, you going to be number 51? On 108 heifers, he going to be hammered of on and celebrate. On, he going to be 340 and 340, and he going to be 341, he going to be 341 and 340. Hit 1 2, and he going to be 42, 340, 41, he going to be 341. Hit 1 2, and he going to be 42, 3, and he going to be 43, and he going to be 44, and he going to be 45, and 45, and he going to be 6 up here, and he going to be 7, he going to be 48. Hit 8, 9, 50, and he going to be 51, he going to be 52, and he going to be 53, and he going to be 54. Hit 55, now 6 up here, down 57. And 58, negative 58, hit 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 59, hit 9, you hit 58, 9, and 358, 9, 9, 9, 9, 8, and 9, and 9, you're going to be 358, 9, 9, 9, 9, you're going to be 358, now going to be Troy, you're going to be on 16, hit Troy on 16, you're going to be Troy, I'm going to under 16. You're going to be 108 stairs. You're going to be Celebrate down. Going to be Phillips cattle now. You're going to be 409. Hit 9. You're going to be 409. I'm going to be 9. Going to be 9. Going to be 9. Hit 409. 9, 9, 10. You're going to be 410, boys. Going to be there. 410, 11, 11, 11, 12. You're going to be 412. Hit 13. You're going to be 13, 13. Jerry, you're going to be 13. You're going to be 13. 412. I'm going to be 13. You're going to be 13. Both on here. Down. Going to be 12 here. You're going to be 13. Hit 13. I'm going to be 412. I'm going to be 13, 13. You're going to be 412. 13. 13. I'm going to be 412. I'm going to be Brandon, hang it up number, hang it up 25, and Brandon on 25. They're going to be steers here. 108 yearlings, guys. They're thin, they're green, they're good. Now, they're going to be on 350 and ought to be there. Hang going to be 350 and 350. And now 50. Hang going to be 350. Hang going to be 350. Hit 50. Hang going to be 350. Hang going to be 350. Hang going to be 350. Boys, better than that here. Hang going to be 350 and 350. And now 50. Hang going to be 47, 8 and 348. 9, 9, 9. I'm going to be down here. 950. Hang going to be 51. Hang going to be 51. Hit 2. Hang going to be 2, 3. And hang going to be 53, 3, 4. And 54, 5, 55, and now 6 here, and you're going to be 57, you're going to be 57, 8, hit 8, now 9, 9, 60, now 1, you're going to be 62, you're going to be 63, hit 3, and now 3, now you're going to be 333, now 63, hit 3, 333, and 2 0, 3 0, and you're going to be 362, and 2, and 2, and 3, 362, and that's going to be Bates. You get him on number 6. To the Phillips family. Nice job with them cattle, guys. I like them. Are you going to be Rick Wilson's cattle for you? Off their mamas, guys. Are going to be all natural. The heifers are going to be open to you. Be 50 head on the consignment. Bulls, so you're going to be 375. Now 80. I ain't going to be 380. I'm 380, and I got a man down. 85. You get 385. Now 90. You're going to be 395. Now 4. Now 405. Now 10. 410. 15. You're going to be down 20. You're going to be 420. 15. You're going to be 17. It's 17. Now 20. Then you're going to be 20. 20. 22. You're going to be 22. And 422. You're going to be 22. Then you're going to be 425 and 25. And 422. You're going to be 25 here. Then you're going to be 422. You hit 5. You hit 422 here. 5 here. Then you're going to be 425 7. And 427. Now 30. Hit 30. Hey, you're going to be 27, you're going to be 30, you're going to be 30, you're going to be 30, you're going to be 32, and 32, hey, you're going to be 32, then you're going to be 32, and 32, hey, you're going to be 432 and 5, you're going to be 35, Huffman, you're going to be 35, 7, hit 37, you're going to be 35, you're going to be 7 up here, and you're going to be 435, I'm going to be Huffman. I'll be the big brothers here. The bulls are good now. All natural to you. Oh, you're going to be celebrate down. You're going to be off their mamas. You're going to be 322. You hit 5. You hit 25. Now you're going to band. You're going to be 25. You're going to be 27. You're going to be now 30. And 330. Now 2. You're going to be 35. You're going to be 35. So you're going to be 35. You're going to be 35. And 337. You're going to be 37. You're going to be 37. Can't point anything here down. You're going to be 37. And 337. You're going to be 35. Jada, what do you think here down? You're going to be 35. 7. And 335. You're going to be 7 up here. You're going to be 35. You're going to be 37, 335. I ain't going to be CA. You get them on 66. You get them on CA 66X. So you get them on CA. I ain't get them on 66. Get an X on them, please. Be bull. He gonna be ham. He gonna be 340 at 340. Oh, you gonna be 340. He gonna be down 2. He gonna be 342. Yeah, 2. I gonna man down here 2. You gonna be 342. You gonna be 2. Gonna be 2. Gonna be 2. I'm 342. I gonna be 222. You gonna be 342. I gonna be 340. I gonna be JW. I numbered. You gonna be 5 or 6. He's a little occupied there. Couldn't quite tell me. We got you. On, you're going to be like him here. You're going to be 45 days. He's a bull. Take 375 on him. And 375. You're going to be 375. 40-day bull now. You're going to be 375. And 375. You're going to be 375 here. Now you're going to be 77. And 377. 80. You're going to be 380. And I'm going to be here 222. 85. And 385. 87. And 90. You're going to be 390. You're 392. You're going to be 92. You're going to be 392. You hit 5. You're going to be 95. You're going to be 97. You're going to be 94. Down $4 on you. Hit $4. You're going to be 397. You're going to be 4. You're going to be 4. You're going to be 4. You're going to be 2. And 402. 5. You're going to be 405. And 205 here. And you're going to be 402 and 5. 402. Now going to be old Jerry on number 4. Little heifer, he gonna be time and a bit of on Silverter. He gonna be by the head. I want 900, not quarter. He hit 9 and quarter. I hit 950. He gonna be 950. Mackie gonna be 50, 75, 1,000. Hit 10 and quarter, 10, 50, 10, 75, 11, 11 and a quarter, 11 a high, 75, 12, 12 and a quarter, 12 and a high, 75. And 1275. He gonna be 1250. He gonna be 75. He gonna be 1250. He gonna be 75. He gonna be 1250. I gonna be Mackie. I gonna be number 22. I am Mackie on 22. Be the Paulson cattle. You're going to be 21 days on the heifers here down. 355. Hit 355. Hit 5 here. You're going to be about 355. Hit 5. You hit 5 here. You're going to be 355. You're going to be 355. And 355. You're going to be 340. You're going to be 341. And 341. You're going to be 341 bid. 1 bound. You're going to be 341. Hit 1. I ain't going to be 341. 2, 2, 2. You're going to be 331. I got a man 2. You're going to be 32. Hit 2. I ain't going to be 32. I'm going to be 32. You do it here. 32, 3. And you're going to be 34. You're going to be 34. Hit 34. And you're going to be 34. And I'm going to be 34. You're going to be 34. You're going to be 34, 333. I'm going to be Loudon on 14. Loudon 14. On he bull, he gonna be hammered a bit on 360 and 360, and now 68. He gonna be 50, and now 352. Get two, hang gonna be 25 and 5 down 7 and 57 60, and now 2 62 65 65 67 67 70 and 370. Hang now 70 70 72. He gonna be 72 and 372. Hang gonna be 2 to be 2 down but a bit on 372 and 2. Hang gonna be 372 370. I'm gonna be CA. Hang gonna 155. He gonna on CA 55. He bull here, hang gonna be on Silverter. On one here down, gonna be 240 and 241. He gonna be down 2, hang gonna be 45, he gonna be 47 now, 50, gonna be 52 and 55 now, 57 now, 60, 262 and 5 and 67. They're gonna be 72 and you're gonna be 72, 72 and 272, 70 here, 2's here, down gonna be 75, we're gonna be 77, yet 80, native here 82, native here 82, 85, 85, 86 here, and 86 high, 87, 87, 88, 88, on 288, I'm going to be 287, they're going to be Camp, they're going to be number straight away, he's a bull here, I'm going to be 410, 412, 410, 12, I'm going to be 410, I'm going to 12, 15, 15, yeah, 15, are you going to be 15, you're going to be 17, you're going to be 20, you're going to be 2, you're going to be 5, and 27, 30, hit 2, you're going to be 35, 7, 14, 5, 55, in 455, 455, in 455, you hit 5 here, I'm going to be 455, 5, 5, 5, 5, you're going to be 450, I'm going to be Jerry on number 4, I'm going to be on Jerry on number 4. To the Polson family, thank you, folks. We appreciate you. Nice cattle right here, You can be the Taylor cattle guys are going to be home raised, 2 rounds of shots off the wheat, guys. 120 days on them. You're going to be you're going to be 402. Hit 2. I ain't going to be 2 bound. You're going to be 402. Hit 5. You hit 405 here. Then you're going to be 5 7. You're going to be 10. You're going to be 410. Hit 12. Hang going to be 412 down 15. 15 15. Hit 15. You're going to be 15 412. 15 13. You're going to be 13 412. You're going to be 13 412. And I'm going to be Troy. I'm not going to number. You're going to be 5 5. You hit Troy 5 and a 5. Be a new deal for you. Be Larry Hamilton's cattle for you. Home raised, guys. Had it all done here now. You're going to be hard weaned here now. You're going to be hammered of the boom and the month of the tear down. You're going to be hammered of the boom and the 402. Hit 2. Hang going to be down 3. Hang going to be 3 3. Hang going to be 403. Hit 3. Hang now 3 3 3. 2 0 3. Hang going to be 402. 3. Hit 3. Hang going to be 3 3. Hang going to be 402. Going to be 3. Going to be 3. Hit 3. Hang now 3. Hang going to be 403. And I got a man down here 403 and 403. And now 3 3 3. 2 0 3. You do it here. Hang going to be 404 and 404. Hang 3 0 4 0. Hang going to be 403. Going to be 4. Going to be 4. Going to be 4. Going to be 5. Hit 405, ain't gonna be 6 up here, ain't gonna be 406 high. Hit 405 and 6, 7, and now 8, ain't gonna be 408. Hit 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, negative 9, 10, 410. Hit 10, ain't gonna be 410, do it here, 410. Hit 9, 10, ain't gonna be 409, get a 10, 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 409 Loudon. I ain't gonna 115 Loudon, 115. Long time wean, guys. Going to be guaranteed open to them. And he's going to be 360. And now 68. He's going to be 360. And 360. And now 60. 68. He's going to be long time wean, guys. Their heifers are good now. He's going to be 360. And 360. And now 68. He's going to be 345. And 345. 7. 15. 2. Negative 52. 5. And 55. He's going to be 7 up here. 57. 68. He's going to be 362. Hit 2. Now 5. 85. 85. Hit 7. 87. 70. He's going to be 370. Hit 72. He's going to be 75. He's going to be 75. 77. 80. He's going to be 380. 82 to 85, going to be 385, 87, going to be 390, 390, 87, going to be 90, 87, going to be 90, 387, 90, and 387, 90 to be 90 to bomb, going to be 387. I'm going to be Loudon on 15, Loudon. You hit number 15. You bet you guys. Got some more of them Hamilton cattle guys. Got just a little break right here now. Be Tim Cook's cattle. Guys are going to be home raised. They got 2-round shots, no implants in them, guys. 60-plus days on the weaning now. 60-plus days on them. Heifers are going to be guaranteed open. You're going to be 335 and 335. You're going to be 35 here. You're going to be 335 and 335. You're going to be 35 here. You're going to be 335 here. You're going to be 335 and 35. You're going to be 30. Now one and 331. One. You're going to be 331. Pretty good girls in here now. 331 open now. 331. Hit one. You're going to be 320 and walk them. You're going to be 321. I got a man down here. 321 and 321 and one here. You're going to be 321 bid one by two and 322. You're going to be 23. You're going to be 24, you're going to be 25, and 26, and now 6 here, you're going to be 26, yes, 7, you're going to be 28, you're going to be 28, and 328, 9, 30, you're going to be 30, and 330, and 331, you're going to be 31 here, 2, and you're going to be 32, 3, and you're going to be 34, and 34, 35, you're going to be 35, and 34, 35, you're going to be 34 here, 5 here, and be 334, and 4, and 5 here, and you're going to be 334, I'm going to be Troy, I got a number 6, and get X on them, please, you get them on 6, X, double X. 6 double X. 60-plus days on them, guys. They're steers, and they're good now. He's going to be vaccinated. He's going to be hammered on 371. And 371. I got a man down here, bid 371. And 371. One bid, one bound. He's going to be 371. Do it here. And 371. I got a man, 371. One. He's going to be 371. Hit one. I ain't going to be 371 bid, one by two. And he's going to be 72. And he's going to be 73. And he's going to be 73. Hit forward. He's going to be 74. 5. He's going to be 75. He's going to be 75. Hit 75. He's going to be 4 here. 5 here. And he's going to be 375. And 375. 6 here, then you're going to be 76, 7, you're going to be 377, and 377, 8, then you're going to be 78, and you're going to be 78, hit 9, 80, then you're going to be 380, then you're going to be 380, and 380, and 380, 80, and you're going to be 79, 80, then you're going to be 379, 80, then you're going to be 10, 81, and 381, 81, both out here, then you're going to be 381, hit 1, you're going to be 380, and then you're going to be Troy, and you're going to be numbered, you're going to be Troy on 6, 2, and you're going to be Troy 65, you hit Troy 65, I get them other fingers up there, Rob, you're going to be Troy 65. Yes, sir. Be the brothers. They come along here now. You're going to be 325. At 325, you're going to be 325. Wayne now. You're going to be 325. At 325, 7. You're going to be 730. You're going to be 30. And 330. And now 330, 30. And now 30. And 330. And 330. And now 30, 27, 8. And 28. You're going to be 7 up here. 8 here. And you're going to be 328. Hit 8. I'm going to be 328. 8. You're going to be 7, 8. 327. I'm going to be T73. I'm going to be T on 73. Tim, thank you, sir. We appreciate you. Nice cattle about your dome. Back on those Larry Hamilton cattle guys. They're going to be home raised. They're going to be weaned to you now. 120-plus days on them, guys. They're steers, and they are good. You're going to be hammered on 420. If 420, you hit 20. Then you're going to be 420, 20. If 420, you're going to be 20 to buy boys. That'll be there. Then you're going to be 420. If 420, you're going to be 20. Then you're going to be on 2. Then you're going to be 22. And 422. Then you're going to man down here. Then you're going to be 422. Hit 2. Then you're going to be 422. Brandon, what do you think here? Then you're going to be 422. Hit 25. You're going to be 25. You're going to be 26 here. Then you're going to be 26. Hit 26. You're going to be 26 here. Then you're going to be 425. 426. 425, you're going to be 6 here, 7, you're going to be 27, hit 28, you're going to be 428, hit 8, you're going to be 7 up here, and 8 here, you're going to be 427, 428, you're going to be 7, 8, and 428, 8, you're going to be 427, I'm going to be T, I'm going to be number 48, you're going to be T on 48. 100-day cattle here now. You're going to be hammered on 390. Hit 390. Hit 391. You're going to be 391 and 391. Hit 1. I'm going to be 391. Brandon, you're kind. You're going to be 381. 381. 81. You're going to be 381 bid. 1 by now 2. 2. 81 2. And 2. I got a man down here 2. 2. Hit 2. 3. 83 3. 83. 83. And now 3. High 3. And 83. Hit 3. Down 3. 83 4. 84 83 high. 83 high. 83 and 4, 84 and a high, 4 and a high, 84 and 5, 85. You're going to be on 385 here, 4 and 5. You're going to be 385 and high, 85 and half here. You're going to be 385, 5 and high, and 385, 50, and 385, 5 and a half. You're going to be on 385, and 85 and a 6 and high, 6 high, 86 high. You're going to be 386. Now you're going to be camp. You're going to be number 5. You're going camp on 5. Did I miss you, Jerry? steered. He gonna be $5 on him. Hit $5. Hit $5. And gonna be $5. Gonna be $5. Gonna be $5. And $5. Hit $5. Catch it twice this time. Hit $505. Hit $505. Hit $505 here. Hey, gonna be $505. Hit $5. Hit $5 and $5. You're gonna be $505. And I got a man down here. Bid $505. Hit $5. Hit $5. You get $5 and $5. $5 and $5. $5. Now gonna be Jerry. Old Jerry 4. You're gonna want Jerry on 4. Larry, we appreciate you. Nice cattle you sent us today. You sitting here with us? If you're watching online, Larry, good job with them cattle right there. Don't appreciate you. Be the white cattle. Are you going to be no guarantee on these heifers? 250. Are you going to be 250? Are you going to be 250? How many yearlings now? I'm 250. I ain't going to be 50 to be 50 to pound. Me going to be 250. I'm 250. I ain't going to be 30. I'm 230, 30, 31, and 31. Are you going to be 31 and 231 bid 1 bound? And going to be 231. Hit 2. Are you going to be 32? And you're going to be 33. And you're going to be 34. And you're going to be 35. You're going to be 37 and 37. Now 40. Rob you online 42. And you're going to be 42 and 42. 5. You're going to be 47. 47. You're now 50. Now 52, negative 52, hit 5, 55, 55, 52, 5, hit 52 and 5, hey, gonna be 252, 255, gonna be 252, I gonna be CA, I gonna be number, you said number 8, 28, I'm gonna CA 28, go ahead and preg them, please. Leave them be, if they're bred, just leave them. Yearlings, 3 rounds of shots, be the Paul cattle, they're open to you. 312. I ain't gonna be 312. I ain't gonna be 312. 12, 12, 12, 12. I ain't gonna be 312. I ain't gonna be $3. Hit $3. $3 on them. Hit $3. Hit $3. I ain't gonna be 3. Gonna be 3. Gonna be 3. 3. 3. I ain't gonna be 290. Hit 290. Hit 291. 291. 291. 2. Hit 92. And I got a man down here. 92. Hit 3. And you're gonna be 93. And you're gonna be 94. And you're gonna be 94. And you're gonna be 95. You're gonna be 96. Hit 96. And now 6 here. You're gonna be 7. You're gonna be 98. You're gonna be 98. Hit 99. 99. 3. Negative $3 on them. Hit $3. Hit 1. Negative on 2. Negative 302. Hit 2. 3. Negative 3 4. Negative 3 4. Hit 4. Hit now 4 4 4 5. Negative 305 6 high. Hit 7. Negative 307 8. Negative 308 high. Hit 10 high. Negative 310 10 10 309. Negative 10. Negative 10 11 and 311. Negative 12. Negative 13. Negative 14. 14. 14 and 14 14. Negative 13. Negative 14. Negative 13. Negative 14. 3 13. I ain't gonna be loud. Then negative on 2 8x and go ahead and preg them. You're going to be long-time wing bulls here. You're going to be 325 and 325. You're going to be 25 here. You're going to be 325 and 325 7 and 327 and 325 7. Hit 30. You're going to be 32. You're going to be 32. You're going to be 32. Hit 35. You're going to be 37. You're going to be 37. Hit 35. You're going to be 37 up here 40. You're going to be 41. You're going to be 42. You're going to be 43 and 43. And 42 series 3 4. And you're going to be 45. You're going to be 45 6 hit 47. You're going to be 48. Negative 49, hit 999, negative 48 9, 48 9, now 48 9 9 9, negative 348. I got to be JW6. Evans cattle guys, yearlings, they got to be no guarantee on them. 235 on 235. You're gonna be 235. You're gonna be 235. Be no guarantee on the yearlings here. You're gonna be 220. Hit 220. Hit 20 20 20. You're gonna be 220 on 220. 20 to bid 20. You're gonna be 220. You're gonna be 210. I got a man down 11 on 210. 11 up here 12. You're gonna be 13. You're gonna be 14. You're gonna be 15. Hit 17. You're gonna be 20. You're gonna be not 2. You're gonna be 22. Out of the net 25. You're gonna be 27. On 227. I'm gonna be 30. You're gonna be 32. You're gonna be 35. You're gonna be 37. And 37, 40, negative 240, negative 240, and 242, negative 242, both on here, 5, negative 247, and 247, now 50, 252, 252, hit 2, and now 5, negative now 7, now 60, now 2, 65, 67, negative 67, and 65, 67, 267, 267, 70, 270, and 270, and now 70, 67, 70, 67, 70, 267, I'm going to be loud, and negative, you say 40 and preg. 3. 30 and preg. You're going to beat him, you're going to beat him heifers. You're going to be no guarantee on them. You're going to be 288. You're going to be 288 and 288. You're going to be 270. You're going to be 270 on 270. Are you now 70, 70, 70, 70, 70? You're going to be 270 on 270. I ain't going to be 250. Are you going to be 252? You're going to be 252. You're going to be 252. You're 2. I'm going to be 222. You're going to be 240. And now 2. Now I'm going to be in 5 on 245. 205 here. You're going to be 245. 7. You're 247. 50. 52. 55. 57, 60, 60, 60, 57 now, 60, they're going to be 257, 60, they're going to be on 257, they're going to be Ruben, and number 1, Ruben 1. They're the steers, they came right along. 410. You're going to be 410, 10, 10, 10, 10, 12. Now I got a man, 410, 12. 410, 12. And now 410. And now 15. You're going to be 17. Now 20. You're going to be 22. You're 25. You're going to be 27. You're going to be down 30. You're going to be 32. And 35. You're going to be 37. You're going to be down 42. And be right there. 45. And 47. And 47. Now 50. Now 50, 50, 50. Then you're going to be 47, 50. And 450. You're going to be 47, 50. And you're going to be 47. I'm going to be Brandon on 4. You're going to be Brandon on 4. 750, 750, 75, 800 and quarter, 8 high, 75, 9 quarter, high, 75, 1,000, quarter high, 75, 11, quarter, 11 quarter, 11 high, 75, 11, 75, 11, 75, 11, 1,200, 12 and a quarter, they're going to do 12 and a quarter, hit 12, 12 and a quarter, you're going to be 12 and a quarter, they're going to do 12 and a quarter, they're going to be 1,200 Mackie, and number, they're going to be 22. Be the Selman kettle. Guys are off their mamas. They're going to be all natural to you. You're going to be 425. You're 425. You're going to be 25 here. You're going to be 425. You're 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. You're going to be 425 here. You're going to be $4 on her. You're $4. You're going to be 402. You're going to be 2 to 2. I'm going to be 402. Hit 2. I'm going to be 2 to 2. You're going to be 382. I'm going to be 382. Hit 2, 2, 5, 85. I'm not going to be 382, 85. 7. You're going to be 90. You're going to be 2, 95. You're going to be 97. You're now 4, down 2, 5, 7, 10, 12, 15, 17. It's 17. You 15. You're going to be 17. You're going to be 17. 415. Not going to be Ruben. You're going to one straight away. Bull and Natural, you're going to be 385, here 385, 85, 87 of it, 7 of them, you're going to be 385, 87, and 385, 7, and 387, and 387 of it, 7 of it, 90, and you're going to be 390, negative 392, and you're going to be 395, here 397, now 4 and 2, you're going to be 402, here 2, now you're going to be 2, going to be 2, going to be 2, going to be 2, here $4 and 2, now you're going to be 222, and you're going to be $4, now you're going to be JW, here number 3. You're going to be 12 and a quarter, 12 and a half, 12.75. You're going to be 1,300, 13 quarter. You're going to be 13 quarter. You're 13 quarter. At 13 quarter. You're going to be 13.25 here. You're going to be 13.25. At 13 quarter. Hang quarter. You're going to be 13.25. At 1,300 with Mac. You're going to be 25.50, 75, 1,400 quarter. 14 quarter. You know high 14.50, 75, 14.75, and 14.50. You get 75, 14.50. You're going to be 75, 14.50. I'm going to be Mackie. You're going to have a number. You're going to be 2 and a 5. 505, hit 505, he gonna be 505 here, he gonna be 505, hit 505, Jerry you looking, he gonna be 505, hit 505, hand bid 5 here, he gonna be 505, he gonna be 505, hit 505, Huffman you like him here, down bid 505, hit 505, hand fine 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 5, 10, hit 10, high gonna be 10, you're gonna be 10, you're gonna be 10, you're gonna be 10, 510, now 15, hit 15, 20, he gonna be 25, he gonna be now 30, now 35, down 35, 40, and 540, 545, hit 45, 50, 555, 555, in 555, 60, 560, 560, in 55, you're going to be 60, you're going to be 60, you're going to be 60, 555, Huffman. The Selman family, thank you, folks. We appreciate you. Nice cattle right there now. You're going to be 80 plus days on these steers here now. Be the Kellen kettle. You're going to be 345. At 345. You're going to be 345 here. 80 plus days on them, guys. Now 7. You're going to be 347, 50, and 350, and 48, 999. Now 50. You're going to be 51. You're 52. Now you're going to be 222. Now 51, 23. 53, 4. Now be 54. Now 55, and 55. 56, now 56 here. 57, 57, 8. 58. You're 7, 8, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 60. Now you're going to be 61. You're going to be 61. Hit 2. And now 3, 63, and 4. Down 64, hit 5, yeah, 85 here, now bid 65, 65, now 6 here, down 66, hit 7, 67, hit 67, hounds 67, going to be 8, 69, 9, 9, high, hit 9, 8, 9, 9, 9, 68, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 70, 370, you're going to be 371, you're going to be 371, now 371, hit 1, I'm going to be 371, bid 1 bound, you're going to be 370, I'm going to be CA, get on number 6, you get him on CA 6. To the Kellen family, thank you guys. We appreciate you folks. Nice cattle right there now. Home raised 2-round shots, long time yearlings here. And you said the who? Bit of Lauder cattle. 260. Are you going to be 261? You get 1. Hey, you going to be 261. You're going to be 261. You're going to be 250. Yearling steered. How you going to be 251? He's weaned out and all now. He's going to be 251 2. Hit 2. Down. Going to be 251. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. 51 2. And 222. 51 2. You want to try him here? 51 2. I got a man down here. Down. Going to be 251 2. 1 2 2 2 2 2 2. And going to be 251. They're going to be Sam. You hit number 1. You're going to be Sam. Yes, sir. He's going to be number 1. You're going to be no guarantee on them, guys. You're going to be 310. You get 310. Hit 10. Yearlings down. You're going to be 310. High going to be 10, 10, 10, 310. Hit 10. Now you're going to be 310. You're going to be 291. You're going to be 291. 291. Hit 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. You're going to be 291. You're going to be 271. 271. You're going to be 271. Hit 1. You're going to be trying for 271, 2. You're going to be 71, 2, 3. You're going to be 75, 77, 80, 2, 85, 87, 90. You're going to be 290. 290, 87. You're going to be 90, you're going to be 90, you're going to be 90, 287. You're going to be, that's going to be Jerry. I'm going to be number 22, and go ahead and preg them. There's steer yearlings. 335, he gonna be 35, and 335, hand bid, 5 here, high, gonna be, he gonna be 35, and 335, hand 5 here, high, gonna be 30, and now 330, and 330, and Tom, the yearlings now, they gonna be 330, and 330, and now 30, 31, he gonna be 31, and 332, he gonna be 32, he gonna be 33, and he gonna be 34, and he gonna be 35, and 35, and you gonna be 36 here, and he gonna be 37, he gonna be 37, hit 8, I gonna be 39, he gonna be now 40, and I gonna be 40, hit 1, he gonna be 41, now 2, they gonna be 43, they gonna be 43, hit 4, he gonna be 45, he gonna be 45, 45, and 345, you hit 345 here, they gonna be 345, he gonna be 344, I gonna be Troy, and I gonna be number, they gonna be set 80. There's a little one on there, he'd like to pull him off and sell him. Sure are getting bossy up there. On he Erlen there. How you going to beat him? What are you going to beat? He said 355. You get 355, 355, 355, and 355. You get 5 here, you're going to be 355 here, you're going to be 355, and 355. Hey, you're going to be 355, you're going to be 35, and 335, and 335. Steer, Yerland now, 335, and 335, and 5 here, you're going to be 35 here, you're going to be 320, and 321. I got a man down here, one, you get a 321. You won, and now 321 bidding on the ones outside. You get a 321. He's a steered, he's a Yerland, 321. Hey, you're going to be 321 bid, one bound, you're going to be 321 on. He going to be 320. I going to be Troy, and number 6. He going to be T-Roy, and number 6. You betcha. Be the Tate, really, congratulations. Be the Tate family here, guys. Guys are home raised, 2 rounds of shots. Long time on the weaning now. The guys, the bigger heifers, going to be open now. 440, you hit 440, hit 440, you hit 40 to bid 40 to buying 2, you're going to be 42, yes sir. You still went in on these heifers. 440. You hit 440. You're going to bid 40. You're going to bid 40. He's in there for a minute. 440. Hit 442. You're going to bid 2 to bid 25. You're going to bid 45. You're going to bid 47. You're going to bid 50. You're going to bid 2. You're going to bid 5. 7. And now 7. 57. 455. You're going to be 7 up here. 55 here. You're going to be 7. And 455. You're going to be 7 to bid 7 to buy. 455 here. You're going to be 7 up here. Down bid 455. I'm going to be 51. You're going to be Todd. You're going to be number 51. You're going to be Todd 51. Same deal, guys. They're yearlings now. You're going to be no guarantee on them, guys. You're going to be you're going to be 270. Yeah, 270. You're going to be 272. You're going to be 272. Yeah, 2. I'm going to be 2 to be 2. You're going to be 272 and 2. I'm 272. Hey, you're going to be 2 to be 2. I'm going to be a long time wing, guys. There's no guarantee on them, guys. 250. Yeah, 250. You're going to be now 1. If it here, I'm going to be 251. Yeah, 1. You're going to be 251 here. I'm going to be down 2. You're going to be 52. Yeah, 2. I'm going to be down 5. You're going to be 255. 255. Yeah, 255. You're going to be 255. I'm 252, and pop here, and I'm going to be 252 and 2 and pine, 252, and I'm going to be CA on negative number 28, and go ahead and prag them and leave them back there. She's a heifer. She's weaned. He going to be hammered of 372 and 372. Hang going to be down 372. 5. We're going to be 75. Trent, what do you think here? Going to be 375 and 375 and 2 here. 5 here. Hang going to be 77, 80 and 382 and 385, 87, 90. Going to be 392, 395, 397. Full books on her now 2 and 402. I ain't going to be 2 to be 2. Now we're doing on 5. You're going to be 405. It's 7. I'm going to be 10. Now 12. Now 15. You're going to be 17. Going to be 20. It's 17, 20. It's 20, 22. Now you're going to be 22 and 25. He's going to be 25. Where are you at? 25, 27. There he is. 27. Been there all day. 27 and 25. He's going to be 7 up here. Then going to be 425. He's going to be 7, 425. And that's going to be Todd. Get up on 51. Be the brothers, they come right along, guys. A long time weaned here. How you gonna be at him? We're doing $4. You get $4 on them. You get $4. He gonna be $4 here too. Then gonna be 402. Long time weaned now. 402. Hit 2. I ain't gonna be 2 to be 2. Then we're doing 402. Hit 2. 2. Then you're gonna be 382. Then you're gonna be 382. Hit 2. Long time weaned now. Then you're gonna be 382. Be the Tate cattle on 352. 5 and 55 and 355. Now I got a man down here being 355 and 355. You get 5 here. 7, 16. 2, 5, 7, 2, 5, 7, 82, 82, 85, 87, hit 90, 92, you're going to be 95, you're going to be 97, you're going to be 4, you're going to be 2, and 402, hit 5, you hit 407, and 407, and 407, 5 here, you're going to be 7 up here, 405, 7, 10, hit 12, and be 12, 15, you're going to be 17, and 20, and 22, and 22, and going to be 22, 2, 2, 422, down 5, and 25, 7, and 427, and 20, and 27, you're going to be 425, I'm going to be Trent, I'm going to be number 22, and going to be Trent on 22. Same cattle. Same deal, guys. Are weaned. He going to be 502. Hit 502. Hang going to be 2 to be 2. Then he going to be 452. Hit 2. Hang going to be 222. Hang going to be 452. Stairs. Long weaned now. 452. Hit 2. Hang going to be 222. Hang going to be 452 and 5. 55 and 55 and 55. 425. 30. I got a man 35. You're going to be 35. 40. You're going to be 45 now. 50 down. 450. Hit 50. 45. 50. 45. 50 out here down. 45. 50 and 45. 50. for 45 here, down 50s here, hang going to be for 45. I going to be 50, 50, 50, 450, and 50, and now 55, 55, 60, 460, and 460. Now 5, you're going to be 570, 470, and 470, 65, you're going to be 70, 465. Trent, you're going to number 23. Yeah, Trent, hang on number 23. You're going to be still a good take cattle guys. Home raised 2-round shots. You're going to be long time on the waning. You're going to be time on. You're going to be time for 40 and 440. Hit 40. You're going to be for 40. You're going to be 420. Hit 2. You're going to be 22. You're going to be 25. You're going to be 27. You're going to be 30 down 2. You're going to be 35. You're going to be 37 and 37. 40. You're going to be 42. You're going to be 45. You're going to be 47. Now 50 and now 2. Down bid 5. You're going to be 7 up here and 60. Now 62 and 5. 67. Now you're going to be 7, 467, Jiggity 5, Jiggity 7, 4 Jiggity 5 here, you're going to be 7 up here, 465, Todd 51, you're going to be Todd, you're going to be 51, you're going to be Todd 51, hey Steer Yerlet now, came right along, you're going to be him, but here down, you're going to do 322, 322, down, you're going to be 22, down, you're going to be 322, hit 2, down, 2 to be 2, down, you're going to be 322, long wing steer down, 310, and 310, 11, now 12, you're going to be 13, you're going to be 14, you're going to be 15, hit 15, now 17, now 20, now 22, you're going to be 325 and 25 7. You're going to be 27, 27 8. You're going to be 28. Hit 9 9 9 30. You're going to be 31. You're going to be 32. You're going to be 33. You're going to be 34. You're going to be 35, 36. Hit 37. You're going to be 38, 39. You're going to be 40. You're going to be 1. You're going to be 2. You're going to be 3. Now 4 and 44. Hang. You're going to be 344. You're going to be 344. 343. I'm going to be hanging on 6. Bates on 6. Bates number 6. Thank y'all. Appreciate you. Nice cattle right there. Good job getting them weaned for us. Long time wean. No guarantee. You're going to be 272. 272. You're going to be 272 and 5. You're going to be 75. Kings here. You're going to be 75. 275. You're going to be 75. 275. 272 and 5. You get 75 here. You're going to be 75. Do it here. You're going to be 277. 277. You're going to be 75. You're going to be 77. You're going to be 275. 77. 275. Troy. And my number. You're going to be. You say 6X. Go ahead and Prager. Guys, we still got about 500 kids left now. Got a lot of nice ones back there, too, now. Be 70 head of these steers for you, or these cattle for you. Steers and heifers, home raised, 2 rounds of shots. Grass hay, protein tubs. 45-plus days on the winning guys. Little thin things here, and I like them. On the beat him, got like the kind of condition here now. You're gonna beat him, settlement here down, gonna be 400. You're gonna want here down, gonna be 10. If 410, I'm gonna be 10, 10, 10, 10, 45 plus days on the winning guys. You're gonna be 45 days, 2 rounds in them, and 410. I now 10, 410. If 410, I'm gonna be take 395 on them, 395, at 397, at 397, 7 of it, 7 of them. You're gonna be 395 and 397. I got a man down here, 395, 397, at 395, and 7 forward. I'm $4 on them here. At 402, I'm going to be 402, I'm going to be 402. At 2, I'm going to be 222, 1, 2, and 2, I'm going to be 402, down 2 to bid 2, 2 to bid 2, 3, I'm bid 3, and 403, I'm going to be 3, forward, I'm bid 405, and 405, and down 5 here, I'm going to be 4 and 6 here, down 4 and 6, down 7, is 7, 7 to bid 7 to buy 7, 8, and 8 and 8, 8, 8, and 4, 8, 9, 9, 9, 409, 10, I'm going to be 10, 10, 10, hit 10, and down here 10, I'm going to be 409, going to be 10, 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 409, I'm going to be Troy, going to be 14, you're going to be Troy, and number 14. Big sisters, going to be 45 days on them here. Going to be 19 head of them, guys. You're going to be settlement there. Going to be, check the weight change here. Going to be there. I'm going to be, going to be settlement there, guaranteed open 45 days on them. Now 330 and 331. You're going to be 331 and 331. 1, 1. You're going to be 331 bid, 1 bound. You're going to be 335. Yeah, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. You're going to be 331 and 331. Boys, how to be there? 331. Yeah, 1. I'm going to be 331 bid, 1 bound. You're going to be 320 and won't be back. 320. 21, 2. Hit 3, hang to be 24, negative be 25, negative be 26, high. Hit 7, negative be 28, negative be 29, negative be 30, negative be 31, negative be 32, 33, and 33, hang to be 33, negative be 34, negative be 34, and 35, hang to be 36 here, negative be 36, high. And 35, 6, 7, negative be 37, negative be 37, and 38, hang to be 39, negative be 39 here, negative be 39, and 39, what do you think here, negative be 38, 9, and 338, down 9, 9, 9, negative be 38, and 9, 9, 9, and 338, I'm going to be Troy, I number negative be say 26X, and go ahead and preg them. You get them in Troy, you 26X preg. 45-day wing steers. Came right along, guys. They got about 2 rounds of shots in them here. And I like the kind now. On they got to be hammered a bit on Celebrate. And they got to be hammered a bit on 417. It's 17. Now 20. It's 420. It's 22. They got to be 22. And I got to be down here. Down 5. They got to be 25. They got to be 27. It's 30. They got to be 32. They got to be 35. They got to be 37. And 37. They got to be 37. 40. And 40. Down 2. They got to be 42. They got to be 45. They got to be 47. And 47. For 47. And 47. It's 47. It's 5 here. You're going to be 7 up here for 45, 7, 50. Hit 50. And now 2. I now 2 to be 2. Down bid 452. Hit 2. I'm going to be 2. 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 450. Not going to be T. I'm going to be 48. You get on T. I number 48. On 45 days on them, guys. 2 round shots in them. He's going to be 377 and 377 now 80 and 380. And now 382 and 85 and 87, 90. Going to be 390. It's 392. They're going to be 95. You're going to be 395. It's 205. You're going to be 395. You're all out here now. 392, 395. It's 95. You're going to be 392, 57. Negative 397. It's now forward. I'm going to be $4 on them. 4. I'm going to be 397. 4. Hit forward. Now forward. I'm going to be 397. Going to be 4. Going to be Brandon. Going to be 4. Going to be 4. Hit 2. I'm going to be 402. Now going to be 222 and 401 and now 1 here. It ain't going to be 401. It 1. You're going to be 401 and 1 here. It ain't going to be 401. $4. Not going to be Camp. And number 5. You're going to want Camp on 5. 355. You get 355. You're going to be 355. 45 plus days on them, guys. 355 and 355 and 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, and 41, 42. Then going to be 42. Down 42 and 42. 5, 41, 2, 3. And going to be 43. And going to be 43. And 3 down 3 forward. And going to be 44, 45 and 46 and 47. And going to be 48. And going to be 49. Now 50 and now 51. Now 2. And going to be 53. And going to be 54. Down 55. 56 higher. Now 57. Now 58. Down 9, 60, and now 1, and you're going to be 361. It 1, you're going to be 361. It 1, now 1, you're going to be 360, and that's going to be Bates. You get a number 6. It Bates. You get a number 6. Heifer here, I like her. I'm going to be 45 days, short tail, short ears here. I'm going to be by him here. I'm going to be by that way. I'm going to be 291. 291 bid, 1 bang. I'm going to be 291. It 1, you're going to be 275 and 275. 275 and 275 here. I'm going to be 240 and 242. I'm going to be 242. You on tire here. Hang going to be 242. Hit 2. 5. You're going to be 245. I got a man down here. 7. 50. 5. 60. 5. 75. 80. And 80. Hang going to be 280. I'm going to be 275. 80. I'm going to be 275. 80. 275. 80's here. Hang going to be 275. Mackie. And make up a number. They're going to be number 65. Hang going to be Mackie. 65. Oh, little heifers. They're going to be to the Stevens family, guys. We appreciate you. They sitting here with us. Thank you to the Stevens family. Nice cattle right here now. I'll be Dan Tracy's cattle for you. Off their mamas, they're going to be all natural. Heifers are going to be open when they get big enough now. On, they're going to be hammered, they're going to be 430 and 430. Hit 30, 30, 30, 30, 30. They're going to be 430 and 430. Hey, going to be 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 430, and 410, 410. I ain't going to be 10, 10, 12, and bid 412, 412. I ain't going to be 12, going to be 12, going to be 12. And I got a man 410, 12, 412, 15, now 17, now 20, then 422. Hit 25, you're going to be 25, 7, they're going to be 30, they're going to be 32, they're going to be 32. And 432, I ain't going to be 2 to be 2, 432 and 2 and 2 and 2 and 2, and ain't going to be 430. I ain't going to be Loudon, negative number, you get 14, Loudon, 14. Heifers, they're going to be off their mamas. They're going to be they're going to be 405. Hit 405, and I got a man 7. They're going to be 47. Hit 405. Hit 710. I got a man on 12. They're going to be 15. They're going to be 17. Hit 17, 20. They're going to be 22. They're going to be 25. They're going to be 27. Hit now 30. They're going to be 30, 30, 32. They're going to be 32. And 32. Down 222. And I'm going to be 432. And 432. I'm going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. Down 5. You're going to be 35. And 37. You're going to be 37. You're going to be 37. You're going to be 35. You're going to be 30. 437, 435. They're going to be Loudon. Negative on 14. Same way, Loudon on 14. $365, hit $365, and now 5 here, he gonna be $365 here, and gonna be $365, hit 7, and jiggity sand, and $367, 70, he gonna be $72, he gonna be $75, he gonna be $75, and $377, 80, and gonna be $382, and gonna be $385, he gonna be $385, 85, 85 here, down 87, and $387, 90, he gonna be $390, hit 92, he gonna be $392, and gonna be $395, he gonna be $397, and $397, they're gonna be down 4 bucks on him, hit 402, and gonna be $405, again 407, now 10, 410, hit 12, down 15, they're going to be 17, hit 20, they're going to be 20, 20, 20, hit 17, could have been 20, hit 17, 20, hit 17, could have been 20, could have been 20, could have been 20, could have been 20, for 17, I'm going to be Loudon, get him on 15, Loudon, on 15. Brothers, they came right along, guys. You're going to be handled up same way. I ain't going to be hand-bid bulls. They'll be and 400. And I want here. I'm going to be 40. And now for 42. Hit to the 2. I now for 42. 5. Hit 45. Huffman, take it to you. 7. And now 50. Now 5. Now 60. Now 5. Now 70. And 470. Hit 475. 475. Hit 80. And I'm going to be 485. And 485. 90. And I'm going to be 490. Hit 490. Hit 90. 90. 90. And I'm going to be 490. Hit 95. And 495. You're going to be 97. And 497. And 495, 97, and 97, 97, 97, hit 95, 97, you do it here, and you're going to be 495, you're going to be 7 up here, 495, you're going to be 7, 495, I'm going to be Jerry on 4, you're going to be Jerry on 4. In $4, hit 402, hey, you're gonna be 2, down, 402, hit 25, hey, you're gonna be 405, now gonna be in 405, hey, you're gonna be 7 up here, and 10 here, 12 here, 412, 412, hey, you're gonna be 412 here, down 412, 15, hey, 15, 17, hit 17, he gonna be down 20, he gonna be 22, he gonna be 22, hit 22, down 2 to 2, 422, 5, hit 25, and 425, 2, 3, down 22, 3, and 423, down 3, 3, 3, 4, and you're gonna be 24, you're gonna be 25, and 26, and now 7, 27, 8, and 429, 9, 9, now 30, you're gonna be 30, 31, you're gonna be 31, and 31, 2, you're gonna be 32, you're gonna be 33, you're gonna be 34, you're gonna be 35, you're gonna be 35, 600, and 36, and now 6, 7, you're gonna be 37, and 37, you hit 38, you're gonna be 39, and 39, hit 40, and now for 40, and for 40, and 440, hit 40, 40, 40, and you're gonna be 40, 39, 40, 40, 40, you're gonna be 39, you're gonna be 40, you're gonna be 40, you're gonna be 40, you're gonna be 40, 439, I'm gonna be Huffman, you hit 439, you're gonna be on Huffman. You're going to be 410. You're going to be 410. You're going to be 410, 10, 10, 10, 10. You're going to be $4.5. Hit 405. Now 10, do it here. You're going to be 405. Hit 405. And 5 here. You're going to be now 10, 15. Now 20. You're going to be 425. Hit 30. You're going to be 30, 30, 30. 425. You're going to be 30. You want to be 30. And 425. You're going to be 30s here. 425. You're going to be 30. 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 425. I'm going to be Mackey. I'm number 2 and a 5. Mackey. 2 and a 5. To the Tracy family, thank you guys. We appreciate you. Be the Salisbury cattle for you. You're going to be home raised, 2 rounds of shots in them here now. 90-plus day yearling steers. Now, here we go. He going to be hammered a bit on 340. He at 340. And better sit on them hands. He going to be 340 and 340. He going to be 341 and 341. And now 340, 341 and 341 2. And going to be 43. And he going to be 44. And he going to be 45. He going to be 45 and 46 higher. And he going to be 46 here down 7 and 47. He going to be 47 and 47. He going to be 6 here. He going to be 7 up here. You do it here at 8. He going to be 48. At 8 and half 8, 8, 8, 48 at 8, 8 and high, 8 and half 9. 9 high. We're going to be 9 high now. 50 and now 350 high. 50 50 51 1 high. 51 and 2 and high. Going to be 2 and a half. We're going to 2 and 3 3 3 and 3 and a half. He's going to be 3 and 4 and 4 and a half. It's 4 and a half. 4 and a half now. 5 55 here down 5 and a half. 55 and a half. 6 here. 56 higher. 56 and now 6 and a half and now 6 and a half. 56 high 7. You're going to be 57 and a half. You're going to be 7 high. 57 and 8 and you're going to get 58 and a half. 8 and a half. Hit 9 9 9 9 9. Give me half here down 9 high. Hit 9 and a half. You're going to 159 here and half here. Going to be 359 and a half. Hit 9 and a half and 9 here and half here. Going to be 359 and a half. Half. Hey, going to be 359. I'm going to be T. I'm going to be number 77. You're going to be on T and number 77. You get 90-day Big Brothers here. Are you going to be hammered on 310? Hit 310. I ain't going to be 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Are you going to be 310 and 310? I ain't going to be 10, going to be 10, going to be 10, going to be 10, going to be 10. $3 1 and 301. Hit 1, 2. Ain't going to be 301, 2. Ain't going to be 301. Now 2. Hit 2. Down 2, 2, 2. Ain't going to be 302. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. And 301, 2. You won't try them here. Ain't going to be 301. Ain't going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. 301, 2. 301. Ain't going to be Troy at number 9. Mr. Salisbury, nice cattle as all. I've sold them for you quite a few times here, I know, and they're good every time. We appreciate you. Out of Haas's Bulls, you bet. There's your reason. Home raised, 2 round shots, guys. No implants in these cattle. 90-plus days on the yearlings now. You're going to be 90-plus days on them. Heifers, and they're good. You're going to be hammered on the bone. You're going to be 425. Hit 425. You're going to be 25 here. You're going to be 425. Hit 5. You hit 425 here. You're going to be 425 and 25 and 425. 90-plus days on the girls now. 425. Hit 7. You're going to be now 30. You're going to be now 2. You're going to be 35. You're going to be 37. Now 40. Hit 42. 45. 47. And now 50. Now 52. Down bid 2. And 452. I ain't going to be 2 to be 2. I ain't going to be 452. Yeah, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. And you're going to be 452 and 2 and 2 and 2. 450. And that's going to be Todd, number 51. Yeah, Todd. You're going to be number 51. You crippled up guys, going to sell her for the insurance here now. You're going to be hammered, you're going to be dollar, and now 55, 155. Not all that bad, guys. 155, 155, and 55 here, 155, 155. You're going to be dollar bill. Now 5, you hit 105, 105, 105, 555. You're going to be 105 here, down 105, 105, and 105 here, down 105. Going to be 50 cents a pound. You hit 50, you hit 2, now going to be 5, and 16, 5. You're going to be 75, you're going to be 80, you're going to be 80. Thompson going to be 80 and 75 80 and they're going to be 75 80 they're going to be 75 80 $80 85 they're going to be 90 they're going to be 5 you're going to be 95 you hit $90 and 5 you hit 90 95 you're going to be 90 95 you're going to be $90 and that's going to be Ruben. Oh, you got a Ruben. Just 90 Ruben. The guys are going to be 90 days here now. They're going to be all the shots in them. 365. Hit 365. Hit 5 here. Going to be 7. He going to 367. 367. 70. He going to be 372. He going to be 375 and 375. He going to be 75 here. Going to be 375. 77 and 377. He going to be 77. 80. He going to be 382. He going to be 382 and 385. 85 here. 87. 87 to be 75. 87. 87. 90. He going to be 390. 392. He going to be 395. He going to be 395 and 395. 97. Now $4 on him. 397. 4. Get 2. Going to be 402. Going to be 402. $4 and 2. And 2 to be 2. 2 to be 2. 2 to be 2. And 402. Going to be 2. 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 $4. Not going to be Troy. Get him on 15. Get Troy 15. They're Wayne steers. They came right along here now. He gonna be him, settlement here. You gonna be him, you're gonna be 450. You 450. You get 50, and now 2. Now gonna band down here 2. Now gonna be 5. 57. Now 60. 462. 65. 67. And ziggity sand. 70. You're gonna be 72. You're gonna be 72 and 75. You're gonna be 77. You're gonna be 77. 477. You're gonna be 75. 77. 477 and 75. 77. You're gonna be 75. 77, 80, then going to be 480, 82, then going to be 482, then 82, and 482, then 2, you do it here, then going to be 482, 82, you came to buy them here, then going to be 482, 480, I'm going to be T, get them on 48, you get them on T, I'm number 48. 90-day steers here. Going to be 410, 410. You're going to be 10. You're going to be 410. Hit 10. Going to be 10. Going to be 10. 90 days, guys. You're going to be 410. 410. You're going to be $4 and walk them now. $4 one. Hit one. You're going to be $4 one. You're going to be $4 one. You're going to be 385, and I got a man down. 385, 86, 85, 86 here. Then you're going to be 87, 87, 87, 87, 87, 8. I'm going to 88, 90. They're going to be 90 and 390. Hit 999. 389, 90, you're going to be 90, hit 91, you're going to be 92, you're going to be 93, and 94, you're going to be 94, hit 95, 96 here, you're going to be 96 here, you're going to be 96 higher, hit 95, 96 here, 97, you're going to be 97, hit 97, you're going to be 96, 97, and 396, and now 7 appeared, and 96 here, you're going to be taking about 7, 396, I going to be Troy, and number 6, you get him on Troy, number 55, you get him on Troy, 55, Troy 55, you little heifers, you're going to be, what was the name on them? To the Heffley family, guys, we appreciate you. Nice cattle right there, guys. Excellent job with them right there. Big Todd Peach's cattle, guys, always does a good job with them. They got all the shots in them right off their mamas. You're going to be you're going to be 415, you 15, you 15, you're going to be 15, 15, 17, you're going to be 17, you 15, high going to man down here, 17, now 15, 17, you 415, you're going to be 17, you're going to be 17, 17, 17, you're going to be 415, 17, 20, and 422, you're going to be 25, 27, 30, you're going to be 32, and 35, you're going to be 37, now 40, 42, 45, and for 45, you 2 here, 5 here, dang, gonna be for 42 and 2 and 2 and 5 for 42. I gonna be Ruben. Are you gonna be for 42? Ruben on 2, Ruben 2, Ruben on 2. You're gonna be little heifers. You're gonna be open now. You're gonna be 402. Hit 2. Hang gonna be 222. Dang gonna be 402. Hit 222. Dang gonna be 402. 22 and 402. Hang gonna be 390. Hang gonna be 390 and 390. Boys ought to be there. 390 and 390. Hit 90, 90, 90, 90. Dang gonna be Westwood. You're gonna be 382. Dang gonna be 382. 85, 85 here. Dang gonna be 385 here. You do it here. Dang gonna be 385. 85, 85. Boys, I still got them. I want 370 on them. 372, 5 and 377 and 377 and 377. 80. Dang gonna be 382. Dang gonna be 385. You're gonna be 387 and 385. 87 up here. Dang gonna be 385. 87. You're gonna be 385. 87. You're gonna be 385. I'm gonna be Loudon. Get him on 14. Loudon on 14. They're going to be steers here. They're going to be Todd Peach cattle now. Round of shots in them. You're going to be go ahead and give me $5 on them. Hit $5. Hit 5. You're going to be $5 a pound here. Time 5 and 5. Hit 5. Hit $5 here. They're going to be 5 and Huffman give me 5 and they're going to be 485 and 485. You're going to be 485 90. They're going to be 490. Hit 495 and 495 down $5 on them. You're going to be 505. You're going to be 505 10. Hit 10. Now 15 15 510. You're going to be 15 15 15 15 510 15. You're going to be 510. They're going to be Huffman. You're going to be 420. You're 20. You're going to be 20, 20, 20. You're going to be 420 and 420. You're going to be 20 to 20 to 5. You're going to be 422. You're going to be 25. You're going to be down 30. You're 35. You're going to be 40. You're going to be 45. You're going to be 50. You're going to be 5. 55, 60, down 60, 60, down 5, 465, 465. You get 5 here, down 65, 65, 65, 465, 5, 5. You're going to be 465. You're going to be 465, 465, 460. I'm going to be number 4. You're going to be number 4. You're going to be number 4. Be the Indian Creek Cattle Company. They're off their mamas. They got 2 rounds of vaccines. 310. You're going to be 310, 10, 10. High, you're going to be 310. You're going to be 310. No guarantee on them. You're 310. You're going to be 310, 10, 10. High, you're going to be 310. You're 310. 291. Does that matter? You're going to be 291. You're 91. And 291. You do it here. Then you're going to 291. At 290. You're 91 bid. 1 by. You're going to be 285. At 285. 85 here. Then you're going to be 285. You're going to be 285. 85. At 285. You're going to be 70. On 271. Not going to win. 271. On 271. 111. You're going to be 271. You're going to be 271. Yes, sir. You bet. Here we go. Are you going to be? I still got them, guys. I got Troy at 302. How you going to be 271 on 271? How you got a man down here? Do you going to be 271? Get 1, 1, and now 2. Do you going to be 3 and 4? You're going to be 75, 6 here. Do you going to be 77, 80, 82, 85, 87 up here. 90s here and 2 here. 5 here. Down 3, down 2, and 302. Down 2 to be 2. Down you going to be 302. Get 2. Down you going to be 301. Get 1, 1, 1, 1. You going to be 301. Get 1, 2. Down you going to be 302. Down you going to be 302. Down you going to be 302, 2, 2. Down you going to be 301. I got to be Troy. Hand number. Do you going to be? I knew you had you at 301. Troy number. Going to be. What do you want them on? Go ahead and tell me today if you would. 5XX. Would you like to preg them? And go ahead and preg them. I didn't figure if you'd want to know or not. I didn't know. You're going to be Hammond of it on. You're going to be Bob Strong's cattle guys. They're off their mamas. They're all natural. You're going to be all quit aggravating you, Troy. And you're going to be Hammond of it on 385. You're 385. You're going to be 385. You're 385. 85 here. You're going to be 385. You're going to be 385. You're going to be 385. You're going to be 370. And 370. You get 72. You're going to be 72. And now 372. And 372. And you're going to be 370 low. You're going to be 25. You're going to be 375. And 377. You're going to be 380. And you're going to be 382. You're going to be 385. You're going to be 387. And 390. You're going to be 392. You're going to be 395. You're going to be 395. And 395. You get 5 here. You're going to be 392 and 5. And 392. Going to be 5. 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 392. I going to be Troy. Had number. You say 14. You're going to be Troy. You're going to be number 14. Be John Paul's cattle for you. Home raised. 3 rounds. 50 plus days on them. Guys are steers, and I like them here now. He's going to be John Paul's cattle. He's going to be for 40. Get 40. Down going to be for 40. Get 2. Down going to be 42. Down for 42 and 2. Down for 42. Get 2. Down going to be 2 to be 2. Would you say 70 plus? 50 plus days on them, guys. 450. Hit 450. And now 52. Hanging a man here. 452. Hit 2 to be 2. Hanging to be 2 to be 2. 452 and 2 and 2. Hanging to be 452. Hit 2. 2, 2, 5, 7. You're going to be 60. You're going to be 2. 65, 67. Now 70. Now 72. 75, 77, 80. Now picture 82. 82, 82, 82. On 482. Down 2 to be 2. Then you're going to be 480. And they're going to be Todd. Get up on 44. You get up on Todd. You number 44. Big Brother's here. They're going to be 50 plus days on them. And 342. Hit 2. They're going to be 2 to be 2. They're going to be 342. Hit 2. They're going to be 2 to be 2. They're going to be 342. 2, 2. They're going to be 335. And 35. You're going to 36 here. They're going to 35. 36. At 36. You're going to be 36. You're going to be 35. You're going to be 6 here. They're going to be 35. 6. And 335. And be 6 up here. They're going to be 335. And that's going to be Bates. Number 6. Wayne Heifers, he going to be time, he going to be guaranteed to be open to you now. 310. I ain't gonna be 310, 10, 10, 10, 10, 310, and 310, 11, and 311, 11, behind you do it here. Down, gonna be 310, 11, and 310, 11, you're gonna be 310, 11, you're gonna be $3 on them, and $3, you 3, you're gonna be 3, and $3, you 3, you're gonna be 281, you're gonna be 281, on 281, pretty shapy, hanging on 82, and 2, and 2, on 281, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, little Yearlings now, you're gonna be 281, 2, 81, 2, and high, gonna be 2, gonna be 2, gonna be 3, and 83, and 85, and 87, gonna be 90, gonna be 2, get 92, and 292 and 2, and gonna be 290. I gonna be Ruben. You're gonna be 2 rounds, you say. Off the count, 2 rounds. He gonna beat him. $5 on him. You $5. You get 5. He now 5 here. He gonna beat. He get about 455. Yeah, 65. We're gonna be 70. You're gonna be 70, 70, 70, 75. You're gonna be 75, 80. And I'm gonna be 485, 85, 90. You're gonna be 495 and 495. You're gonna be now $5 on him. You $5. He gonna be 495. Now 5. You 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. You're gonna be 495, 5. You're gonna be 495. You're gonna be JW. You're gonna be on 3. You're gonna be JW. You're gonna be number 3. Effort, he gonna be 700 and a quarter. It's 7 a quarter. It's 7 a quarter. Then you're gonna be 7 a quarter. Then you're gonna be 725. It's 725 and 25 here. You're gonna be 725. It's 25. You're gonna be 725 here. Then you're gonna be 550. In 550 by the head now. 550. In 550, you do it here. 550, 75, 575, 575, $600. It's 600 now quarter. Now half 75. It's 75. You're gonna be 700 and quarter. You're gonna be 7 high. You're gonna be 750, 75, 800, 800. 800, you're gonna be 75, 888, $800. You get 775 in the hall. Go to 800 and 775, 888, 775. That's gonna be. How do we charge him there, sir? All right, here we go. He gonna beat him. He gonna beat him. Still got her. He gonna be 700. He gonna be 700. He gonna be 7. Now 700. He gonna be 7. He gonna be 650. I wasn't the only one, was I? He gonna be 650. It's now 75. 675. He gonna be 675. Rob, you're out on the net. 675. It's 650. He now 75. He gonna be 675. He gonna be 675 here. He gonna be $650. That is CA, and get an X on her. Thank you, everybody. Enter with the zeros if you'd like to. Be the Farron Cattle guys, home raised, 2 round, guaranteed open. Are you gonna be him? Are you gonna be 318. Yeah, 318. 18. I'm going to be 318. 19. Yeah, 19. 20. You're going to be 2. You're going to be 25. You're going to be 7 up here and 30. 5, 40, 5, 50, 5, 60. 2, 65, 67. And 67, 70. You're going to be 72. You're going to be 75. You're going to be 77, 80, 82, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 82, 85. 82 here, 5 here. You're going to be 85, 87. 87. You're going to be 90. You're going to be 390, 90, 90, 90, 90. You're 390. You're 90, 90, 90. And you do it here. You're going to be 390 and 87, 90. You're going to be 387. I'm going to be Loudon. Get him on 15. Loudon. You're going to be number 15. 2 round shots open. You're going to be down 305. Hit 305. You're going to be 305. You're going to be 305 here. You're going to be 305. Hit 5. You hit 5 here. You're going to be 305 here. You're going to be 305. Hit 5, 5, 5. You're going to be 285. You're going to be 285. On 285. 85 here. You're going to be 285. 85, 85, 85. 285. On 285. You're going to be 275. 275 on the 7 weights outside. $6. On 76. You're going to be 275. 6 here. You're going to be 275. 276 here. You're going to be 275. I'm going to be Troy. Get him on 6X. Go ahead and preg them. He's a steer. He's going to beat him. We're going to on 435. In 435, he's going to be 35. He's going to be 35, 40, and 45, 50, 50, 55. It's 60, 465, 65, 70, 475, 480, and I'm going to be 485. Hit 90, going to be 490, 495. $5 on him, 505. Hit 10, 510, 15. Hit 20, 525, 520, 530, 530. Hit 30, 530, 30, 30, 30, 530. Hit 525, he's going to be 30, 30, 30, 525. going to be 30, going to be 30, going to be 30, 525. I'm going to be JW3. On 2 rounds in them here, guys. Big Brothers, he going to be 335 and 335. He going to be 35 and 335 and 335. Steers will be on 335. He going to be 35 here and Bates on time here down 335 and 335. He going to be 30. And now 1. I got him in 2. He going to be 35, 37. He going to be 37, 40. And now 2, 342, 345 and 345 and 345. He going to have 345 here 7, 347. Hit 350. High going to be 350, 352. Hit 2 down 2, 2, 2, 5. And be 355 and 355. You hit 5 here, 205 here. Going to be 352 and 2 and 2 and 5, 352. I'm going to be Bates. You get him on 6. Bates on 6. To the Farron family, thank you, folks. We appreciate you. Nice cattle right there now. Home raised, got a round of shots. 30 plus days. The heifers are open to you. 362, and now 2, hang going to be 362, hit 2, hang going to man 362, hang going to be 2 to be 2, hang going to be 362, hit 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, and hang going to be 362, hit 2, hang going to be 2, going to be 2, going to be 2, and now 362, hold them right there, bring them back in here, 362, 362, 2, 2, hang going to be, hang going to bound down 360, hang going to be Troy, and make up number 14, you're going to be Troy, 14. Their steers are fancy. You're going to be 30 plus days on them, guys. You're going to be hammered a bit on 405. Hit 405. You're going to be 6 head of them, guys. You're going to be 405. Hit 405. And now 10. Now 410. Hit 410. And now 10. 15. He's going to be now 20. Hit 425. 425. I'm going to be 30. They're going to be 35. Now 40. They're going to be 45. Hit 50. And now 55. Now 55. 60. Now 5. 65. Hit 70. They're going to be 75. You're going to be now 80. Now 480. Hit 485. 85. 85. 85. 485. 85. Both out here. They're going to be 480 on the wall. Going to be 485. And now 90. They're going to be 495. 495. Hit 495. And 95 here. They're going to be 495. Hit 490. 95. Hit 95 here. They're going to be 495. You're going to be 490. I'm going to be T48. You get up on T. Hit number 48. He 30 plus days on them, guys. A good Simon cattle out. He going to be hammered a bit of bone. He going to be 385. Hit 85. Now 90. Hit 390. 90. 90. Hit 385. Going to be 90. Going to be 90. Going to be 90. Hit 385. 90. Hit 90. 90. 90. 90. He going to be 385. Going to be 90. Going to be 90. Going to be 90. Hit 385. Hit 90 here. Going to be 375. Hit 77. 80 and 82 and 82. 82. 85. 85. 85. 85. And 385. 85. 87. 87. 87. 87. 85. 87. 90. Going to be 390. Going to be 390. And Schrock going to be 390. And 390 and 390. Hit 2. Going to be 92, 95. Going to be 395. Hit 395. 2 here, 5 here. Going to be 392 and 2 and 2 and 5 here. Going to be 392. Going to be 5. Going to be 5. Going to be 5. 392. Not going to be T48 centimeter long. Robert, thank you, sir. We appreciate you. Nice cattle right there. I'd call them fancy. We thank you. You be Chad's cattle out. He going to be hammered a bit of a handle up same way. 30 plus days. He going to be just different family member now. He going to be 340 and 340. Hit 40. Down. Going to be 342. And I got a man down here too. Down. Going to be 342. 5. 45. He going to be 47. He going to be now 50. Hit 52. Down bid 5 and 55. In 452. 352. 5 and going to be 352 and 2 and 5 here. Down. Going to be 352. Going to be 5. 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 355. 7. 57. 57. 77. 355. 7. 355. 7. 7, they're going to be 355, 7, 355, and that's going to be Troy. Hand number, he's going to be 55, he's going to be Troy 55. Working for the seller around here then. Are you going to be hammered a bit of on? How you going to be all the Simon cattle guys? Appreciate you folks. Nice cattle right there now. I'll be the coon cattle. Are you going to be all natural to you? Right off their mamas. Open when they get big enough now. And you're going to be 425. Yep, 425. You're going to be 25 here. You're going to be hammered a bit on 425. Yep, 425. You're going to be 25 here. And be 410. 410. I'm going to be 10, 10, 10. And 410. 410. I'm going to be 10, 10, 10. You're going to be 410. 410. You're going to be $4 on them. You're going to be 400 and 400. Cheer 400. If $4. You get forward. And you're going to be forward. And you're going to be 385. And 385. 85 here now 7. You're going to be 387. And 387. 85 here now 790. You're going to be 392. You're going to be 395. And 397, you're gonna be down forward. You're gonna $4 on them. At $4, you get forward. And you're gonna be 397. You're gonna be forward. 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 397, Ruben. And number 8, you're gonna be Ruben on straight. You're going to be GTO. How you going to beat him? On 370 and 370. And now 70, 70, 70. You're going to be 370 and 370. How you going to be 370? How you going to be 370 and 360. And now 60 down 2. Down be 362. Hit 2. How you going to be 2 to be 2. Down on 362. Hit 2. How you going to be 2 to be 2. How you going to be 362 and 2 and 2. 360. How you going to be Troy. Hand number. You're going to be Sade. How you going to be number 14. To the Coon family, guys. Appreciate you. Nice cattle right there down. Be John Salisbury cattle for you. Are you going to be round the shots, guys? Going to be 65+ days on the weaning. Heifers are going to be open when you need them to be. Are you going to be hammered a bit of a centimeter down? Are you going to be 325 and 325? Are you going to be 325 and 325? Do it here, 325 and 325. Are you going to be 25 here down bid 15 and now 16? Are you going to be 17, 18, 19, 20, 21? At 21 2. Are you going to be 22 and 22 3 3 3? At 4. Are you going to be 25? Are you going to be 26 here? Are you going to be 27 and 27? You get 7 of it, 7 of 8. Are you going to be 29 and 29? At 9 30. Are you going to be 31? Are you going to be 31? Are you going to be 31 and 31. Yep, 1 1 1. You're gonna be 331 bid, 1 bound, and you're gonna be 331. Hit 1. Now 1 1 1 1. You're gonna be 331 bid, 1 bound, and you're gonna be 330. I'm gonna be Louthen. You're gonna have a number 26. You want Pregum, Louthen 26 and Preg. 65 days, 2 rounds in them here now. You're going to be open. You're going to be high. You're going to be 409. Hit 409. You hit 999. You're going to be 409. Hit 409. You hit 9 here. You're going to be 409. You're going to be 385. 85. You're going to be 385. Do it here at 85, 87. 85, 87. 85, 87. And 385. 87 up here. And 85, 87. 85, 87. You're going to be 385, 87. 385. They're going to be Todd 51. 65 days, they're boys. He going to be hammered a bit on 460. It's 60. And now 60. They going to be 460. They going to be 460. They going to be 440. And for 40, hit 2. Now going to be in 5. You're going to be 7 up here. Down 47, 50. Hit 52. Now going to be 22. Now going to be 5. Now 55. 57. 57, 57, 60. Then you're going to be 62. 2, 2. 62. And now 57. And you're going to be 7, 70. Now 2. You're going to be 72. It's 75. You're going to be 75. You're going to be 75. It's 75. Both went down low. Down 475. 77, 477, 80, and going to be 480, going to be 480, and 480, and Brandon going to be 80, and going to be 480, it's 77, 80, and going to be 477, 80, and 477, 80, and going to be 477, I'm going to be Todd 44, and you're going to be Todd, you're going to be number 44. 65 days, all the shots now. 325, you're going to be 325, and 325, and 25 here, and you're going to be 325, and 325, it's 6 here, and I'm going to be 325 here, and bid 6 up here, 7, and 327, 328, you're going to be 329, and now 330, and 330, you're 31, you're going to be 32, you're going to be 32, and 33, and you're going to be 34, and you're going to be 35, you're going to be 36 here, and you're going to be 37, and 38, you're going to be 39, you're going to be now 40, and you're going to be 341, now 42, and 42, and now 3, and you're going to be 44, 44, negative 44, 5, negative 46, 5, and 46, 7, negative 48, negative 49, 99, now 50, hit 51, 52, down 53, down 54, down 55, 56 here, down 57, now 58, and negative 59, 9, 60, and now 1, 1, 2, negative 2, 3, now 63 and 4, and 64, hit 4 here, negative 3 here, 4 here, negative 363 and 4, hit 4, phone, 4, negative 363, on that, going to be number 6, and Bates on 6, Bates in number 6. What you got? 65-day Wayne Bull. How you going to be? And now 330. How you going to be 330? And 330. Yeah, there's all bulls, when they. How you going to be 330? And 330. How you going to be 320? Yeah, 320, 20, 21. And 21. How you going to be 321 bull outside over here. And came off that last deal we sold that Bates got. You're supposed to be able to guess them things better than that, CA. Oh. Would you give me 320 for him? Okay, now 2. And 325, he going to be 325, now 7, 327, 30, and 332, he going to be 35, he going to be 37, now 40, and 342, he going to be 345, and 345, and 345, Camp going to be 45, and 345, 7, now 50, 352, 352, it to be 2, hang going to be 352, 2, 2, hang going to be 352, it 2, hang going to be 2 to be 2, 2 to be 2, 2 to be 2, 2 to be 2, 350, that going to be Luke, and number 7. To the Salisbury family, thank you guys. We appreciate you. Nice steers in the bull there. We appreciate everybody. Off their mamas, they're all natural. The guys are going to be heifers, are going to be open to them. Off their mamas, they're all natural, guaranteed open to them. 365 and 365. You get 5 here, you're going to be 365 here, you're going to be 365. You get 5, you're going to be 365 here, you're going to be 341 and 341 2. You're going to be here, you're going to be 341 2. And now 2 2 2. You're going to be 341. You're going to be 2, going to be 2, going to be 2. And 341 2. 1 2 2 2 2 2 2 341. They're going to be Troy. You're going to be 115. You're going to be Troy 15. I'm guaranteed to be open now. Are you going to be Celebrator? Are you going to be and 325 and 325. You're going to be 325 here. You're going to be 325 and 325 and 5 here. You're going to be 325 and 5 here. You're going to be 310 and 310. And now 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. High, going to be 310 and 310. High, going to be 10, going to be 10, going to be 10. High, going to be 302 and 302. And now 3, negative 3, negative 302 and 3. I got a man down here. 3, negative 302, down 3, down B, 303 and 3 and 3 and 4, down going to be 304 and 305. You get 5 here, down going to be 6 up here, down B, 7 and 307. Here going to be 7 up, 7 down B, going to be 307. It's 6, 7. You get 6 here, down going to be 7 up here, down going to be 306, and that going to be Troy. I'm going to be on 6X and Pregum. There'll be bulls, and that'll be good here. I'm gonna be on good the good Jones cattle. I'm gonna be on. He gonna be 377 and 377. He gonna be 77. He gonna be 377 and 377. Yes, 77 of it, 7 of them. He gonna be 360 and 360. And now 60's here. I'm gonna be 360 down 2 2 2. And I gonna bend down 362. Yep, 5. Yes, 65. He's gonna be 7. He's gonna be 770. He gonna be 372 and 375. He gonna be 375 and 375. You do it here. 375. He gonna be 372 and 5 and 375, 77, 377 and 375. You're gonna be 7 up here, 80. Now you're gonna be 380. Now you're gonna be 380, 77, 80. Now you're gonna be 377, 80. Now you're gonna be 377, 80, 377. That's Schrock. Back of a 7, you bet. Schrock on 7. Big old cut man here. Hang gonna be gonna be 325 and 325. He gonna be 25 here. Hang gonna be 320 and 320. Hit 20 to 20 around. He gonna be 310, 10, 10, 10, 10, 11, 12. Hit 12. He gonna be 13. Hit 13. He gonna be 313, 13. I gonna be 13 and 312, 13, 14, 14, 15, 15. Hit 15. And now 16. He gonna be 17. He gonna be 317 and 18, 13, 18, 18, 18. He gonna be 17, 18 and 317, 18 to be 18 to bomb. You're going to be 317, 18, 19. Hit 19. Then you're going to be 19, 19, 19, 20. Then you're going to be 320 and 321. You're going to be 321 mid, 1 by 2. Then you're going to be 22 and 321, 2. Add 1 here, 2's here. Then you're going to be 321 and 1 and 1 and 2. 321. They're going to be CA. Line number 66. I'm going to show you some fancy heifers here now to the Jones family, guys. We appreciate you, folks. Nice cattle right there now. Be the Dar cattle. Home raised round of shots off their mamas. Heifers are all going to be guaranteed open to them. 368, 368, 368, hit 8, high 8 at 8, hang gonna be 368, hit 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, hang gonna be 355, and 355, now gonna band down 7, you get in 57, 57, 57, 355, you gonna be 7 up here, down 55 here, hang gonna be 7 up, 7 up, I'm 7, 7, hang gonna be 355, 7, 355, I gonna be Troy, and you say number, he gonna be just X, just a straight X. And they're going to be brothers. Cameron Long now. He's going to be on round of shots at them, guys. They're going to be steers here, and I like them. On, they're going to be down 425. 425 and 25 here, down 25, 7. And now 30. He's going to be 30, 30, 30, 30. And 30 down 2. He's going to be 32. He's going to be 35. He's going to be 35. He's 35. He's going to be 37. And 37. He's going to be 37, 40. And now 42. Down going to be 42, 45. And 45. He's going to be 7 here, down 47, 50. And now 2. Down bid 2, 5 here, down bid 55, 455 down 51 T, gonna be 55 here down 455 and 205. You're gonna be 452 and 2 and 2 and 5 here down, gonna be 452 and 2 and 5, 452, 2, 2, 5, 452. And they're gonna be Brandon on 4, Brandon on 4, Brandon. They're steers. They came along, guys. Still a good Dar cattle now. He's going to be getting one bull on the deal. And he's going to be hammered on 345 and 345 and 345 7, 347. I got a man 345 7 and 345. He's going to be 7 up here and 45 here. And going to be 750 and now 350 and 2 and bid 2 5 here bid 355. It's 7 357 now 60. He's going to be 360 down 2 and 362 2 5 and bid 365 7 and 367 70. He's going to be 370 now 2. Going to be 372 and 5 and 375 and now 77. Going to be 377 80. Going to be 380. Going to be 380 and 82. Going to be 382 and 2 and 2 and 2 and 2. Going to be 382. Hit 2 and 2 2 2. Going to be 25. Going to be 385 and 87. Going to be 387 to bid 7 to bomb. Going to be 385. They're going to be CA. Going to be 5 and 5. Big cut man here. They're going to be Celebratory. They're going to be 240. Hit 241. And 241. He gonna be 240, 41. He gonna be 240, 41. He gonna be 245. Yeah, 1, 1, 1. He gonna be 25. He gonna be 25. And 225. He gonna be 210. 210, 10, 10, 10, 10. I'm gonna be 210. 210. He gonna be $2 on him. $2. 1. He gonna be 2, 2. He gonna be 2, 2, 3. And he gonna be 2, 4. He gonna be 205. Hit 5. He gonna be 6 here. He gonna be 6 here. He gonna be 2, 7. Hit 8. 208 here. He gonna be 7, 8, 9, 9, 9, 9, 2, 9. Hit 9. 8 and 9 and 9 and 9. You're going to be 289. You're going to be 289. You're going to be 208. Not going to be Sam. Get him on straight. Double R Rose Cattle Company here for you. Home raised 2 rounds, no implants. How many days? 50 plus days on the weaning, guys. 50 plus days. They're steers, and they are good. Now, you're going to be 345. Not going to man down. 345, 345, 7, 347, and 347. Now 50, 352, down bid 355. It's 7, 7, 7, 7, 57, 77, and now 60. You're going to be 360, down 360. It's 60, and 57. Now you're going to be 60, now 2, down 2, 2, 2, 62, down 61, and 361. 1 bid, 1, 1, 1. You're going to be 361 bid, 1 bond. You're going to be 361, 1, 1, 1. He going to be 360. I going to be Bates. You're going to be number 6. He going to be Bates on number 6. Home raised, long time wean, guys, guaranteed open to you. 272, yeah, 2, hang it to be 2, gonna be 2, gonna be 2, gonna be 2, gonna be 2, 272 and 2 and 2 and 2, hang it to be Yearlins open now 3, and 73, and now 3, 272 and 2 and 3 here, hang it to be 72, hang it to be 73, on 272 and 2 and 3, hang it to be 3, hang it to be 272 and 3, 272, hang it to be CA, hang it on number 29, go ahead and preg them. You can pin them with the 28s if you want to. Long wing heifer, they gonna be no guarantee on her. They gonna be hanging about 252. It two, hanging gonna be 222. Hanging gonna be 252. It two, hanging gonna be 2, gonna be 2, 222. Hanging gonna be 252. It two, and now 2. Hanging gonna be 240 and 240. Hanging gonna be 240, 40, 40. And hanging gonna be 240 and 220 and 220. And now 2, 222 and 2 and 222. And hanging gonna be 222, 2 to be 2, 2 to be 2, 2 to be 2 and 225. You're gonna be now 30. You're gonna be now 5. You're gonna be now 35 and 235. 40, and you're going to be now 45, you're going to be 245, 50, and 250, you hit 45, 50, you're going to be 245, they're going to be CA, and make a number, you 2 and 8, and go ahead and Prager. Lead Bull Yearlin. 315, you 15, high, you're going to be 15, 15, 15, you're going to be, high, you're going to be 315, 302, and 302, down 5, you're going to be 305 here, 205 here, 7, and 307, I'm going to be 10, 310, 10, 10, and 310, 12, I'm going to be 312, I'm going to be 15, 15, 15, and 315, 17, you're going to be 17, 315, you're going to be 17, going to be 17, going to be 17, 315, I'm going to be CA, I'm going to be on 66. $230. Are you going to be 230, 30, 30? Are you going to be 230? Are you going to be 230? On 230. Yeah, 30, 30, 30, 30. I'm going to be 220. On 222, 222. And I'm going to man down here, 222. Yeah, 25. Are you going to be 7 up here? 227, 30. Are you going to be 30? And 32. Rob, you're looking 35. Are you going to be 35? Are you going to be 37, 40? And 40. Are you going to be 242? Are you going to be 245? Are you going to be 245? Yes, 7. Are you going to be 245? Are you going to be 7 up here? Are you going to be 245? Are you going to be 7? And 245. 7 up here, they're going to be 245, and they're going to be CA. I'm going to have a number 28, and go ahead and preg them. On, you're going to be, so let's tear down, you're going to be, Yearlin heifers. You say guaranteed open? 262, and now 2, 5, and 5 here, and I'm going to do 2 here, 5, 265, you hit 5 here, 2 to bid 5, 2 to bid 5, 262 and 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, guaranteed open now, 262 and 5, you hit 5, you hit 5 here, and 2 here, 5 here, and you're going to be 262 and 2 and 2 and 2 and 5, 262, I'm going to be hanging on CA, hanging on 29, go ahead and preg them. Age them as well, please, age and preg. Two round shots off for Mama. He gonna be him. He gonna be 345. 345. He gonna be 345 here. He gonna be 345. He gonna be 345 and 330. Yeah, 330, 30, 30. He gonna be 330 and 330. He gonna be 330. He gonna be 330. He gonna be $3 2. Yeah, 2. I gonna be 302 and now 5 and now 5 and 305 and 5 here and 2 to bid 5, 2 to bid 5. He gonna be 302 here, 5 here. I gonna be 302. I gonna be Mackey. I gonna be numbered. He gonna be 32. And I gonna be Mackey on 32. Stairs, 2 rounds in them. I want $4. Hit $4. He gonna be $4 on them. Hit $4. Hit forward. Hang now 2. Hang gonna be 2 to be 2. Hang gonna be 402. And 402. Money's in the ring. Gonna be 402. Gonna be 2. Gonna be 2. Hit 402. And now 2 here. Hang gonna be 402. 2 2. He gonna be 402. Hit 2 2 2 2. Hang gonna be 402. Hang gonna be $4. That gonna be JW on 3. $60 days, guys. Round of shots, and they're guaranteed open to them. Steve Miller's cattle. 335. He gonna be 35 and 335. He gonna be 35 here. He gonna be 335. Pam. He gonna be 335 and 335. He gonna be 325 and 325. You hit 5 here. He gonna be 325. 5 here. He gonna be 325 and 325. And now 310. High gonna be 10 and 310. Now 11. Now 12. He gonna be 312. Hit 13. He gonna be 14. 314. 14. Now 15 and 15. Get 15, he 15, he gonna be 315, he 15, hand 14, he gonna be 15, he gonna be 314, I gonna be CA, hanging a number, he gonna be 27, that's CA 27 and Preg, CA 27 Preg. 65-day guaranteed open here now, and he gonna be taking about him, on what here down, what's that? Yearling heifer. 90 days, all natural, guaranteed open. You're going to beat him. You're going to be 302 and 302. You're going to be 302 down to the 2 to the 2 and 302. You're going to be 2 to the 2 down to the 285. You're going to be 285 and 285. 85 here. You're going to be about 285 here. You're going to be 275 and now 77. You're going to be 75. You're going to be 7 up here. You're going to 277 and 275. You're going to be 7 up here. You're going to be 275 CA and make a number. You're going to be 27 Preg. Yes. 90 plus days, he gonna beat him, he gonna be 300, he gonna be down 2, and 302, and now 2 to be 2, then gonna be down 5, he gonna be 305 here, I gonna be here, then gonna be 305, hit 5, hit 305 here, down 2 0, 5 here, then gonna be 302, hit 305, 5, 7, he gonna be 307, gonna be 10, gonna be 12, down 12, and now 15, he gonna be 15, I gonna be 312, he gonna be 15, 312, I gonna be JW6. Bull Yearling. You're going to be time, you're going to be 285, you're going to be 285, at 285, 85 here, you're going to be 285 here, you're going to be 285, you're going to be 285, on 285, and 265, 265, 265, you're going to be 245, you're going to be 245, 7, hit 50, you're going to be 252, you're going to be 255, you're going to be 255, 55, 7, you're going to be 57, 60, you're going to be 260, and now 2, and 260, you do it, you're going to be 262, hit 2, I'm going to be 2 to be 2, I'm going to be 262, hit 2, 222, now 5, jiggity 5, hit 7, jiggity 7, 70, you're going to be 272, you're going to be 272, hit 2, I'm going to be 2 to be 2, 2 to be 2, 2 to be 2, I'm going to be 270, I'm going to be CA, you're going to be 166. On, you gonna be down, whatever the on, you gonna be on, and get here down, you gonna get confused there sometimes. So you gonna be down, whatever the on, hand, Bulls of you gonna be 225, 225. You're not supposed to watch him. Hey, gonna be 225, 225, and 25 here, down, gonna be 205. You gonna be 205 here, 205, and 5 here, down, gonna be 205. Hit 5, hit 5 here, down, gonna be 190, 191. Hit 2, down, gonna be 92, and 92, 92, 92. Hit 91, 2. JW one in on these. Hey, gonna be 91, 2. Hit 91, 2. 191. Gonna be 2. Gonna be 2. Gonna be 2. Gonna be 2, 3. Gonna be 93. Hit 94. You're gonna be 95. You're gonna be 96 here. You're gonna be 97. Hit 98. You're gonna be 99. You're gonna be 92. You're gonna be 2 bucks on them. 1. Hit 2, 1, 2. You're gonna be 2, 2. Down 3. You're gonna be down 4, 5. Hit 206. And now 7. Hit 208. Hit 88. You're gonna be 208. Now 9, 9, 9, 10. 210. I'm gonna be 10, 11, 11 of 11 of 210, 11. Hit 210. 11 up here. I'm gonna be 210. You shirt. Hand 210, 11, 210. That gonna be. I ain't gonna on Sam. Get him on straight. You're gonna be time with a bit of on Cutbull. You're gonna be time with a bit of on 200. You're gonna be 85. At 285, 85 here. You're gonna be 285 here. Your own time here. You're gonna be for 60 on 262. Now I'm gonna be here. You're gonna be 262. Hit 2. I'm gonna be 2. 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 262. Hit 2. 5. 65 here. Down 267. On 267. Now 70. You're gonna be 270. On 270. Hit 72. You're gonna be 72. 75. 275. On 275. 77. 277. 80. On 280. You're gonna be 280. 82, now going to be 282, 85, going to be 285, 87, hit 290, hit 290, 92. Where do I start this thing? 95, hit 95, hang going to be 95 here, now going to be 292 and 2 and 5 here, now going to be 292 and 2 and 5, 292. That going to be CA, I ain't got a number you say, 66. I'll be David Hunter's kettle for you. 2 rounds, guys. Here's the yearling. 310. I ain't gonna be 310, 10, 10. I ain't gonna be 310 and 310. I ain't gonna be 10, 10, 10. And whatever. 3 bucks 1 and $3. 1. I gotta be 2. They gonna be 303. They gonna be 304. They gonna be 305 and 305. He gonna be 6 up here. They gonna be 307 and 308. And now 888. They gonna be 78. Hit 9, 9, 9, 9. They gonna be 309. Hit 9, 10. They gonna be 310, 10, 10. 309. Gonna be 10. 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 309. That gonna be. I ain't gonna be Troy. Number 9. Big Bulls here. Going to be down, on 255. 255. They're going to be 255. They're going to be 245. What's that? 245, you're going to be 245. On 245, you're going to be 245 here. Down, going to be 245. Sammy, what do you think you're down? Going to be 245. On 245, you're going to be 31. And 232, 3. You're going to be 34. You're going to be 35. And 36. You're going to be 37. You're going to be 38. You're going to be 39. Hit now 40. You're going to be now 41. You're going to be 41. Sam, going to be 41, 2. And 43. And you're going to be 44. And you're going to be 45. You're going to be 46 here. 4600. Hey, you're going to be 245. You're going to be 246 up here. You're going to be 245. You're going to be 246. 245. I'm going to be Sam. You number straight. I'll be the Corona cattle. $405. Hit 5 here. You're going to be 405. Hit 7. You're going to be 7 of it, 7 of 5. 4, 7, 10. Hit 10, 15. You're going to be 15, 20. Hit 25. You're going to be 25, 30. You're going to be 35. You're going to be now 40. Now 5. Hit 45. And for 45. And for 45. Wayne now for 45. 90 plus days hunting, guys. For 45. And for 45. 50. Down 455. 60. 460. And 460. Hit 55. Going to be 60. 460. 460. And 460. Todd going to be 60. 460. Down 55. 60. 455. 60, 455. I going to be T48. You get him on T. Hit number 48. They're heifers. They're going to be 90 plus days on them, guys. They're going to be hand celebratory. 405. You hit 5 here. Dang, going to be 405. You're going to be 405. You hit 5. You're going to be 405 here. Dang, going to be 405. You're going to be 392. I got a man 392. And I got a man here. Dang, going to be 392. 5 and 395. You're going to be 397 and 397. 4. Hit 2. I'm going to be 405. You're going to be 407. 407 and 5 here. Dang, going to be 7 up here. 405. You're going to be 7. 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 405. Todd 51. Heifer, ain't it? Heifer, she's weaned. She's guaranteed open. You're going to be hammered a bit on 245. Hit 245. You're going to be 245. You're going to be 245. You're going to be 245. Hit 5. You hit 5 here. Then you're going to be $2 2. Then you're going to be 2 2. Hit 2. High. You're going to be 2 bit 2. Then you're going to be 2 2. Then you're going to be 2 2. Hit 2. High. You're going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be $1.55. 16. I got a man 5. Hit 65. You're going to be 65. 165. 165. And 5 here. Then 165 here. 165. 160. That's going to be Ruben 1. And he's going to be steered out. He's going to be hammered a bit on celebratory. Pretty shapy for the kind. He's going to be $2 on him. Hit $2. Hit 2. He's going to be 222. Then going to be $2 on him too. Hit 202. He's going to be $2.55. 155. 155. 155. 140. 140. He's going to be $1. Hit 2. Then you're going to be 2 1025. 105. I'm going to be here. Then going to be 105. 105. 105. 105. 105. 555. 102 here. 5 here. Down 102. Geronimo. Guys, still got a few calves back there. We're going to sell a few of these bred heifers now. 1 by 5 off the CA28s. 240. Are you going to be 240? Are you going to be 240? Are you going to be 240? Hit 240. Hit 40 to bid 40 to buy. Are you going to be 220? 220. 220. And 220, 20, 20, 220. 220. Hit 20 to bid 20 to buy. $2 on her. Hit 2. Are you going to be 2, 2? And then you're going to be 5. You're going to be 10. You're going to be 15. You're going to be 20. You're going to be 5. You're going to be 30. You're going to be 5. You're going to be 35, 40. Hit 45. You're going to be 50. Down 55. And 55, 60. Down 5. 265, 70. 275, 80. And then you're going to be 280. You're going to be 70. 275, 80. 275, 80. Hang it up at 275. Geronimo. You get him on Geronimo. Off the CA28. She's won before. Yes, she was guaranteed. 1 before plus. I'm going to sell it by the head right here now. You're going to be 2,300. You're 2,300. You're going to be 23. Then $2,000. Then 2,000. Going to be 2050. You're going to be 2050. Down 2,100. You're 21. High got a man down here. 21. Money's high. 2,100. And 2050. 21. High down 2. Then 2 to high. Now 3. 23 to high. 4. High going to be 24 to high. 4 to high. Hit 5. 2,500. Hit 2,500. 5 at high. 2550. You're going to be 2550. In 25. 5 and a half. I'm in the ring. 2,500. 25 at high. In 2550. You're going to be 25, 5 and a half. You're going to be 25, 50 to be 50 to buy. You're going to be 25, 50. You're going to be 25, 50. 2,500. Kyle. Alex got her. Guaranteed off the CA27s. Oh, you're going to be ham, you're going to be, and the guys are all heavy breads ready now. 5 to 7 months bread. You're going to be 2,300. Hit 2,300. You're going to be 23 and a half. You're going to be 23 and a half. At 23, 3 and a half. You're going to be 23.50. You're going to be 2,400. You're going to be 2,400 high. 24 and a half. And now 5. You're going to be 2,500. You're going to be 25 and a half. You're going to be 25.50. And 25.50, 2,600. You're going to be 2,600. And 26. Alex going to be 26 and a half. And 26.50. And 26.50. And quarter. Now high. 26 and a half. And 26 high. You do it here. 26 and a half. And 26 and a half. You 6 here and a half here. I'm going to be 26 and a half here. I'm going to be 26 and a quarter. I'm going to be CA. You get him on 10. You get him on CA on 10. She's 1. She's 4 months. Off the CA 28s. She's a 1 before plus. 240. You're going to be 240 down. You're going to be on 2,200. Hit 2,200. You're going to be 22. You're going to be $2,200. You're going to be 1950. You're 1950. You're going to be 1950. Now 75. 1975. $2,000. 2,000. 20 and a quarter. 20 and a half. 20, 50, 75, 21. Hit 21 quarter. 1 quarter. 1 high. 21 high. 75. 175. 2. Hit 2. Down 222. 175. Get him in 2. Get him in 2. Get him in 2. And 2,200. You do it. You're going to be 2,200. Hit 22. I ain't going to be 22. You're going to be 2175. And they're going to be. I ain't going to on C and A. Get him on 10. Yes, CA 10, hang it up on CA on 10. Here's your one off the longer deal. You're going to be ham, you're going to be then you're letting out. You're going to be ham, you said $3 too. Hit 302. You're going to be 302. You're going to be 302, 222. You're going to be 255 and 255. You're going to be 255, 255 and 255. And you're going to be 220 and 220 and 1020. Hit 20 to be 20 to buy. You're going to be $2 on the man, $2 too, and 202. You're going to be 222. And you're going to be 22. Hit 2. I ain't going to be 222. 5. You're going to be 25. I got a man. You're going to be 22. You're going to be 5. You're going to be 5. You're going to be 5. Could have been fine, 202 and 522 Geronimo. Off the Loudon 27Xs, they're going to be 4 and 5 months bred. Yep. Round, you're going to be down, you're going to be down 2,300. At 2,300, you're going to be 23. And you're going to 4 and 5 months along, guys. Take $2,000 and walk around that door. 2,000 a quarter. Hit 20 and a quarter. Now you're going to van 20 and a quarter. Hit 20 and a quarter. Hit quarter. They're going to be 20, 25. Hit 50. They're going to be 20, 50. They're going to be 20, 50, 75, 20, 75. Hit 1. They're going to be 2,100. And a quarter. 21 quarter. 1 quarter high. And 21 high. 75. 175. Hit 2. They're going to be 22 and a high. 2 and a high. At 2250, 2300, and going to be 23 and a half, you're going to be 23 and a half, at 2350, hit 23 and a 4, and 2400, hit 24, I ain't going to be 24 and 4 and 4, 75 and 4, and going to be 2400, and 2375 forward, and 2375 here, 4 here, and going to be 2375, I ain't going to be CA, at number 10, you get them on CA 10, you get them on CA 10. Guaranteed off the Troy 6Xs, and she is going home. 1 by 2 plus, guaranteed off the Troy 26Xs. They're going to be take about 310 on them. $3 one at 301. They're going to be 301 bid. We'll catch them. Yeah, we sorted 2 off out there. They're the shortbread. We'll catch your weight on them. They're going to weigh about 680. You're going to be $3. You're going to be 302. Hit 222. Then you're going to be $3 and 2. Just 2 months along now. You're going to go either way with them. I'm going to be 280. I'm going to be 282. I'm going to be 282. $80 here too. I'm going to be here. I'm going to be 282. 2 to 2 to 2. I'm 282. I'm going to be 2 I'm going to be 280. And I'm going to be 282. 85. 85 here. I'm going to be 282 and 5. 82. 85. You're going to be 282. And that's Whetstone. They're 1 by 5s. They're going to take about 2,100 on them. You get then 21 quarter. You get 21 here, quarter. They're going to be 21 quarter. 21 quarter high, 2150. They're going to be 2150. 2150. You get 50. They're going to be 21 half here, 2152. And 2200. You're going to be 2 and a half, 2250. And 2300. You're going to be 23 and a half. You're going to be 3 and a half. And 23 and a half. Down 2350. They're 5 months long. 23 and a half, 400. And 24. You're going to be 24 down 375. And 2375. Now 400. You're going to be 2400. And 375 forward. You're going to be 2375. Phone forward, and going to be 2375. And how do we charge them there? I'm going to sell them at there, guys. You're going to be him with a 1 by 3 plus. You're going to be him with a 265. On 265, you're going to be 265. You're going to be 265. Pretty nice heifer right here now. On 265, you're going to be 265. 70. You're going to be 265. 70. On 270, you won't try it. You're going to be 270. On 275. 275 here. 275. Now I got a man. $275. You're gonna be. I got 270 here. You're gonna be 275. 275. You're gonna be 275 here. You're gonna be. You're gonna be 275. On 270. You get 5. You're 275 here. You're gonna be. You're gonna be 275 here. 275. 270. That's gonna be Whetstone. You're gonna be. I'm gonna try about 2,000. At $2,000. You get 2. You're gonna be 2,000. And 2050. You're gonna be 2050. Now 2,100. You're gonna be 21. I got a van down here. You're gonna be 2050. Now 21. At 2,100. You're gonna be 21 on 1 high. At 21 high. 21 here. Half here. Down 2. You're gonna be 2,200. And 22 high. 22 half here. Down 2250. 23. On 2,300. Here 23. You're gonna be 2250. 23. On 2,300. You get 23. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. You're gonna be 2250. That's gonna be Twine. You're going to take about 2,000 on them. On 2,000, you're going to be $2,000. At 2,000, you get 2. You're going to be 222. You're going to be you only weigh on $2,000 here. You're going to be $2,000 and 2,000. You want to try them? How far along was they? 1 by 3 pluses, guys. Go either way with them. You're going to be 1,850. 1,850. You get 1,850. Pretty cheap little heifers. 1,900. You get 1,900. You get 19. 1,850. Now 1,900. You get 19. 1,850. You get 19. You're going to be 19. 1,900. You get 19. You're going to be 1,850. That's going to be Whetstone. You're going to be Whetstone. Well, I don't know for sure, but she looks like she belongs to CA. You're going to be hammered. You're going to be hammered. Off the 27s, the one before. On you're going to be hammered a bit of bone, still a bit there down, going to be hammered a bit of bone, you're going to be. I want about here down, get a beat, 1450 down, 50 down, 1500. Hit 1500 quarter, hit 15 quarter down, 15 quarter. Little cow maker right here down, 15 quarter. Hit high, 1550, hit 1550, hit 1500 half here down, gonna be 1550, hit 1550, and now 1550 down, 15 quarter high, 75, 1575, 1600 down quarter, 16 quarter high down, 16 high, 75, and now 1700. You gonna be 17 and a quarter, hit 17 quarter, 1725, and 1725. 50, 1750, you're going to be 1750, it's 1750, it's 1750, 50, 50, 75, 1775, it's 1758, you're going to be 75, 1750, Whetstone, you'll get them on Whetstone. Hey bull, wing bull here at hang to be time, on 200, and on 140, and you're gonna be 240, 40, and you're gonna be 240, and 240, I'm gonna be 231, and 231, and 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, 4, and 35, you're gonna be 35 here, 6 up here, 7 up here, and 8 here, 9 here, 40, and 41, you're gonna be 42, and 3, and you're gonna be 43, and 244, you hit 4, 5 here, and you're gonna be 246 up here, down 246, and 245, you're gonna be 6 up here, you're gonna be 245, 6 here, and you're gonna be 245, slam, and get them on straight, you get them on Sammy straight away. Bad wheel on him at your down. They're going to be 50 cents pound. Not 2. You're 52. And now 2, 2, 2. I ain't going to be 50 cents. 2, 2, 2. 52. I ain't going to be 30. I ain't going to be. He gonna be on 20. Hit 22. He gonna be 20 cents a pound. Not 2. Hit 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. He gonna be on 22. I ain't gonna be 10. Hit 10. I ain't gonna be 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. 5 cents. And I got a van. Hit 5, 6 $. Hit 5. You got him on 6 up here, down 5 here, 6 here, down 5, 5, 6. Hit 5 cents a pound. Rob X. I'm sorry. Long time Wayne, you say guaranteed 2 rounds. You're going to be on 250. You're going to be 250, 50, 50. You're going to be 250. On 250, 5, 5, 5. You're going to be 255 here. Down. You're going to be 255. Hit 5. You hit 5 here. Down 55 here. Down. You're going to be 255. On 255, 5, 5. You're going to be 255 here. Down. You're going to be 255, 5, 5. You're going to be 255 here. Down. You're going to be 255. 250. You're not going to be CA. You number. You're going to be 2 and 8. And go ahead and Prager. You CA 28 and Preg. CA 28 Preg. Yeah. You're going to be 90-day yearling here down. You're going to be you're going to be 280 on 280. I ain't going to be 280, 80, 80. I'm going to be 280, 80, 80. And I'm going to be 280 on 280. I ain't going to be 271. Yeah, 1. You're going to be 271 bid, 1 bid, and 271. Yeah, 1. I now 1, 1, 1, 2. You're going to be 72 and 2 and 2. Down 71, 2. On 271, 2. I'm going to be 2, going to be 2, going to be 2. 271 and 1 and 1, 2, 2, 2. You're going to be 271. That's going to be Troy. And number 9. You're going to be Troy, number 9. He's staring away now. He gonna be on 300. He gonna be now 50 and 350. Hit 50. He gonna be 350. He gonna be 350 and 350. Hit 50, 50, 50. He gonna be 345 and 345. 5, 50. He gonna be 345, 50 and 345, 50, 50, 50, 50. He gonna be 345, 50 and now 5 and 355 here down bid 60 and 360. Hit 65 and 365, 70. Hit 70, 70, 70 and 375, 375 and 375 here. He gonna be 70, 75. You're going to be 370, and they're going to be CA 5 and a 5. It's CA 55. Heifer yearlings, no guarantee on them, guys. You're going to be Celementary. You're going to be on 245 and 245. And 245, you're going to be 245, 7. You do it here, down, you're going to be 245, 7. And 245, you're going to be 7 up here, down 45 here, down, you're going to be 235. On 235 and 35 here, not going to be 7. On 237, you get 7 up here, down, you're going to be 35, 7. 40, you're going to be 242. On 245, you're going to be 245 here, down, you're going to be 245. On 242 and 2 and 5, you're going to be 242 here, 5 here, down 7. On 247, 245, you're going to be 7, going to be 7, going to be 7. On 245, 7 up here, and going to be 245 CA, get them on 2 and 8, and go ahead and preg them. 60 days, you're going to be 2 rounds in him. 435, yeah, 435, you're going to be 35 here, and going to be 435, 40, and 440, and 440, yeah, 35, 45, and 445, 55, down 55, and 455, 5, and 455, and you're going to 5 here, down 455, 5, you're going to be 455, 450, they're going to be JW, I ain't going to number 3, I ain't going to on JW3, you get on JW, you get number 3. You get about 60 days. She's guaranteed open to you. You get to be 300. Hang to be 65 and 365. And now 5 here. Hang to be 365. 7 and 365. You get to be 7 up here. 65. You get to be 7 up here. 365 here. Hey, you get to be 7 370 and 370. Hey, you get to be 2. Hey, you get to be 72 and 372. I'm to be 2. To be 2. I'm going to be 370. I'm going to be Troy. And number. Do you get to be Troy on number? Do you get to be you said 13, 15, 15, 15. I'm really curious what the hell that guy was doing in the hallway earlier. He bulls down. Do you get to beat him? Do you get to be 200? And I want here 55 and 255. You get to be 7 up here. 55. You get to be 7. Bit of a 7. 255. You get 7 up here. Down 60. Down 2. 62. Then you get to be down 5. 65. 2 here. 5 here. Then you get to be 262 and 2 and 2 and 2 and 5 here. Then you get to be 262. I get to be Sammy. Who you get up on straight? Who you get up on Sam on straight? Guaranteed open off their mamas. 325, he hit 325, he going to be 25, 7, and 327, and 325, he going to be 7 up here, 325 here, he going to be 7, 7, 7, and 325, he going to be 7, 7, 7, he going to be 325, he going to be 7, you try him here, 325, I going to be Troy, number 15. He run shots off the count. He going to beat him. He going to be 345. At 345, now going to be 45 here, down 7. He going to be 345, 7. At 345, he going to be 7 up here. He going to be 345. He going to be 7. He going to be 345, 7. 345, they're going to be Troy. I ain't going to be 14. He going to be Troy, and they're going to be number 14. He bull, he gonna beat, he gonna pass, elevator down, beat here down, they're gonna 360 and 360, and now 222, hang gonna be 362. I got a man 365 and beat 5 here, hang gonna be 7 up here, 70s here 2, and 375, he gonna be 75 here, hang gonna be 375. It's 77 now, 377 and 375. He gonna be 7 up here, he gonna be 375, 377, 375. They're gonna be CA. I ain't gonna on 5 and a 5, CA 50. He's a steer, guys. He's weaned 60 days. He's got 2 rounds of vaccines in him. 322. Yeah, 2. Hang gonna be 2, 2, 2. Hang gonna be 322. Yeah, 2. And now 2's here. Hang gonna be 322. Steered. He's 60 days now. And 310. At 310. Hang gonna be 10, 10, 10. 310. At 310. Hang gonna be 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Hang gonna be 310. And 310. You won't try him here for $3. He gonna be $3. 310, 11, 310, 11, I'll take it. 310, 11, he gonna be 310, 11, 11, 11, he gonna be 310, 11, 11, 11, 11, 310, 11, he gonna be 310, I gonna be CA number 8, he gonna be CA number 8. Moss cattle guys gonna be 60 days, you're gonna be home raised now. You're going to be 450. You're going to be 450. How you going to be 450? You're 50. You're 50. How you going to be 450? How you going to be 435? Mark, we'll see you. And 435, 40. And 435, 40. And 435, 40. And 435. How you going to be 40, 40, 40. And you're going to be 435, 40. And 435. Going to be 40. 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 435, 40. 435. I'm going to be JW3. JW3. He gonna beat him, little heifer. He gonna be 60 days on her. 2 round shots now. He gonna beat him, 375 and 375. He gonna be 375. He gonna be 375 and 375. He gonna be 375 here. He gonna be 365 and now 67 and 365. He gonna be 7 up here, 7 up here, 7 up here. 365, 7, 365. I gonna be Troy. He gonna be 14. He gonna be Troy 14. Heifers to be. He gonna be. He gonna bounce. Settlement down. Bit here down. Bit of on. He gonna be 440. Hit 440. Hit 40. They gonna be 40. They gonna be 40. They gonna be 40. And 440. 60 days on them, guys. I'll take 410. 410. I ain't gonna be 10. He gonna be 410. Hit 10. 12. Down 412. 412. Now 15. He gonna be now 17. Now 20. Now 422. And 422. They gonna be 2. They gonna be 422 and 2. 420. I gonna be Jerry. You get on number 2. You get on Jerry on 2. They get on Jerry on number 2. Heifer, he gonna be Chief Wayne. With the Strecker cattle, guys, are going to be Don Strecker's cattle. Arthur Ramos all natural to you. He gonna be hand on 355, 355 hand bid 5 here. He gonna be 355, 340 and 340. Hit 40. He gonna be 340 now 2. And I gonna be 342. Hit 2. I gonna be 2. 342 and 2. I gonna be 342 2 340 Mackey. I gonna be number 42. And I gonna be Mackey on 42. On the beat, he get about bulls will be off their mamas. They're all natural to you and they're good. I ain't gonna be 402. Yet 2. I ain't gonna 222. They ain't gonna be 402. I ain't gonna be 402. I'm gonna 375 and 375. They're gonna be 360 and now 2 down 222. 365. 365. 365 now 770. They're gonna be 372 and 75. They're gonna 375. 375 and 375. 77. 377 and 375. 77 and 375. You're gonna be 7 up here. You're gonna be 375. They're going to be CA. I'm going to be number 5. You're going to be CA 55. Justin Taylor's cattle. You're going to be here down 60 plus days, guys. Got the shots in them here now. You're going to be hand bulls. I'll be going to be hand on 440. 440. Hit 40. I'm going to be 440. I'm going to be 442. And 42. I'm going to be 2. Going to be 2. 442. Hit 2. I'm going to be 2 by down for 42 and 5. In 45. 47. Now 50. Hit 450. Now 2. He going to be 452 and 2. I'm going to be 450. I'm going to be CA 5. You're going to want CA just 5. Make them a 4. 60-day bulls. They're going to be 402. Hit 402. I ain't going to be 2 to be 2. They ain't going to be 402. They ain't going to be 402. 2. They ain't going to be 385. And 385. 87. 90. They ain't going to be 392. They ain't going to be 392. Hit 5. They're going to be 97. They ain't going to be 397. Hit $4. Down 402. They ain't going to be 402. They now 5 and 405. Hit 7 up here. 407 and 407. 10. I ain't going to be 10. 12. They ain't going to be 412. Hit 15. Down 15. Now 17. Now 20. Now 420 and 417. 20. and 22, then you're going to be 25, you're going to be 25, and 425, 205 here, then you're going to be 422, and 2 and 2 and 5 here, then you're going to be 422, I'm going to be CA and number 4, then you're going to be CA 4. On Bulls in 60 days, round of shots in them right here now. Do you going to be 367? On 367, now 70. I got a man 370. On 370, and now 70, 70, 70, 370, 70, 72. On 372, I going to be 372. I going to be 372. Do it here, 5. You going to be 375. And 375, and now 75 here. And going to be 375, 77. On 377, yet 75. You going to be 7 up here. And going to be 375. You going to be 377. You going to be 375. I going to be CA. You going to be number 66. You going to be on CA 66. 55. Yes, CA 55. CA 55. Heffert, are you going to be 375? Oh, for you. Be the Sarabia cattle. 2 rounds, 60 days. Heifers are open. 375. 375. He is 77. You're going to be 77. You're going to 377. And 377. 80. Then you're going to be 382. And you're going to be 385. You're going to be 387. You're going to be 390. You're going to be 392. And 395. You're going to be 397. You're going to be now 4. Now 4 bucks on 2. In 4025. And 407. And 407. In 407. Yes, 7 of it, 7 of them. You're going to be 405. And that's going to be Troy. You're going to be number 14. It's Troy. And number 14. 60 days open. You're going to be 60 days and open. On, you're going to be 200 in. You're going to be 90. Hit 290. Hit 90, 90, 90, 90. You're going to be 290. Yes, sir. They're open to you. 91. And 291. I got a man down here. 91 bid. 1 buy. You're going to be 291. Hit 1. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. You're going to be 291. 60 days and open now. 291. Hit 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. You're going to be 291 bid. 291. And 92. You're going to be 92, 93. Hit 93. You're going to be 94. You're going to be 95. You're going to be 95. Hit 95, 96 here. You're going to be 97. You're going to be 97 and 296, and that's going to be Troy. And my number, you're going to be 7X and Prague. You're going to be Troy, 7X and Prague. Same deal, 60 days. They're steers, and they got the shots in them. On, you're going to be 300, and on 1 here, I'm going to be 35, and 335. You're going to be 35 here, I'm going to be 335, and 330. Yep, 30, 30, 30, and I'm going to be 330, and 330, and 330. You're going to be 320, and 320, and 320. Hit 1, I got a van down here, 2. You're going to be 23, you're going to be 23. Hit 4, you're going to be 25, you're going to be 25, and 326, and now 7, and 28, and you're going to be 29. Hit 29, 30. You're going to be 30, 30, 30, 30, now 31. You're going to be 31, and 331, 1, 1, 1, you're going to be 331, and 330 Schrock, and 330, get him on Schrock. Make him a 6, you bet. That's all the Kivs and yearlings, guys. They're still pregging a few heifers back there now. ICA. Got 10 head left, guys. Got 10 Kivs left. one before. He gonna be might be towing up a little bit there. Who you gonna be? Him a bit of on sell it there. You gonna be one of them on wire to you. He gonna be $1.55, $1.55. Yep, $1.55. Bit of 50 cents pound. 50 cents. So you're going to be 50. Hit 50. Hit 5 and 55 here. Dang, going to be 55. Hit 55. 5. You're going to be 55 here. Dang, going to be 55. More than 50 cents a pound. They're going to be Geronimo. Their bulls are good. Who you gonna be? On $3. Hit $3. Gonna be $3. Gonna be $3 on them. Hit $3. Hit $3. Hey, you gonna be $2.90? Who you gonna be $2.90? At $290. You do it here. $2.90. On $2.80. I got a man down here at $80. On $2.81. Native one bid, one bound. You gonna be $2.81. Hit one. I ain't gonna be $2.81 bid, one bound. You gonna be out of the net. $2.81. You gonna be $2.81. $2.80. And that gonna be CA. I ain't gonna be number 66. $4.25, he gonna bid $4.25. If $4.25, he gonna bid $25 here. He gonna be $4.25. If $425, you gonna bid $25 here. He gonna be $4.10. If $410, I ain't gonna bid 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Jerry looking here. Ain't gonna be $4. Hit $4. Hit $4.5. Ain't gonna be $4.05 here. Ain't gonna be $4.05. He gonna bid $4.5. He gonna be $4. JW3 straight. You guys are checked open now. 290, hit 290. You're gonna be 290, 90, 90, 90, 90. You're gonna be 290, hit 290, hit 90. You're gonna be 280, then you're gonna be 280, you're gonna be 280. Already checked open now. 271 on 71. You're gonna be 271, 271 on 271. You're gonna be 250, hit 51. You're gonna be 251 on 251. You're gonna be 251 here. You're gonna be 240 on 240, hit 241. You're gonna be 6 weight heifers are checked open, guys. Weigh 715. Off their mamas. They've already been to the vet and they're checked open. I'll take about $230 for them. 231. 231. You're going to be 33. And you're going to be 34. You're going to be 35. You're going to be 37. And 37. You're going to be 40. You're going to be 242. You're going to be 245. You're going to be 245. 245. You're going to be 245. You're going to be 242. Now you're going to be CA. Hit number. You're going to be on 2. And A7. CA27. Abscess and all. You got them. You're going to be heifers. They're going to be 1 by 1s and 1 by 2s. You're going to be 1 by 1s and 1 by 2s. You're going to be 1 centimeter. 260. You're going to be 260. You're going to be 220. Hit 220. 220. Hit 20 to bid 20 to bomb. You're going to be 220. 220. You're going to be 220, 20, 20, 20, 20. We're going to hold her. Are you going to be selling one up there, guys? You got a busted nose on her. You're going to be selling it there. Are you going to be $1.50? Hit 150, 150, 50, 50, and $1.50, 150, hit 50, 50, and 1 by 2. Now going to be dollar bill. Hit dollar bill 2, 2, 2. Now going to be 5, 105, 105, 110, 110, 10, 10, 105 here. Going to be 10, 105, going to be 10, going to be 10, going to be 10. Hit 10, 10, 10, 10. Now 15, now 15. Hit 20, 125, 130, 135. 140, 145, 150, 155, 160, 160, 160, 155, 60, 155, Geronimo. Yeah, 1 by 1 plus 1 by 2. I gotta be, he gotta be, he gotta be down now. I want 1850 for him. 1850, 18 high, 1850, 1850, 1850, 1850, 1800 high period, 1850, 1850. He gonna be 18 2 months. I'm going to weigh him to you. They're going to be 250. On 251. They're going to be 250, 51 bid. 241. They're going to be 241. Hit 2. I ain't going to be 241 2. Where are you at? I'm going to be 241. They're going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2 3. On 245. They're going to be 247. Now 50, 252. They're going to be 252 and 2 and 5. They're going to be 255 7. 257 60. 260. 260. 260. I ain't going to be 257. I ain't going to be CA. And my number 27. He gonna be you should have bought him by the head. He gonna be he gonna be 1 by, you say 4 plus? on 1800, 1825, 1825, 18, you get a bid 25 here, 50, 1850, 1875, get 1900, you get a bid 1950, now $2,000, 2050, get 2050, 2100, 21 high, down 2, and 2200, 2 and a high, 22 and a high, and now 3, you get a bid 2300, get 23 and a high, and 2350, get 23 here and half here, and you get a bid 2350, and 2350, get 2300, that was going to be Twine. Guaranteed off the Troy. 7X's. She's won before. You're going to be celibate there. 1-year-old, she 4 months. You're going to be time with a bit of bone. You're going to be 1750. It's 1700 high. It's 1750. It's 17 high here. You're going to be 1750. It's 1750. You're going to be 1700 high. 1700 high. Now 1800. 18 high. 1900. You're going to be 19. It's 1950. You're going to be 1950. Now 2000. On $2,000. 2050. You're going to be 2050. 2100. At 21. You get 2050. Now why? It 1. You're going to be 2050. And that's going to be Geronimo. Is that all of them? Got a couple stags in the ring here selling things right there. Dollar bill. Are you going to be?